Ambition comes in many forms. From individual efforts to live more sustainably, to far-reaching national initiatives. But ambition alone is not enough. Since His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launched the Saudi Green Initiative in 2021, Saudi Arabia has been championing climate action for a greener future. At home, in our communities, for our shared world. From research and technology to education and empowerment, the kingdom is full of people working to create a better tomorrow. They're harnessing innovation and supporting efforts to deliver the Saudi Green Initiative targets. They are the faces of change. Noor is a technical specialist in ammonia to hydrogen conversion, exploring the fuels of the future. People like Noor work with PhD students like Dina to better understand its applications to benefit human development. Osama helps protecting the environment in Asuda, where the restoration of land is transforming the environment, driving employment, and preserving local traditions. Omar tracks and supports the many species that have made their home in the nature reserve. Ahmed is working with his team to protect sea turtles in Yumbar, monitoring their nesting sites and assisting hatchlings. Turtle conservation awareness efforts have brought volunteers out to support beach cleanups to safeguard their habitats and reduce pollution. And there are countless more faces of change throughout Saudi Arabia. Together, their collective effort is helping to deliver real impact, reducing emissions, greening the kingdom, protecting our land and seas. Every ambition that results in action is paving the way to net zero emissions by 2060, which will have a lasting effect for generations to come. Our potential to achieve is our power. A nation transformed, a region inspired, a world of hope. The Saudi Green Initiative, from ambition to action.
Assalamu alaikum. A very, very good morning to Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Good morning and welcome. My name is Dumi Makhabo. I am here from Johannesburg in South Africa, and of course, it's my absolute pleasure to be joining you for the third Saudi Green Initiative Forum, my personal second event. I have to say that in prepping for these events, it's always extraordinary about how much work has been done, and I'm looking forward to the conversations that we're going to be having throughout the day, talking a little bit about what the SGI has done over the past 3 years, but also looking more broadly, of course, at the issues around greening. But before we do any of that, a little bit of housekeeping for all of you. Now, you may notice, where is the QR code? There's going to be a QR code that's going to come up on the screen behind my back. Please note that. You can either shoot it from the screen, or you can look on the back, of your access card. There is a QR code on the back of your badge, and you should be able to scan that all on, and that'll give you all the information that you need for this event. And of course, hopefully you're all on your socials. It's great that you have your cell phones. Just give you a second to find the silence button so that we don't have them buzzing throughout the day. So once you've done all of that, I'm going to say bienvenue to all of you joining us from wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, a warm welcome. In my language, thank you so much for joining us. So, let's get things started. I mentioned a moment ago about what we've been doing in terms of the Saudi Green Initiative over the last couple of years. Make of that this being the third. And I think it's fair to say that there's been a lot that has been done over the last 3 years, but it's not for me to say. So please, even though he can't be with us in person, I'd love for you to give a very warm welcome to His Royal Highness, of course, Prince Abdul Aziz bin Salman, who is the Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia, just to give us a sense of exactly what has been happening since the start of the Saudi Green Initiative. Let's take a look.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the third Saudi Green Initiative Forum today. When the global community called for increased climate ambition, the Kingdom stepped up and launched the Saudi Green Initiative. As the key foundation for achieving the Kingdom climate ambition, the inaugural event of the Saudi Green Initiative was in 2021, unveiling Saudi Arabia 2060 net zero ambition. Under the SGI, the Kingdom has committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 278 million tons annually by 2030. In the previous SGI forum held in Egypt in tandem with the COP27 last year, and today in the UAE in tandem with the COP28, we show our concrete action and progress toward these ambitions. On renewable, we have quadrupled our connected capacity from 700 megawatt last year to 2 gigawatt, with more than 8 gigawatt of renewable under construction and around 13 gigawatt in various development stages. We are also planning to tender an additional 20 giga by 2024. As part of our commitment to accelerate the development of renewable energy projects, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is launching the National Geographical Survey project starting early next year. It is considered one of the few global projects executed at a national level with such a large scale, with more than 1,200 measurement stations. Not only that, but also we are making progress in implementing the liquid displacement program, which aims to eliminating burning 1 million barrels of liquid fuels. This year, we're commissioning of 4 highly efficient gas-fired power plants with a total capacity of 5.6 gigawatt, and we will be building 8.4 gigawatt of gas power plant with a carbon capture readiness. We will also be tendering additional 4 high-efficient gas-fired power plants with a capacity of about 7 gigawatts. We are continuing the implementation of the energy efficiency program, where energy efficiency policies and initiatives in building, industrial and transport sectors contributed to a growth in energy saving of about 16% between 2021 and 2022. Among these initiatives, there was a significant improvement over about an average of 3.4 annual increase in fuel economy for new light vehicles imported to the kingdom last year. On carbon capture, utilization and storage, we will be developing 2 industrial hubs. In the east of the kingdom, CCS hub aim for a capacity of 44 million tons per year, while the CCU hub in the west targets a capacity of over 1 million ton per year for CO2 utilization. The kingdom aims to become a key exporter of clean and green hydrogen globally. The NEOM Green Hydrogen Project has successfully completed its financial closure phase, securing an investment of about $8.5 billion. The project will produce 1.2 million tons per annum of green ammonia. In addition, we are developing international partnership to develop more green hydrogen projects in the kingdom, in addition to piloting different hydrogen mobility solutions, including hydrogen-powered trains. Moreover, to support our ambition for exporting both electricity and clean and green hydrogen, we have signed a memorandum of understanding for the economic corridor between India, the Middle East, and Europe during the 2023 G20 summit in India. This will be a key enabler for energy export. This corridor, which includes both electricity transmission lines and hydrogen pipelines, will supply clean energy at scale in a reliable and affordable manner. Our actions are consistent with the circular carbon economy approach, which we adopted to guide our energy transition and which has been endorsed by the G20. Our actions are example of all solutions, all technologies, which is consistent with the Paris Agreement in its bottom-up approach. We will be working together to strengthen the role of technology-based initiatives to advance the implementation of effective climate action. On advancing international collaboration, we are boosting innovation and utilizing the widest range of technologies. We can reap the benefit of economic prosperity, secure and affordable access to energy, and in a more sustainable future for all, while addressing the core climate change challenges. Recognizing the need to collective action, we're extending our effort to regional and international through the Middle East Green Initiative to enhance our efforts to achieve global climate goals. On financial support, unlike the small change offered for loss and damage from our partners in the developed countries, the Kingdom, through South-South Cooperation, announced in the Saudi African Summit in Riyadh last month the allocation of up to $50 billion. This will help build resilient infrastructure and strengthen climate resilience and adaptation in the African continent directly through Saudi stakeholders to ensure proper implementation of these projects. On other major initiatives that the Kingdom is promoting is the clean fuel solution for cooking. Since 2021 Middle East Green Initiative, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been implementing projects in both Africa and Asia through supporting training and awareness program alongside governments. This involves subsidizing cooking kit to support wider penetration, providing solutions to small farm owners, and standard adoption to ensure the clean and safe usage of fuel for cooking through 3 main applications: LPG, solar, and biodigesters. In Kenya alone, we aim to target 800,000 households, which is equivalent to 4.1 million, saving approximately 2.8 million trees annually, let alone the amount of life that would be saved daily due to the illness associated with smoke inhalation. We are also working with the government of Nigeria, Madagascar, Rwanda, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Nepal to not only bridge the gap for safe cooking methods, but also provide the solution best fit for their environment. That's why we recently hosted the Middle East and North Africa Climate Week with more than 240 activities and 9,000 participants providing insights and regional views on the COP28 discussion. Today, in the third Saudi Green Initiative Forum, we have a rich agenda bringing together key regional and global stakeholders to advance the climate action discussion, explore climate challenges and opportunities, and showcase climate innovation and solution. I wish you all success and fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I think what's always interesting about His Royal Highness is that he packs a lot of information into a really short period of time. But I think there are a number of key points that I'd like to highlight, but also my first guest, or our first guest for the day, is going to unpack some of that content for us as well. But the things that I would like to talk about first off are the points that His Royal Highness made at the very end of his remarks, and that related to climate adaptation in Africa, and the investments and the money and funding that is required to help facilitate that. We all understand why. We don't need to go into too much detail in relation thereto. But I think what's also exciting and ambitious is the desire to become a key exporter of clean and green hydrogen globally, and the infrastructure that is going to be required to make all of that happen. But I'm not going to stand here and talk too long about that. I'm going to take a seat in just a moment. But before I do, I'd love you to please give a very, very warm welcome to a lady who I would say probably doesn't need much introduction to most of you in the room, but I'm going to tell you who she is nonetheless. She's the Secretary General and CEO of the World Energy Council, Dr. Angela Wilkinson. Please give her a warm round of applause. Please take a seat. Good to have you. And finally, we get to interview you in the context of this. Now, this is your third SGI. You were there from the very beginning. Listening to His Royal Highness, it's very clear that there was quite a lot of work that is being done. There is a lot of ambition as well in terms of where we're going. What is your take, first of all, on how we're doing when it comes to the SGI, before we look at the more global picture around where we're going?
Okay, well, first of all, good morning, Saudi Arabia, and good morning to everybody here. I'm delighted to join. You started where I would have started, is when His Royal Highness speaks, there is always so much packed in. And I think I picked out at least 10 different themes. Each of them has at least 5 different threads. You've already mentioned the green hydrogen exports, but there was also ammonia in there, so clean fuels. You've mentioned the climate adaptation and the support for the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly for the energy needs in Africa. There's also, I think, renewables at scale came up. I heard energy efficiency coming up. I heard carbon capture and storage coming up. I heard moves around regional integration and cooperation. I heard value chains and supply chains that are globally. I heard cooperation, cooperation. And I think my understanding is that the ambition has always been that the Saudi Green Initiative is seeing is believing. So I think this is, you could call it the spectacular global impact initiative, if we listen to that.
I think that's pretty fair to say, and I think we all understand in terms of Vision 2030 what we're trying to do, and in terms of Greening 2060 where we're trying to get to. And what's encouraging is that it's not just lip service, that there's a clear intention and plan to put resources behind that delivery. That's not necessarily the case everywhere else in the world where we're looking. There's a lot more lip service in some instances being applied, and not enough delivery being focused on. But let's look at where we are right now. We often hear about how we can still change things if we act urgently and immediately. That's almost a permanent rallying call. Is it being heard?
So, first of all, let me go back. I'm going to backtrack to your first comment about lip service. I think that, first of all, the scale, scope, and modalities of a global energy transition in an accelerated period of time are mind-boggling and poorly understood, often by people who really have good intentions but don't really understand the magnitude of what we're talking about. Secondly, we know the world energy system is no longer fit for purpose. We know that all signals point to an overshoot of 1.5 degrees centigrade. That's why it's refreshing to see the Saudi Green Initiative already has a program on climate adaptation. We know mitigation is urgent, but not enough anymore. We also need to have direct carbon removals. We need to start talking about climate repair as well at some point. But the challenge is that the only way to get to managing this global challenge is to do it together, but to recognize that there's no one size fits all and there are multiple pathways emerging which are better suited for different regions. And the challenge we're having as a world, I think, is we're used to making sense when we have universal initiatives that are exported from one part of the world to another. We know how to make sense of those, but we're struggling to make sense of the progress across incredibly different parameters and with diversity of trajectories.
Let's unpack that for a moment. Imbalances in terms of energy security and affordability. We already know what that map sort of looks like, but let's look for a moment in terms of developing countries and to some instances you could say the global south. There are some exceptions in that regard. Over and above the question of funding adaptation, how doable is it going to be to try to address that security and affordability, that access and being able to afford it, particularly in that part of the world or those parts of the world?
Okay, so, you know, we're the World Energy Council, we're the World Energy Trilemma framework community. So it's security, affordability and equity and environmental sustainability have to be progressed together. And all three dimensions are in transition, in evolution as we transition. Security isn't the same as the 1974 oil shock. It's a very different concept. Affordability is often misunderstood as the lowering price of clean technology. Renewables are becoming cheaper, but you've got to not just produce them, you've got to supply them somewhere else and connect all those bits. And affordability is misunderstood. It's not just enough to supply low-cost, clean energy in Africa. It's really important to ask, what do people want energy for? What is the benefit of using that energy for them? How is it enabling their livelihoods? Because if it doesn't enable their livelihoods, they can't pay for it. So we have a challenge in never joining enough of the dots together systemically to understand where to intervene.
I actually wanted to ask you about that because certainly being from Africa, you have not a different lens, but you're closer to where some of these challenges are because we don't have to travel very far to be in many of our home cities where we grew up or villages even, where energy is a key issue. His Royal Highness was talking about the impact of smoke and smoke inhalation from using fossil fuels and the impact that that has on people's health. And the question of to what extent we're creating an ability to adapt in a way that fits the way in which people live. Right, so the way that if I'm living in New York or in Johannesburg or in London, the way I need to adapt looks fundamentally different to how my great aunt needs to adapt in the village because her priorities and needs are different. How is that landscape looking in terms of us being able to join those dots more readily? I mean, there's a clear understanding that it needs to happen, but often understanding and doing aren't the same.
You know, what I would normally say is, for the last 50 years, we've had a very supply-centric mindset.
Yeah.
How much supply of oil or gas or renewables have we got? How much can we generate? How much money have we got? How can we help that flow? And we have to change our leadership mindset to a user-centric and demand-driven solutions. We have to ask people, what is their vision of the future they're trying to achieve? Energy isn't for the energy industry. It's for all of us. It's for coexistence of peaceful society. So I encourage people to start by asking, what are the energy needs? What would a delta of energy difference make? And let's take it. Let's engage demand. Let's bring more people and users and diverse communities into the conversation. Let's shed the paternalistic attitude that we know best.
One thing that I also think is important for us to begin thinking about is, not thinking about, but begin thinking about, is the impact that us not doing anything is having on the way in which we live, right? So heat waves, flooding, and how that impacts the very people often whom we think are in most need, right? So again, if you're looking in a developing world context, but not just. I mean, Europe not so long ago was dealing with some significant flooding in places where nobody thought it would be seen to happen. So it's not just a developing question, it's a global question. While we are trying to deal with the mitigation issues, what are some of the things that you are seeing that can help us to better manage and deal with some of these impacts that we're already feeling, and they're quite significant and severe?
So there's a lot more data and there's a lot more science on physical climate risks and how the impact of extreme weather and how extreme weather frequency patterns are changing and the impacts of those. And the vulnerability maps are very uneven, as you said, right? So we have to realize that even if we manage to get to net zero as the world by mid-century, we are still going to have to deal with the chickens of climate change that are coming home to roost. And that's why climate adaptation is really important. We have to enable an energy system that delivers clean, reliable and affordable energy under climate change conditions and under social risk conditions. And these physical climate risks and social risks are important feedback loops that are not built yet into the roadmaps that are coming out from many countries. So for me, the big missing piece in every technology roadmap are people and communities. Physical climate risks and the social risks of affordability and licensing that aren't being addressed fast enough.
So unpack that for me for a moment. So if we understand, your data shows that, and you work with governments, you work with policymakers, so you work with people who have access to
Let me give you a
this
data point. I'll
Okay.
give you a data point. Right, so we did a pre-COP survey, World Energy Council membership, across 100 countries. Do you think this is an important COP28? Yes. This is the last opportunity for a significant course correction, right?
Yep.
Okay, super.
We're all
11% of people, 11%. Only 11% think that there is sufficient critical mass participation in energy transition to deliver success. 24% are concerned that a silent, passive majority will hold back progress. The challenge that we've heard now at COP, the financial taps are on, the renewable taps are on, the technology taps are on, but the people taps, the pull of people power needs to be pulled on. That doesn't require a technology moonshot. That requires an empathy shot and a pragmatism shot. And those are the bits that we need to listen out for as we think about how we do energy transition.
One of the conversations that I think is happening a lot, and it's a phrase that I'm sure you hear all the time, this sense of political will to make things happen. When people, for example, we're looking at an economy, a global economy that's quite soft at the moment, which is causing all kinds of problems in terms of inflationary pressures, which means that in many environments, people are feeling the pressure in terms of making ends meet. So when you have this list of things that you need to address, energy sustainability is not necessarily high, even though in the long term it can have a direct impact on affordability in terms of what's in your basket. When tomorrow is the question, it's not that high on the list, right? What is happening around addressing exactly what you describe, this sort of lack of the human quotient in the equation, and encouraging this sense of, even if I don't have to do everything, and even if I don't have a huge pocket, I'm still able to make a positive effect so that the long-term impact is sustainable.
Okay, so, wow, that's a big question. So, well, first of all, World Energy Council, humanizing energy to make faster, fairer and more far-reaching energy transition happen. Unpack that. What does it mean? Involve more people and communities in understanding, bringing their voices, understanding their roles and their choices, right? It means that. I think the pieces that you're talking about is, we're living in a world where there are signals of global of inflationary pressures and recession. We have a a living crisis in many parts of the world already. There's concern in some of the wealthier parts of the world that the cost of living crisis will become a cost of lives crisis, right? This has made it much more visceral.
Yep.
And so the challenge is, though, whose lives? For what are we using energy? What do we need energy for? I spend endless times having conversations about, electric vehicle technology is superior technology. Great, I'm not disagreeing with that. But how much renewable energy am I going to be generating, connecting, storing, being able to make reliable? And who should get it? Should it be my sister with her 2 kids in a multi-flat dwelling? Or should I just leave her to market competition about price? No, it's just not going to be that. If we want an orderly energy transition, we have to have a people-centric, user-centric, whole society engaged transition.
As we draw our conversation to a close, I'd like to get your thoughts, and I'm going to ask you really briefly to give me perhaps 4 things that you think. Don't be afraid, I promise, it's not problematic.
There's not much scares me, as these guys know.
So if we had to ask you for 4 things that you think we need to leave here with a clear focus on trying to shift the needle and move the needle on, I'd love to hear those. One could guess based on what you've said, but I'd love to actually hear you consolidate some of those and just hear where it takes us. So 2 seconds, go. You don't have to say it in 2 seconds.
Okay, 4 things. First of all, I do think we need to talk about energy transition with an empathy shot. Right? Because at the moment I'm seeing divisive, polarized, gridlocked conversations which aren't taking us anywhere, right? Second bit is humanizing energy, because if we don't help billions of people enable billions of better lives on a healthy planet, it's their choices, it's their energy uses that we need to be considering, and demand and use are not built in very well. The third bit, I think, is that we are all learning as we go through this transition. It's unprecedented. There is no guaranteed blueprint. So we have to lead with and learn from each other, learn from diversity, and we have to learn at all levels of society. I want to see more showcasing of communities, cities, societies who are engaged in energy transition. I want to share those stories of success. We have an initiative on that. The last bit, I wouldn't be here if I didn't say thank you or congratulations. Saudi Arabia will host World Energy Congress in 2026. I think we take Saudi Green Initiative, seeing is believing. We talk to COP28, we say seeing is believing. We go to the World Energy Congress in 2024, seeing is believing, and we amplify that by the time we get to the Saudi World Energy Congress.
Thank you, Ajla. That was great. Excellencies, I think we have the instructions as to what we need to do. So with that, I'm going to thank you so very much for joining us. It was absolutely a pleasure. And I think, hopefully, that sets the scene over what we're going to do over the next day or so, those of you who are going to be with us throughout the day. Hopefully, it'll mean that we can leave with not just the call to action, but some specific thoughts and ideas on exactly how we're going to act. One of the key things that we didn't talk about in our conversation, but which is going to be covered in the next discussion, is the question of desertification. And with that, I'm going to call on Sarah Cocker. Sarah?
And thank you for setting the scene there. I think we really got a very good start to the session with understanding that whole society approach that we were just hearing there from Angela. Now, as Tumi said, we're going to be talking about greening the desert at scale, the power of technology, trees and tribes. As most of you know, globally efforts have been underway to address the land degradation that has really seen a decline in the soil's ability to support those productive ecosystems. Now, that degradation is generally caused by, unfortunately, human activities, but of course we have these extreme weather events as well, such as droughts, which have an impact. Combating that, of course, requires the help of many parties. We're hearing about this whole society approach. We understand that communities, of course, are affected this day by day, and the stakeholders that need to be involved in this discussion. So, I have the experts on stage with me to help us talk through these questions. So I would love to invite now to the stage my panelists for this session. We would like to invite Professor Petteri Talas, the General Secretary of the World Meteorological Society, followed by Dr. Khalid bin Abdullah Al Abdul Qadir. He is the CEO of the National Centre for Vegetation Development and Combating Desertification. Salam alaikum. And finally, Her Excellency Inga Anderson, Executive Director of UNEP. Thank you so much and welcome to SGI, our third year, and very excited to be talking about this topic. It's a hot topic, but I'd like to first get an idea about the scale of this issue. And Professor Talas, if I could start with you first to talk about, we know the issue, we know it's being addressed, but still, what's the size of it?
So we just published a report on status of climate last Thursday, where we saw that we are already at 1.4 degrees warming this year, and this year is going to be the warmest year on record. And we have also broken records in main greenhouse gas concentrations, carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide, and we have least amount of sea ice in the Antarctic area, which is a new feature that also the Antarctic glacier has started melting. And all of the mountain glaciers are melting at the moment, and we have also doubled the sea level rise, which is also affecting this part of the world, and we have started seeing more often weather extremes, more often drought and flooding events, and also this part of the world is very, very sensitive, and these higher temperatures and higher humidity contents means that we are also facing more risks for the health of people in this part of the world.
Dr. Khalid, if I could bring you in on this, obviously you've been sat in this seat for a long time and you're on the ground there in the kingdom. How's the situation been moving, and what's the state of play at the moment?
Of course, Saudi Arabia is taking this phenomena as very importantly and seriously. Therefore, we have seen that the kingdom has taken big initiative in the world stage, and also in the local stage, and also in the regional stage. Therefore, during the Saudi Arabian presidency, the kingdom has inaugurated the G20 initiative for halting land degradation and the loss of habitat. And because, as you know, land degradation is responsible for around 40% of the emissions around the world. And after that, in the regional level, the kingdom has also inaugurated another big initiative, which is 50 billion trees will be planted in the region, which is that's equivalent for a big amount of gases removal. And in the Saudi and the local level, the kingdom has released and inaugurated the SGI, which is reducing, as His Royal Highness indicated, the 278 million tons of gases, and also protecting 30% of the kingdom land. And the flagship also of that, it is the plantation of the 10 billion trees, which is we just finished the study for that, and the roadmap for the kingdom to take on that initiative from 2024 to 2100.
So, no doubt there's a big commitment there. We saw this in SGI 3 years ago. We've seen each year layering on top these further initiatives. But it all costs a lot of money, Your Excellency. So when we think about finance and the relevant and scalable sources of finance, where do you see that coming from to tackle this topic?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I really want to celebrate the Saudi Green Initiative, because this is sort of a step up and a step in. Desertification is a big issue, and I also want to celebrate the fact that Saudi Arabia put it on the G7 agenda. Desertification and land degradation is an issue that is affecting millions of people and billions of hectares of land. And the faster we lose land, the more likely we are to encroach into virgin land. So that's a global phenomenon from the dry corridors of Central America across Africa and all the way across Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc. So it's a real issue. And we have to also accept that we need land to have agriculture, to have urbanization, etc. So how are we going to ensure that our lands are as fertile as possible, as much ecosystem on them as possible? I realize that in highly arid lands, that's less likely, but if you think across the African savanna, these are the kind of areas, Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc., where we really, and Central Asia, where we really need to talk. And so the resources, well, the Middle East Green Initiative, that is also Saudi-led, is something to celebrate. But there are resources, obviously, from the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, and GEF, etc. But these are small resources. The bigger resources will come from communities themselves. And this is where, if we think about what, for example, Ethiopia has done, where they've stepped up a massive tree planting exercise, similarly Rwanda, a massive tree planting exercise, really lifted by the people themselves. Now President Ruto of Kenya has done similarly, wanting to make these billions of trees available to people. In fact, just 2 or 3 weeks ago in Kenya, a Monday was declared a national holiday, and we all of us, myself included, went to plant trees. The point is that you can be an example to communities. And if you plant fruit trees or other trees, that will give you some return. It's a really, really positive thing. So yes, as our friends from the Desertification Convention will remind us, this land losing its fertility is absolutely devastating to people, to planet, to water, to the hydrological cycle. Professor Thalas can speak much more about that. But the loss of biota is, of course, the sweating of the plants into the atmosphere produces the rain. So the more we denude, the more detrimental it is. Which is also why we are really, really pleased that Saudi Arabia will be hosting COP16 for desertification, inshallah, at the end of 2024. And of course also, and this we are very pleased about, hosting World Environment Day on the 5th of June across the kingdom and across the world. This is really showing a leaning in and a stepping up on an issue. The desertification is part and parcel of the 3 conventions that were agreed in Rio, the Climate Change Convention, the Biodiversity Convention, and the Desertification Convention. And the Desertification Convention is often sort of the poor brother to the other 2. It's important that we give it the profile that it needs, because this is where many people meet climate change first.
You mentioned a really important word, or kind of alluded it to there, this idea of collaboration, because without collaboration, and indeed we'll get back to community in a moment, there is nothing. And that's what seems to happen in the kingdom. They set that example of bringing that regulation together, the funds together, and the mindset, quite frankly, together to protect this. So if I could go a little bit higher before I come a little bit lower back down to communication, maybe Dr. Khaled, bring you in on this. How do we scale these solutions policy-wise? We're seeing that there's a very supportive policy. What are you seeing in there that you like and that you can work with, and maybe what do you hope for in the future?
If we look at in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it started with the initiation of the Ministry of Environment, and follow that the strategy for environment, and then the creation of a specific national centers that is specified in certain areas. And one of them is desertification and improvement of the green cover of the kingdom. And from that, we see the implementation and the policies that in the kingdom that enhance the direction toward protecting land, toward protecting forest, and also enhancing the vegetation cover, and also halting all of the human behavior that could affect also the harming the trees in the kingdom. And we have done a very good job in the kingdom in the last few years, where we reduce these impacts and also reduce The other impact especially in the coastal areas, in the vegetation cover in the rangelands. And now we have a policy to also manage the rangeland area where we can convert between the open grazing practices to more organized grazing practices with some incentives that will be given to the local community and people raising all of these living stocks. Taking that in consideration, we see also there is even in other ministries where we encourage the development of NGOs, and the NGOs now is really increasing in numbers in the kingdom and also in the members. And for example, when we started the initiative for a plantation in the kingdom, we see that huge number of the volunteering in the kingdom that they are volunteering in tree plantation. In the last 2 years, we have reached to a number 150,000 people. They are coming and volunteering in those tree plantation on all really stages and all of the society levels. We've seen children, we've seen families. Also, we see there is a very strong also interest from the foreign embassies in the kingdom. They want to contribute in the plantation and the protection of the green cover. Therefore, I think with the encouragement and improvement of the policies, and we will see big improvement in the protection of the green cover and also enhancement of the vegetation, plantation, and the protection of the trees of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
I love the fact that it's making you smile so much. I can see the joy in your face when you're talking about all these initiatives and the fact that people are getting involved. Professor Talas, to bring you in on that, obviously you'll have comments on the things happening on the ground in the kingdom, but also sort of maybe more of a bird's eye view, and I'll come to you, Your Excellency, as well, because you alluded to this. What's going on the ground, because often we are seeing this region is moving maybe a little bit faster than some others in terms of policy on a number of issues, but also how does that compare to the international agenda, and what can be the sharing of knowledge, if you like, between the two?
Yes, also from WMO's side, we are grateful for this Saudi initiative, and I think that's a good move in the right direction. We know that the biggest problem in climate mitigation is our consumption of fossil fuels. That's 2/3 of the problem. Then about 20% of the problem is related to release of methane, especially from tropical wetlands, from rice paddies and from cattle. And about 10% of the problem that we are having in climate is related to deforestation, especially deforestation of the tropical rainforests in Amazonian region in Africa and some parts of southern Asia. And we should stop this deforestation, and instead we should plant more trees, which is a way to absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that's happening already in many countries. Inger was mentioning a couple of African countries where this is happening, and that's a good initiative, and your initiative is also very welcome from that perspective. Then there's a second challenge that we are having, and it's the fact that we have started seeing growing amount of dust and sandstorms also in your part of the world, and this tree plantation would be one positive act against this growing amount of sand and dust storms. And this, as you all know, sand and dust storms are having negative impacts on human health. They are disturbing all means of transportation, road transportation, air transportation, and so forth. And this program that you have invented, that's potentially a way to improve the situation. Of course, we are living with the limitations of the nature, how fertile the land is and how much rainfall you have, so that you would be successfully able to plant trees and see them growing. That's one of the challenges. Sometimes you have to deal with irrigation to be successful in such means. But globally, this better forestation is one positive act against the climate change and its negative impacts.
And I want to dig down into that technology in just a short while because of the early warning systems, all the technology that's taking place to monitor and help with the situation. But Your Excellency, coming back to maybe expand on that point you made earlier about these different areas where we're going to concentrate on to help the soil regain its nutritions and maybe become the more productive areas across the region. Give us a little bit of a roadmap of that. Where do you see the greatest potential challenges and maybe what's made you happy? Because we need to talk about some good things here as well as the challenges.
So if we take planet Earth, and there is this belt, and it really starts from Middle America, what's called the Corridor Seco, the dry corridor, and you walk across the Recife area. Once Recife was tucked into Africa, when Africa and the Americas were connected. Anyway, now they're far apart in the Atlantic Ocean in the middle, but you imagine you just take that belt, that zone of dry land that goes right across the belt. That dry land was, in fact, as I'm speaking to an audience that knows this, completely in balance with itself. And we know, for example, from studies after the Kuwait invasion, that where tanks and heavy machinery was driving over, we know that it takes about 20 years for the crust of the desert to settle, which is why when there happens to be a rainfall, you see this magnificent green desert, which I have had the pleasure of seeing in places around the Arab Peninsula. And so the understanding that, yes, you may not be able to plant trees, etc., but if you leave the lands to recover, you can. Now, as you go lower down in the zones in terms of precipitation, you will see that even at 1100 millimeters, you begin to see really nice precipitation, enough that can sustain acacia trees and others. And as we know, acacia trees are nitrogen fixers and therefore really good for intercropping with agricultural and other products. So we really need to support the Great Green African Wall, which is an African initiative under the African Union that seeks to create restoration, reforestation, and community development right across the belt that I am describing, essentially Senegal, Mauritania to Somalia, that belt. And it is a belt, and if we look at that belt, and it's like peeling an onion, isn't it? Because there's tribal conflict, there's poverty, there is obviously religious and ethnicity issues, but at the heart of it, there's also climate change and desertification. This is a factor that drives some of that insecurity that we see also in that belt. So the conflict dimension is very much linked to, and out-migration is very much linked to the fact that the lands can no longer sustain the people of the area, and the sedentary people, those who are farming, and the nomadic pastoralists are clashing over resources. The nomadic pastoralists are moving further south, and you see this playing out right on your TV screens in terms of the conflict. So stepping into that area and supporting is absolutely critical. On the sand and dust storm, part of why we saw that resurgence was indeed, and there's some very interesting studies around this, obviously the Iraq Kuwait war and all the disturbance that has happened. And then we have to talk, if we speak about Iran, about massive extraction, so that Lake Umnia and some of those big lakes have become dust bowls. Now, we've seen this before in California. If we go back, we will recall that in the 20s and 30s, it was the dust bowl that they did through irrigation, we have to accept, and through large-scale hydraulic infrastructure, managed to make California the 7th largest economy, if it were a country in the world, based on agriculture and other goods now. So this can be turned around if you have the water resources. So the story is a complex one. For Africa, we really need to think and support around the restoration of land that will stabilize the conflictual situation and allow for economic development. Professor Tallis is absolutely right. the overarching issue of climate change does mean decarbonization. We are heading to a 2.9 degree world in 2100 based on the current NDCs. So there is a reality here that cannot be ignored. But on the desertification story, it is a story that is happening in Spain. It is a story that's happening in Greece. It is not only an African story because our drylands are becoming ever more exposed.
And I think I'll bring Professor in on this because at the same time we need to be realistic. Setting out ambitious goals is really to be applauded because you need to push things forward, but you need to be realistic in terms of the expectations. So Professor, give us your insights on that in terms of in the kingdom and the region, what we need to be realistic about and how quickly we can turn these things around.
Of course, the climatic conditions in Saudi Arabia and this part of the world, they are very challenging at the moment, and unfortunately this negative trend in weather patterns will continue until 2060s anyhow. That means that we will see more often events with drought, but if you look at the climate modeling studies, what may happen to the climate during the coming decades, there's also a chance that there would be more rainfall in this part of the world, which would be helping you in the greening. Of course, what matters is what is the moisture of the soil, and that's a combined factor coming from amount of rainfall and also of the temperature. Once the temperatures are getting higher, which is going to happen anyhow, we will see more evaporation. So that's a balancing thing, and you have to study very carefully what's going to happen to the climate, whether it makes sense to plant, for example, trees to certain parts of your country. And then what is also happening is that we have already lost this melting of glaciers game and sea level rise game, and sea level rise may continue something like half meter to 1 meter per century for the coming millennia, and that means that some of the freshwater resources that we have in the coastal areas may be salinated, and that's, for example, a challenge in the Nile Delta, and I'm sure that it's also a challenge in some parts of your country.
Chinks of light, though, as we say, setting things out, it's a challenge. But chinks of light, Dr. Khalid, technology, AI, everyone's got excited for various different reasons, and it's been in the headlines. But the speed at which it can start to process data, the speed at which it can map things, sort through things. Are you optimistic about the role of technology within the fight against desertification?
In fact, it's very important and vital, and we are dependent on technology nowadays, and we are using it. We are using technology of satellite imagery, and we are using drones with sensors, specific sensors for soil moisture, for the health of plants, for the NDVI indicator, for vegetation coverage. And we translate that with the help of artificial intelligence to give us more accurate estimation about the suitability where we can plant trees. We are using also suitability modeling to indicate the location where we can plant these 10 billion trees in the kingdom. We seen that it is very essential not only for studying the plant and the soil, but also to see the sand movement, also to allocate where are our projects. Also, it's very important for monitoring and to assess the successful of our project and how they are improving. And also, it's very essential for monitoring and for to cut violation on especially in very hard areas such as mountains, coastal areas, studying in the coastal areas. And so it is very essential, really dependent on the technology, will cut for us a lot of time to achieve our targets. and we've seen the technology is evolving and enhancing, and we are keeping up with the cutting edge of technologies.
Now, I'm going to come back to you, Professor, in a moment, because early warning systems are a big part of this technology as well. But Your Excellency first, from what we're hearing, pretty much a game changer for you?
I think, this very sophisticated modeling and AI that we are hearing is absolutely critical, and it's obviously, it will be a path breaker for the kingdom in understanding better and projecting better what might be ahead. The challenge is, of course, that poor farmer in Burkina Faso might not have access to this. And so how do we take the knowledge that we do have and sort of project it into the world? And this is where I think the Middle East Green Initiative will be a useful platform to lift it further, right? Because that's a lever that reaches way beyond the kingdom, but can offer up solutions of this kind, which definitely will be very, very helpful. Just yesterday, I was speaking in another panel with the head of the Jordanian Royal Society for Scientific Research. And what they're doing is not maybe as far ahead, but very similar in scope, and looking at the Wadi, looking at how they can restore this, because of extreme heat, which is climate change related, have had forest fires, something that we don't really know in Jordan. But imagine forest fires in Jordan, where trees are very precious, like here in the kingdom. So how to project out and understand early warning and get a sense of the heat index and the fire hazards. These are the kind of things that together, under WMO's lead, we're very proud to be associated with in the early warning for all. Which now we're speaking about islands, becomes very, very critical. But the bottom line is that as we've seen desertification without the climate events, right? We've seen that excessive land use, excessive number of animals, especially small ruminants, goats and sheep, etc., can degrade the land very, very fast. But we've also seen that where you introduce, and communities want solutions, what we refer to as cut and carry. So you have the grass somewhere, you cut and you carry the grass to the small animals, which are the wealth of the farmer, you can actually restore. We've seen in Ethiopia terracing that becomes very, very powerful for restoring and rehabilitating very steep mountain slopes. We've seen that when you pay the uphill farmers to farm trees, so that there's water sources for the downstream. Usually the cities will be at the lower end. So it's payment for ecosystem services, the money going up. Please don't farm on these slopes. I've seen farmers tying themselves with a rope to a tree so they could farm, right? There's a single solitary tree. The point is, this is not meant for farming, but the soil is so poor. But if you grow the trees, you will get the foliage, you will get better soil nutrition, you will get better soil fertilization, you will get more water and moisture. So there are real solutions, low-tech and high-tech, and we need to embrace them all. And that's really what I think the Saudi Green Initiative at home and the Middle East Initiative abroad can really help lift. Plus, of course, the kingdom is very involved in supporting the Islamic Development Bank, the Saudi Fund, etc., through regional and national organizations and institutions and banks to precisely support countries on this matter, including the OPEC Fund for Development as an example.
I want to come back to that community element, the wealth of knowledge. People everywhere have lived and farmed the land for centuries. They know their own land, so we'll come back to that role of community. But again, just zooming out slightly with Professor Talas, this early warning system we're seeing, unfortunately, in this week, I think it was in the Philippines, the tsunami warnings. We've seen around the world the absolute importance of the immediate warning systems to save lives, and then, of course, the longer-term implication for mapping the land. Where are you seeing the most investment in those early warning systems, and where do you see the most promise?
Yes, so I fully agree with my colleague who said about this artificial intelligence and improvement of the basic observing systems. We have now a major program called Early Warning Services for All, which was initiated by Secretary General Antonio Guterres 1.5 years ago. And there we are improving the basic observing systems worldwide together with some of our partners like UNEP. And then we are also improving the early warning skills of the countries so that they can forecast high impact weather events during the coming week. And they can also issue fairly good seasonal forecasts, which are also very valid in this part of the world. You can issue the forecast for the coming 3 months, and then you can also issue this El Niño, La Niña variability forecast 6 to 8 months ahead. And for example, this El Niño that we are having at the moment is affecting the rainfall amounts also in this part of the world, and we are just improving the system, and we are grateful for the work that is carried out at the National Meteorological Service in Saudi Arabia. You are also helping other countries in improvement of the services. And the second issue that is very important is that we have these models to estimate what's going to happen to climate in the coming decades or coming century. And at the moment we have fairly low resolution horizontally. It's typically 50 kilometers resolution, and there would be a need to go to kilometer resolution of climate models. And again, this artificial intelligence will help us in that sense, and we have a new initiative to go to these high resolution climate models to say much more about future weather extreme events which are actually having bigger impact on countries and their economies than just these average changes that we can estimate with the current climate models. And again there, Saudi Arabia and some of the countries in this region, also Arab Emirates, have high interest because it's interesting to see what's going to happen to the rainfall amounts in the future, and especially in some specific regions. So this is very much serving the same interest as this Saudi Green Initiative.
So Dr. Khalid, let's zoom on down to the community level now, because we've chatted a couple of times about these challenges, and as I said, there's a massive knowledge bank within the local communities that look after their lands, as they have done, as I mentioned previously, for centuries. How are you getting those communities involved now in the kingdom, and what are you doing to help them?
As you said, local community knowledge is very important. Local community buy-in is very important. Engage them in the decision making is very important also. We also engage them in some of our efforts, educational awareness efforts, and also now we started because of the changing of the laws and regulation, we are starting to engage them with the projects, real projects, and we've seen that it is very beneficial to engage in the plantation effort, in the protection effort, and also in the awareness efforts. But also we have seen their value by also engaging the society, taking the decision, and also the buy-in. And we see the local society, when they are engaging in these projects for reforestation, we see the local knowledge of that community is involved in this project. We have seen their knowledge about their local plants and how they take care of these local plants. We started in very big effort to also fostering all of these communities together by establishing a special societies organizing body. We call it in the kingdom, we call it Muruj, as a kingdom-wide society where they work with as an arm for the National Center to facilitate this engagement of the community, and also to create the atmosphere that encourage their formation for a new organization and societies in the local bodies. So it is very important really to engage them. We seen their engagement as very critical, and also we have seen their support, their strong support. They support to the target, they support to the kingdom direction and this big initiatives, and also they see benefits to them as financial benefits and social benefits. So it is really a great tool to utilize and to better utilize the community in all levels.
I want to use the last 3 minutes we're always talking about what's happening now, and there's so much to say on community engagement, education, and the long and short term. But we're always looking at the next thing, and of course, off COP28 that we're at now, there's COP16 coming up in Riyadh. So, Your Excellency, how is that going to help accelerate the progress on this particular topic?
It's going to help massively, and having it here will actually be a real lift because this is a country that has dealt with drylands and dryland coexistence for a long, long time, as well as what used to be more productive areas may have lost that productivity, trying to get it back into being productive areas. So the world will be arriving in Riyadh, and the world will be putting forward, there's a big conversation about a protocol or a lift on drought, because drought is a real issue in many of these countries, and a big conversation around land degradation neutrality. So how can we live in stability with the lands so that we do not degrade more? Because when we degrade, then we invariably will need to move into other virgin areas. So I think the United Nations is very, very happy, and my dear brother Ibrahim Chaw, who's the head of the convention, is very, very happy that the convention will have its COP16 here, next door, but in the kingdom. And also I should say that we are very, very honored that Saudi Arabia will host World Environment Day on the 5th of June with a focus on drylands and desertification. That will sort of give a lift already in June to the issue for the whole world. And then we will all look forward to the convention here. It is a big event. The world will arrive, and we will very much hope that there will be strong commitments on financing, on technology, as well as on supporting long-term sustainability.
So very unfairly, 30 seconds left. Dr. Khaled, one thing that you'd like to see, and Professor, one thing you'd like to see coming out of COP16?
So it's important that we have understand this linkage between climate change and impacts on nature, and by being successful in climate mitigation, we could also see success in biosphere.
I believe it's the right time, the right place for the COP16 to be happening in the kingdom. Saudi Arabia is a very important G20 country, and it's very important really to orchestrate all of these three Rio Convention together and to have them all in the COP16 concluded next year, inshallah.
Shukran Jazeera, thank you so much for enlightening the audience. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my guests today, Her Excellency Inga Anderson, Professor Talas, and of course Dr. Khaled bin Abdullah Al Abdul Qadir. Thank you so much for that enlightening conversation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Inga.
Thank you.
I'll just...
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shukran. Well, coming up next, we're going to be talking about scaling carbon and the capture there. But before we do that, let's have a little recap there. A lot of things to think about. Obviously, as I said, we're here at COP28. We're always looking for the next thing, COP16, what's coming there. We were hearing about some of the highlights that take place, but very much in that panel, we could have spent a lot more time on it, but learning about the role of communication, the education that's needed, and the short-term versus the long-term gains that need to happen, because these people are on the very front line of climate change and really being impacted by that. So it's super, super important to take account of that, and obviously learning about the financing that goes behind that, and the will and the government and the technology that will also move to make a difference. Well, it now gives me great pleasure to invite to the stage our next panel. we're going to welcome Jared Daniels. He is the CEO of the Global CCS Institute. His panel is entitled Scaling Carbon Capture, Usage and Storage, the Necessity and the Feasibility.
Okay.
Go sit down.
Okay. All right, let's take it.
Bright light.
Well, it's wonderful to be with you here today with this distinguished panel of guests to talk about an important topic, carbon management, point source, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and carbon dioxide removal. I'm Jared Daniels with the Global CCS Institute, and part of my day job is to be as helpful as I can to bring us all together to have these conversations and to discuss the appropriate role of carbon capture and storage, carbon dioxide removal technologies, alongside all the other forms of climate change mitigation that we must do in parallel at scale to meet our net zero targets and goals and keep 1.5 alive. The climate math is absolutely clear that we need as much as everything that we as humankind and society can deliver at scale, including gigaton scale deployment of both point source carbon capture, use and storage, and carbon dioxide removal to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. And so CCS, it's got an essential role to play to help decarbonize aspects of society that we can't live without, but whose emissions we can't live with. The built environment, steel and cement, fertilizer to feed the world's 8 billion people and growing. Carbon management technologies are the only technology that can provide the deep carbon removals required, again, to achieve net zero in parallel and alongside everything else we need to do as a society, including as much energy efficiency, as much electrification, as much wind and solar and nuclear, the role of hydrogen. All of this needs to be brought together. And so we've got a great panel today to talk about how do we go from where we are today to that gigaton scale. Wonderfully, due to a lot of policy movement the last year or two, we've had tremendous momentum in carbon management technologies. We've had a doubling of projects in the pipeline year on year. Right now, just to set the baseline, there is on the order of 41 large projects up and running today, capturing on the order of 50 million ton per annum. And yet we have to get from here to gigatons, and that's what this conversation is all about. And so I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves as we go along. Hopefully this can be a wonderful conversation. But just a first opening question, and perhaps we can just start here and go down the list. How do we balance, from your perspective, the appropriate role of carbon management alongside all of these other technologies that we need to find a way to finance and deploy? And if you could just briefly introduce yourself and your company and opening thoughts, and then let's try to turn this into a discussion. Please.
Thank you. So I'm Olivier Lepoche, CEO of SLB, a global technology company focused on energy system and particularly in decarbonization technology for the energy transition. So in that context, I think what you talk about, the way we see it, first, I think we need to remember that this transition have 2 or 3 characteristics. First, it will be massive in terms of investment, in terms of task, in terms of challenge for all of us across all industry to realize it. Second, it will take time. It will take decades, and the net zero will be certainly around, hopefully, the mid-century, and will help mitigate the climate. And third, it will rely on a set of portfolio of different solutions, technology solutions. And amongst them, it is clear that energy efficiency, as you said, renewable source of energy, tripling them, other source of low carbon, geothermal, nuclear will happen. But there is one technology that we believe, CCS, carbon capture and storage for hard-to-abate sector, would have no other means to achieve that decarbonization, for one. And two, as you mentioned, removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. We heard this morning from the professor that the rise of the CO2 concentration is going beyond the limit we anticipated. So we need to not only stop emitting more, but you need to remove at the same time. Hence, the use of storage in addition to DAC, or direct air capture, and bioenergy with CCS, which are the only two negative industrial carbon removal or carbon net solution, in addition to nature-based solution. So I believe it would take all of this, and it's not only one or the other. I think it will be an effort that would take all of this to happen, to scale and to realize these few gigatons of CCS that will contribute to this pathway.
Yeah, absolutely critical to take that systems approach. And we've heard here at COP already, the pledge to triple renewables, to double energy efficiency. Mohammed, from your perspective and the ministry's perspective, your thoughts, please.
Absolutely. First, allow me to start by introducing myself. I'm Mohammed Al Ibrahim from the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia. I'm the Assistant Minister for Oil and Gas Affairs. When we're looking at the solutions that you mentioned, Gerard, I don't think these are solutions that are competing in any way. I think these are solutions that are actually complementary. And what dictates which solution takes place, I think it depends a lot on the circumstances, because at the end of the day, when you select a solution, it has to be the most economical solution you select for these locations. And this is why we have been, and actually that's actually what the Paris Agreement states, that there is no one path for everyone, because the situation or the solutions that you need to select depend on where you are and what of these technologies are more competitive, and so at what combination of these technologies are actually more competitive. For an example, in Saudi Arabia, we have been expanding quite extensively on renewable energy, and we've heard the speech by His Royal Highness, and we're actually planning to expand by 40 folds, or more than actually 40 folds in renewable energy. But at the same time, we're also introducing the other technologies, because we still, and mainly CCS, because we understand that there are some locations where it is more competitive to produce electricity from combined cycle using natural gas, which is highly efficient, but at the same time also with a provision for carbon capture and sequestration. At the end of the day also, when you're planning your power sector, and I'm not going to speak when there are experts amongst us actually in this room, is that you need a base load, and sometimes renewable energy cannot provide that base load, and we have to be realistic about what we're planning for moving forward. So, as I mentioned, we don't see any competition. We believe that all of these solutions are going to be necessary moving forward, but what dictates the mix will be different from one country to another based on their circumstances.
Yeah, no, I think that systems perspective, is just so essential to frame the basis of our conversations. And again, all the climate math says we need to get the gigatons point source from many stationary emission sources of CO2 plus carbon dioxide removal. And it's just a wonderful honor to have on our panel an expert in carbon dioxide removal. And Christophe, perhaps you could give us your opening thoughts of how do all these pieces fit together moving forward.
First, thank you to the Saudi Green Initiative for having me. I'm Christoph Gebald, founder, CEO, and chairman of Climeworks. And Climeworks is a company developing and operating technology to take CO2 from the air and permanently store it in the ground. We have raised roughly $1 billion to date, and with that, we're able to build the world's first and largest direct air capture plant. It's based in Iceland and doing exactly that there. It takes CO2 from the air and store it in the ground. We just got an award notification from the Department of Energy in the United States to get up to $600 million funding for building a large-scale air capture hub in the United States. Now, as to the question, how does direct air capture and carbon removal more broadly come together with carbon dioxide reduction? I can only double down what has been said before. There's no competition at all. Both have to be operating right now at the same time. And to give very concrete numbers to make it tangible, 90% of the emissions that we're currently having can be reduced and 10% need to be removed. So very concretely, the task we are up to is to achieve a carbon removal capacity in the year 2050 of about 5 to 15 billion tons of carbon removal annually. So that is what we're working against, and the only way this works if those things are not competing, but are done today at the same time.
Yeah, no, thank you for those comments. And again, the only way this works is if we all work together to find a way to integrate all of these solutions together moving forward in an efficient manner. And when I look in the carbon management realm, part of this is durable geologic storage of CO2. Part of it is utilization of CO2. And how does that help business models and us collectively reach scale? And so Jennifer, perhaps you could provide us your thoughts and comments and a brief introduction as well.
Thank you, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm the CEO of Lancet Tech and the chairman of Lancet Jet. What we do is we do carbon utilization. We do it through a biological manner. So we're able to convert carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen into ethanol. We take the ethanol and we convert that to sustainable aviation fuel. We take the ethanol and we convert it to materials. So for example, this is a pair of H&M running pants. The polyester in these pants was made from a steel mill gas. The gas was literally going to go out the flue. It was carbon monoxide. It was going to be carbon dioxide and particulates, and instead it's polyester in running pants. So the ability to convert carbon from a steel mill, a refinery, or a solid like municipal solid waste, that's what we do. In terms of, is there competition? There is so much carbon in the air, there's so much carbon in our oceans, there is no competition. We need all solutions to work together to enable a cleaner future. And our goal is really a circular economy approach. That's what we're focused on, putting carbon in all of the right places. Already it's been mentioned that power can be largely carbon-free, not completely, but largely. But materials will never be carbon-free. I don't believe aviation fuel can be carbon-free. You need the energy density of hydrocarbons. So our goal is to put carbon where it needs to be put and to circularize as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. And to put all these pieces together and to reach climate change mitigation relevant scale gigatons of carbon management requires a supply chain. It requires human capital and capacity that's going to allow us to achieve those goals at scale as well. And so absolutely critical are upstream all the pieces, all the components we need to enable this to grow. And Robert, from your perspective, perhaps you could introduce yourself and where you're from and give your opening thoughts.
Sure. So I'm Bob Wilt. I'm the CEO of the Saudi Arabia mining company, Ma'aden. And I think we have a unique perspective in Ma'aden on this debate because we are in essential industries for humanity, such as fertilizer production. We're a large phosphate fertilizer producer. We produce aluminum, obviously a green metal required for the energy transition. We're in copper mining, gold mining, and we've got investments in nickel as well. So we're across the board on hard-to-abate industries and required industries necessary for the transition. And I can tell you that probably 65 to 70% of our carbon neutrality by 2050 goal is dependent on CCUS. So it's not a debate, do we need it or not? Absolutely. If the world wants aluminum, if it wants phosphate fertilizer from some of the best phosphate reserves in the world, we're going to need to use CCUS to get there. Now, certainly renewables play a major role in that, in powering our mines and plants, and we've got solar stations on the ground currently. But CCUS is, we've got to get there, and we will. I mean, the good news about working in Saudi Arabia is the infrastructure is there. It's just a matter of bolting it on here in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see from my perspective, and again, I'm based in Washington, D.C., just the pace and scale of progress here in this region, in Saudi Arabia and the UAE in specific, as we move forward, right? And we heard some announcements last year in terms of, hubs and clusters here going forward at scale in the next several years. Truly exciting. And again, I appreciate your comments of, yes, we will get there, but that requires all of us to work together. This is a Herculean challenge, and the speed and scale is something that is almost unprecedented, certainly, in the energy sector, moving this quickly, all collectively together in a global scale. And there's much policy that's supporting and driving all forms of climate change mitigation. We've seen that in my country in the Inflation Reduction Act. We've seen tremendous progress here in this region. And so given that all the math says we must get from where we are to gigaton deployment of these technologies, one of the obvious questions is, can we build our capacity fast enough? And perhaps we can turn this into a little bit of a dynamic conversation here. On the one sense is, what's the role of government to drive policy and regulations that can enable this to progress at speed? The role of technology providers in terms of, how do we advance these technologies? And so I don't know who wants to start first. Maybe Jennifer, we can start in the middle of the column and then just sort of go around in terms of, can we build the capacity fast enough? Are you convinced we can get there?
Sure, because I think that with new technologies, it's all about getting to the exponential part of the curve, right? You build the first ones. It's like Tesla builds the really expensive Roadster, right? To get the technology to work. And then the next stage is you deploy a few of them, right? As you deploy, you take the cost down. And so just like solar, 10 years ago, people were complaining that solar would never be significant, and now it's everywhere. So can we build fast enough? Yes. But we need to be committed to deploying, and we need to be committed to deploying quickly. And I think that's really the gap that we have. So my company's been around for 18 years. We have 6 commercially operating plants, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want the next generation of technologies to get 18 years to get to the 6th plant. And so I think there are 2 things that are important to enable going faster. One is we need supportive government regulation that is technology neutral. Whenever you introduce a disruptive new technology, the incumbent legislation actually slows you down because you're not typically included. So that's the first thing we have to do, is get the legislation, the regulations to be right. But the other thing is, I think we need to learn to focus not just on the early stage, but we also need to help scale. So I'm seeing like the IRA, the Innovation Fund in Europe, and other funds helping for the first and second commercial plants. De-risking at commercial scale is a massive capital investment. So I think that's a second thing that has to happen.
Yeah, and you mentioned disruptive technology. Christoph, you and your colleagues have quite a disruptive technology. Do you have thoughts in terms of how do we go forward at pace?
Yes, so I can only double down on what Jennifer said, and you gave a very important example. The short answer is yes, we can scale fast enough if we start today. So giving very concrete examples, we are operating a couple of 1,000 tons of carbon capture today from the air. We'll be starting several 10,000 tons those days, and we'll be landing at roughly 3 million tons of carbon removal capacity by end of this decade, by 2030. That's in 3 hubs, each 1 million tons. Now, to give a comparison and to something to learn from, and that's what you alluded to, Jennifer, is the solar industry. In 2030, our industry will be where solar was in 2000. In 2000, globally, 1 gigawatt of solar has been installed. Roughly $10 billion have been deployed. And I do expect that by 2030, you will see the same numbers in direct air capture. You will see $10 billion roughly being deployed. And going from there, what solar did from 2000 to 2020 was a 1,000-time increase, right? In 2000, we saw roughly 1,000 gigawatts of solar. Today, it's 2,000 something. We're heading, hopefully, to more than 10,000 by end of this decade. And this is the journey we are on. If we're starting today, if we have the right incentives in place from governments, if supply chain develops. So if we're reaching 3 million tons by 2030, and with the learnings of the solar industry, I'm very confident that carbon dioxide removal with direct air capture can go to gigaton removal by 2050.
Yeah, these are clearly, industrial scale challenges that require industrial scale solutions. That require engineering expertise and, the ability to stand up projects at scale. And Olivier, do you have any thoughts from your perspective on this?
Obviously, I think if we were to recognize one thing is the energy industry has the track record of engineering at scale complex projects, delivering and using capital for large-scale project realization. So I don't think it's a matter of capacity is missing. capacities in there in terms of engineering capacity. I would even say in terms of technology, at least for a start. What has been maybe the impediment of progress over the last few years or few months is lack of regulation policies across the world, resilient carbon market that have a carbon pricing mechanism that is understood, that gives incentive, and to some extent project economics. And project economics, yes, comes down to the cost of and the disruptive technology that can lower the cost. Mm-hmm. So scale, you need project to scale, you need flagship project. I'm very pleased to see that I think we could come together with Saudi Aramco, with Linde, with the support of the energy ministry in Saudi, to create one of these flagship projects that will scale, that will let us learn, scale technology, mature technology, and then deploy. But if we don't so resolve and get uniform incentive, having a common ground of incentive, carbon pricing market, and agree on introducing technology that is disruptive across different countries or across different sectors, we will fail to get the scale. We will get these hubs, a handful of hubs, we will get this maybe 500 megatons. We will not get the 5 gigatons or the 15 gigatons we need. So we need incentive, and I really can only applaud the initiative that Saudi is taking to step in without a carbon market and to create the incentive, create the consortium to make it happen at scale. So we just need to repeat that and then introduce technology one at a time. There is this technology, but we need the support.
Yeah, no, and again, clearly all forms of climate change mitigation and all of what we need to do have to be driven by climate policy and clearly a role of government, right, to drive that, to provide durable regulations, durable policy that allow investment in all forms of climate change mitigation. And, there is no one-size-fits-all form of that policy driver. It has to be tuned into what makes sense for that region, for that specific, sovereign nation. And we see many, various approaches that are effective and are, picking up momentum in speed and pace around the world. I think the project that you're working on, catalyzed by leadership of the Saudi government is just, a wonderful example of leadership in the region. The hub at Jubail, 9 million ton per annum of capture, utilization and storage by 2027. That's the first phase on the way to 44 million ton per annum 2035. Just a great show of leadership and really setting the pace and example of how fast and how far we can move when all of those pieces come together. Policy drivers, government commitment, industry action, and all of those pieces. And I know, Mohammed, that you and your ministry have, strategically been driving that forward. From your perspective, thoughts of, how do we deliver? How do we expand on that?
Well, we understand that different technologies are in different stages of their life right now, but we believe also in paving a level playing field for all these technologies. We don't play favorites. We don't say one technology is better than the other. We understand what we need to solve for, and it is reducing emissions, regardless of what technology works now and what technology will work in the future. But we understand that one of the technologies is also CCS. We understand that at the beginning of this technology and at this place in time, that there has to be some government intervention in order to support this technology. And we're working towards that. And as we move forward, we believe that scaling will become also more economical. And this is why we have already announced that we are planning to get to 44 megatons of CO2 by 2035. Which is, by the way, almost equivalent to total capacity that is existent today.
Exactly.
So is this technology scalable? Definitely. Can we build capacity fast enough? For sure. And why is that? One, the technology exists. We have tested it. Two, this technology, as opposed to some others, does not require increasing some of the mining capacity for some certain products by 20-folds or 30-folds. It does not require advancing the technology so much to a point that it works. Today we have practices or sectors where we have high concentration of CO2, where the existing technology does work and can capture it and we can move it forward. As we move forward in the future and we need to start capturing CO2 with lower concentrations, we will develop technologies that are also existent today but needs to be improved to reduce the cost of these technologies. And this is what we're working toward as we move forward.
Well, thank you for those thoughts. And a common theme, we need an investable business model to let this scale, and absolutely essential. And we all have a play working together, but absolutely a critical role for governments to lead the way in this case. Bob, from your perspective in providing materials that are going to make all of this happen, do you have thoughts on, can we get up to capacity?
I think it's very interesting. We are so blessed in Saudi Arabia. We've got a very aligned government that is direct and clear in its policy, its incentives, its motivation and desires, and we're all aligned whether we come from the private sector or public sector. We're resource rich, we have the infrastructure, but the rest of the world isn't like that. And you and I both come from a place that's very messy right now, where people don't agree on anything. And so the US is trying the carrot approach with incentives. Europe's tried the stick approach, and neither seem to be working. So in our industry, we're told that the world needs 40% more aluminum by the end of the decade to support the energy transition. But the price of aluminum is down 6% this year. No price signal for more aluminum. The world is saying, and the experts tell us, we need 5 times as much copper being mined globally in the next 10 years to support the energy transition. The price of copper is down 8% this year, and big copper mines are being closed in places like Panama. So while the world is saying we want to transition, we need the materials, we need the metal, nobody's willing to pay for it. Therein lies the rub. And so we have the technology, we can scale it, but somebody's got to pay for it, and nobody seems willing to do that yet.
Yeah, and it all comes back to the business case, right, and the durable landscape in which, large capital-intensive projects can be stood up, which requires, large investment. And so, perhaps that's a great, segue into the other part of the conversation I'd love to have here in terms of, what investments do need to occur, policy-driven to get from where we are today, 50 million ton per annum, to that gigaton scale of both point source capture and carbon dioxide removal, again, that all the climate math says is the appropriate role alongside everything else that we need to find ways to invest in and build and scale. And, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Bob just mentioned, carrots and sticks. You've got tax credits that are politically acceptable. In my fine country, taxes are socially acceptable. In Europe, I think from my perspective, the role of state-owned enterprise in several regions around our world, specifically here, is just a wonderfully efficient mechanism to reach scale quickly at pace. And so we've already talked a little bit about the catalytic roles here in that regard. And so perhaps just a question to the panel in terms of your own views from your perspective. What investments are required from here to gigatons, and your thoughts of sort of what that forward path or curve looks like? And Mohammed, maybe I could turn to you first from a government perspective.
Well, in terms of investments, first we all agree that we need to get to the gigatons scale, and we understand that this is going to be necessary. And I have to explain that the way we see it as we move forward, the global energy mix will still have oil and gas. And in order for us to be able to move forward with that, CCS is going to be important. DAC is also going to be important, which is direct air capture is going to be important. So we need to actually scale on CCS, which is what everyone is doing right now. But I think we also need to scale on carbon use as well. And that's something that we have started working on the West Coast with the collaboration we're working on with SABIC in order to find uses for this CO2. And we believe that once we have these use cases and capture actually creates a value in producing other products, then the technology itself is going to be also commercial. Because then you can use the carbon to produce other materials, and if these materials have their value, then it also will reflect on the whole supply chain. And once this commercial supply chain is built, we believe that this technology is going to pick up and is going to pick up fast. And so what we believe that we need to focus on at this point in time, or the next stage actually, is working on finding utilization cases that are commercial for carbon.
Yeah, wonderful. And Olivia, I know you and your colleagues are in charge of, how do we most efficiently and effectively put all of these pieces together and make this work? Thoughts, please.
I think first, before touching the technology or what could be missing, I think I want to recognize that everywhere where we have success in preparing this and in supporting project is where we find public-private alignment, where we find multi-industry cooperation, so sector coupling, and partnership across the public and private sector. When we find a way to do this, I think first we certainly unlock the capital in a better way, and we also get better and faster access to the licensing for the permitting and the things that could clearly slow down. Now, where the investment should go, we heard it before, assuming that we find the mechanism, the partnership, and the regulation to unlock and to give this permitting. I think obviously there are things that exist today, technology, mature capture technology, and there is maturity into the sequestration. There is enough capacity in the world to host and to sequestrate 1,000 gigaton.
Yes.
So 5 to 15 is not an issue. So there's enough saline aquifer that out there that we can characterize, you can safely and manage. Where I think there are gaps, following up on what we heard before, first is on the hard-to-abate sector, when the concentration of CO2 in the stream is much lower than what we have in what is today the power sector, the gas, for example. Hence, we need technology that deliver better economics for this capture, that then give enough better incentive to deliver this, and that's across the steel, cement, aluminium, and petrochemistry. So we invest and over-investing into this to reduce that. And the same applies to the extreme end, which is the lowest concentration. 400 ppm is the air, is the CO2 that is up there. So this is the lowest concentration ever. So the technology to step change the economics here up to the hard-to-abate sector and to further improve the scale, industrialization of the established mature technology is where we need to invest at scale. And we are doing this, and we are very pleased to be part and working on occasion with also the direct air capture to be the expert on the subsurface.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that. And again, it is a continuum, right, from very mature technologies that have been operating wonderfully well for decades to disruptive technologies, advanced technologies that have further room for improvement because they are, more novel and advanced, yet, can quickly scale as well. And so maybe Christophe and Jennifer, from your perspectives, quickly path forward from here. And I see our time is ticking on the stage.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. Two things in my mind that I think are important. One is collaboration, which everybody's discussed here. But collaboration everywhere with everyone. And then the second thing which relates to that first point is we have to stop being the department of no. We spend all of our time saying what we can't do or what he shouldn't do or what she shouldn't do. Nobody's saying, yes, this is what we should do, this is what we should focus on. We find the negative things with everything rather than the positive things and let them grow. And I think that's quite important. We need everything, and there's no way to do that if all we do is find negative things with everything.
Yeah. So way forward, I mentioned before, 10 billion are required till 2030 to build a megaton platform. The gap as per your previous question, it's too big for venture, but it's not yet infrastructure. So some investors need to lean in who have a strategic interest in moving this topic forward. And now what I'd like to endorse in that perspective is to consider carbon removal as a business opportunity, especially for a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Like, all necessary ingredients are there. There's a lot of renewable energy. There's a lot of potential storage sites. And when doing carbon removal in the country, it can actually be exported, because there are many countries, like, for example, the country I'm living in, Switzerland, has no chance to capture carbon in the country and store CO2 in the country. So there will be massive need going forwards from other places in the world that do require carbon removal on achieving their emission targets. So I do think this can also be a very important export industry in the future to serve the world with carbon removal quantities needed to achieve the net zero targets.
Yeah, no, and I think, echoing on what you just mentioned and, Jennifer's notion here of collaboration is key, right? How do you harness, what you have locally available, and then how does that fit into a global society and a global system that delivers energy and energy services and commodities that are needed for, mankind to thrive, is a really interesting way to look at how do we all work together, what is the appropriate role of carbon management alongside all the other things that we need to do as society, and really, what's the most efficient way to put those pieces together. And so this has been a really fascinating conversation. In the 3 minutes that we have left up here on stage, Bob, maybe you could start us off from your perspective in terms of your lasting comments for the audience. What do you see as sort of the critical next steps or sort of key actions that in lasting words you'd like to leave with us?
Like I said, I think we're so fortunate to be working in Saudi Arabia, so I think we just keep doing what we're doing and continue the collaboration, continue working together to get CCUS up and running in Jubail and then expand it up to Ras Al Khair. There's a plug for Ras Al Khair to be first in the order. But I just think we should not take for granted how fortunate we are in Saudi right now. It's a special place and a special time. The rest of the world isn't like us.
Yeah. Jennifer, your thoughts?
Well, one, I think the most important thought for me is we're way smarter than this problem, so we've got to stop with the despair, right? We can solve this. And then the second thing I would say is to really focus on deploying, and in my mind, to think differently about the deploying. We're not going to build, for example, a bio-derived materials portfolio if we want to do it by building 300,000 barrel a day capacity, right? So we need to imagine that there may be a role for a distributed approach to production. So I just want to think a little differently. I think that would be the most important thing in getting there from here.
Great, thank you. Christoph, your thoughts?
Well, ending with how we started, there's no competition. An important thought, which might be a bit counterintuitive. Sometimes people say, hey, should you use renewable energy to do direct air capture? We could use the energy to power electric vehicles or other things. And the important point I want to convey is that it's also important to think about things we are doing as being catalytic for others. So in contrary, direct air capture can be a catalyst to deploying renewables, right? Like we can use energy when others can't use energy. So it can be a very important component actually to get renewables up, and it can be catalytic also for the transition as a whole.
Mm-hmm. I understand, and again, clearly what the message I'm receiving here is that the technologies are available. It requires business cases that can support investment and get us to scale, and it brings me back to the critical role for governments to provide that driving policy. And Mohammed, from that perspective and being the representative of governments here, your thoughts, just from a sovereign nation and sort of in a global governance sense, the path forward and closing thoughts for the audience.
Well, I believe the governments should put in place all of the enabling factors in order for this project to come forward. Some have done so, some are working on it, but that's what we need right now. The other part is that we need to scale up, because without scaling up, building larger projects, building trunk lines that can actually building hubs like what we are planning to do in the kingdom, and what, for example, is being planned in the US and in Houston, for example. Without these, I don't think we'll be able to reach to that level. But we understand that this needs to also be driven by the governments.
Great, thank you. And we're running out of time here, but any closing thoughts?
Two words. First is balance. I believe that we need to have a balanced approach across and recognize that CCS and CCUS is one of the solutions, and DAC is one of the solutions that the world needs to achieve its ambition. And hence the support, the incentive, the alignment needs to be put in place. The second thing for me is, I think we have seen some of it in the COP28, some of it in the echo of what is happening, is that CCS is still perceived as a smoke screen situation or solution that some part of the energy industry is pushing. Absolutely not. So we need to be much better at communicating the purpose, communicating the technology, de-risking and demonstrating through the first pilot or the first large-scale project. It works, and it decarbonizes the industry, it decarbonizes how to abate sector, and it gives this 0.1, 0.2 degrees C abatement that we need for the world to survive. So I think we need to do a better job of explaining what is CCS and why the world needs this, and it's not an or it's an and solution.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to have to, in the interest of time, wrap it there. Thank you all for your leadership and what you do. Thank you for the conversation today, and thank you all for the participation.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
For them, please. Oh my goodness, do you think we can do like a better round of applause? Yes, that's more enthusiastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that was a really interesting conversation. And I have to say, some of the things that really struck out and stood out for me was this notion of finding a way in which we can capitalize and maximize on resources that effectively are still there. Yes, we need more innovation and thinking differently, but in so many instances, the technology exists. We need to make sure that we have the political will. We need policy that allows us to actually formulate the room and the environment that allows us to capitalize on these resources. And I think that it's all good that we are able to do that in a way that's effective in order to move forward. One thing that I also found really interesting, and I'm going to take a seat now, one thing that I really found interesting was this notion of, in so many instances, we're struggling with the idea of allocating resources in the spaces that are required. One of the speakers gave the example of a mine that exists, and instead of being open in order to extract copper, we're seeing that these spaces are closing. So there's clearly some kind of different thinking that is required in this process. Speaking of different thinking, we're not necessarily going to talk about a new world or something completely different. But one thing that we tend to focus a lot on is the human aspect, the human intervention, what we can do differently, and what technologies we can develop in order for us to have a more sustainable impact on the world in which we live. But there's also the question of how nature is fighting back in the question of sustainability. So, to have this conversation, I'm joined by His Excellency Adel Al-Jubeir, who's the Minister of State and Envoy for Climate. Excellency, thank you so very much for joining me, and good to have you. It's just you and me. I wish you were in the room, but we're sorry we can't have you, but we're really pleased that we can still have the conversation with you. First off, let's just paint a picture a little bit about the human intervention, but also the fact that nature has the capacity to help us mitigate some of this impact that we're having on the environment. The question is, how can we help it to do so, and to do so better?
I believe we can work in terms of carbon capture and sequestration. I believe we can do a lot in terms of how we manage our lives and how we design our cities to reduce commuting time and to reduce pollution. There are many things that we can do in terms of planting trees and in terms of standards that we have and applying technology.
Which space would you say, and I'm just going to take a caution here because we've got a little bit of interference. Let me just check in the room. Can everybody hear him okay, or are you struggling to hear him? Yeah, there's a little bit of interference which is making it a bit difficult. So we're going to try again, Excellency, to see if we can get you on a better connection. It's not your fault, it's just the connection that's not coming across clearly. So my next question for us to try it out is, where do you think there is room and enough room for us to ramp up our intervention in supporting nature in its recovery?
I believe our approach has to be comprehensive, not just in specific areas. There is room for reducing waste. There is room for increasing efficiencies. There is room for planting trees. There is room for combating desertification. There is room for combating plastics. There is room for carbon capture and sequestration. So all across the board, there is room in making transportation more efficient. So I would say the approach that we have used in Saudi Arabia is a whole of government, whole of society approach. We don't believe that you can segment different areas. We have to work, so to speak, on all cylinders.
One aspect that I think oftentimes we don't think about is in terms of soil degradation and improving the way in which we manage soil. So in environments where we sometimes find this challenge, has to do with sustainable farming or small-scale farming, or those farmers who are effectively farming for their living and their livelihood on the land, and the rate at which we're seeing increased degradation of the soil, and of course that leads to soil erosion, etc. How do we need to think differently about that space, and how can we better support using the tools that we have? I know that fertilizer can be not controversial, but a challenging point, because people are saying, well, can't we find better ways to do it? But sometimes fertilizer helps us in order to have more sustainable crop yields. Your thoughts?
I believe that with this area and with other areas, cooperation and sharing of information and sharing of knowledge is critically important. I believe that an honest conversation, a conversation based on trust, goes a very, very long way. I believe that there's a need to provide resources to countries that have a lack of resources, and also providing them with expertise, knowledge, technology, as well as the products that they need to more efficiently plant and more efficiently produce.
When we're talking about how we can better support them in terms of how, crop yields and planting, what is the conversation that needs to be had or is missing, if indeed it is missing? What is the conversation that needs to be had around how we can support what their specific needs are in terms of production? So, in many environments and communities, and we heard in the earlier conversation with Dr. Wilkinson, how there's a certain way of prescribing what the solution is, rather than asking what the solution is that is being sought.
To answer your question, it is really determining what farmers want in specific areas. People have been farming in different areas of the world for centuries, and each area is fairly unique in terms of how it goes about producing food. And I think it's important that we listen. The conversation with regards to the environment and climate change in general has to be a two-way conversation. It cannot be a one-way conversation. It cannot be a lecture. We cannot tell people what they should do. We can try to work with them and find out how we can cooperate in order to achieve what all of us want to do, and which is confronting climate change and ensuring that we have the resources available and the energy available to continue development without adversely impacting on our environment. And this requires a conversation, not a lecture and not a set of requirements. It requires understanding both sides. And so the point you made, I agree with completely. We need to ask people what it is they need, and ask people how it is that they most efficiently plant, and find out ways where we can provide the support they need in order to do so.
We've seen in recent history, particularly in the last sort of a few years, decade and less, increasing impact of climate change on our environments where we live. So increased flooding, increased risks of fire, increased and more severe heat waves, and of course, increased coastal degradation, where we're seeing increased land along coastal borders being impacted by the rising waters. Talk to me a little bit, if you would, about how we can address the question of dealing with the environments where we live. Well, let's start with flooding. I was going to say fires, but I'd like to start with flooding first, and then we can chat a little bit about fires thereafter.
I would be more comfortable talking to you about the general issue and general policies, and I believe the specific areas are really the purview of experts. I believe that if we want to solve the issue, confront climate change, and I'm very optimistic that we as human beings will do it effectively if we put our minds to it. I believe the world is moving towards a more cooperative approach and towards a more rational conversation about what it is that we need to do and when we need to do it, and we're moving towards a more of a conversation rather than a lecture. I believe we have the technology. I believe we have the financial resources. I believe we're developing the political will, and we're developing in order to put in place ambitious policies and ambitious pathways towards achieving the objectives that we all aspire towards. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have launched the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative. We have launched more than 80 programs and committed almost $200 billion, $186 billion to be precise, on those programs thus far. We will continue to see what else we can do. We believe that the political will has to be there in order to achieve our objectives, and we believe that a cooperative approach and an approach based on trust is what will extract the world from the difficulties that we face right now and ensure that we can deal effectively with combating or confronting climate change. If you look at our history in terms of the development of technology, we've come a long way in the last 30 years. One specific example might be the cost of solar energy. It's dropped significantly to where it's become competitive. The same is true for other alternative sources of energy. So I think we're moving in the right direction. We have to continue to move in the right direction, but to make sure that it is done in a just way and in a way that does not negatively impact on the ability of developing countries to develop.
Team, I'm really struggling to hear the Minister. I pretty much didn't hear most of his response in that instance. So I'm going to try to ask him one more question, and hopefully the line will clear up, because if we're not able to, then we can't actually hear His Excellency at all, which is not benefiting our conversation. So Excellency, I'm going to try one more, and hopefully the line will hold out long enough for me to hear your response. And perhaps we may have to move on if we can't hear your response sufficiently well. One of the key things that you mentioned in your previous, at the top of your response, the bit that I did hear, was this notion of thinking about policy and looking at broader support initiatives for how communities and countries can better deal with climate change and more effectively implement adaptation strategies. Can you share with us a little bit about some of the initiatives that you are specifically working on in helping some countries better deal with that process of adaptation?
We are working on 80+ initiatives, as I mentioned. We are looking at, we are working on carbon capture and carbon sequestration. We are working on designating and have been 30% of our land and sea as protected areas. We are working on restoring wildlife. We are working on mangrove and expanding the plantation of mangroves because they are tremendous carbon capture. We are working on redesigning of our cities. We are working on developing, in fact, we're building the largest green hydrogen plant in northern Saudi Arabia, in Neom, as we speak. We are looking at renewable energy and working on renewable energy. We are large investors in solar energy, hydro, and we're looking at every facet of this, and we're working actually on turning waste into energy. So we have many, many initiatives that we are committed to, and we're using a whole of government approach to achieve those objectives.
I wish I could follow up on your comments there, Excellency. I literally only caught the last few words of what you said. So instead of asking you to repeat yourself, I'm going to go ahead, because we're just about out of time in any event, and ask you, one of your roles and your focus is the broader diplomatic effort so that there is more of a collective engagement and a collective movement forward. Can you give us perhaps a high-level view of your diplomatic efforts and attempted intervention at moving the discourse forward from a government perspective in order to support some of those views that you mentioned earlier and making sure that the impact is more directly and specifically felt on the ground?
If I were to simplify it, I would say the key elements are open dialogue and trust. And if we have an open dialogue and we have trust, and we can have a rational conversation about how we solve the problems and how we tackle the challenges that we are facing, we can come up with credible pathways forward. So the key is to engage, the key is to discuss, the key is to listen, the key is to express different opinions, and the key is to see how we can all combine our collective wisdom in order to move forward. This is a situation where all of us will win or all of us will lose, and we cannot afford to lose, and we will not lose, God willing. So it is important that we all work in the same direction, because one country cannot go it alone, and a effective cooperation and effective exchange of ideas and effective discussions devout of emotions based on logic and science is what will lead us to conclusions that will move us forward in a positive way in dealing with the challenge of climate change.
Excellency Al-Jaber, excuse me, now I've got a frog in my throat, so now my microphone sounds like your microphone. Thank you so very much for that conversation. I'm sorry that we weren't able to hear you clearly enough, but I think we got a pretty good gist of what you wanted to share with us. And with that, I'm going to thank you once again. Of course, he is the Minister of State and the Envoy for Climate. And in the room, I'm going to ask you to please give him a round of applause to thank him.
Thank you very much for having me.
And then I'm going to ask you to excuse me while I go and deal with the frog in my throat and, of course, call on stage Etna Trainer for the next conversation, which specifically is going to be looking at governments spearheading various investments that have to be made to ensure that we have a more sustainable future. So please welcome Etna.
So we both go, so come with me. Here. Good morning to you all, and indeed, what an absolute honor for me to be here with His Excellency Khalid Al Fallah, the Minister of Investment for Saudi Arabia. So much going on when we look at what's happening in Saudi Arabia, without a doubt, and great ambition, great focus, a big budget, we hope. But talk to us about building the sustainable future into Saudi Arabia and where investment is really going to drive this.
Well, thank you very much, and it's good to be here. And I want to thank Saudi Green Initiative for holding this very important forum during a momentous period, I think, for the world and for the region. I believe COP28 is going to be an inflection point, and we're going to really, hopefully, the global community is going to be taking off. And I think significantly fossil fuel producing countries, including Saudi Arabia in the lead, and our colleagues here in the Emirates will be showing leadership and playing a critical part. Going back to your question, I think it's always important to put a holistic definition on sustainability, and for most people, sustainability translates immediately to environmental compliance and stewardship, and indeed that is central. But it's not the only one. I think everybody, governments, economic entities like companies, and even individuals need to demonstrate and go to the extra mile on environmental stewardship and responsibility. But then we need to make sure we also are always cognizant of the need for social equity. The world is 8 billion people, not the people who are most vocal about the environment, who happen to be the developed countries. And indeed, they need to be vocal, and they need to continue to demonstrate their contribution. So social equity within countries, within population, within different demographies, but also globally, making sure developing countries, the global south. But I think my key point about sustainability is economic sustainability. And that's where I think investment comes in. We want to make sure that every contribution to arresting climate change and to showing this inflection point and this takeoff phase that I'm confident we're entering is underpinned by a broader economic sustainability for the investors, which are the private sectors primarily.
And again, I mean, you know, because progress won't happen if that's it. And there's no point curing one social ill and then leaving people unemployed with no jobs and no prospects. So it's about making sure that we do this holistically, really. Now, clearly, you know, we want investors involved here. And when we look at this, we need to ensure that there's return on investment, you know, as you said, really drive that economic activity and profitability for investors. So we have to look at these projects, you know, with more of a pragmatic approach as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is where you know, the entire structure of the pyramid has to be coordinated and harmonized. We have global policies, and we're at COP. This is where global policies are being written and architected. Then you've got national policies, which play a very big role in not only signaling, but setting return differentials between those who comply and those who don't. And of course, governments can institute guardrails, penalties, punishments, outright prohibitions on certain activities that are harmful to the environment. But that's not always possible, and in every activity there is a range of activities that investors can enter into, and national as well as international policies I think are very important to differentiate returns on activities that are supportive of the global climate targets to arrest global warming and to be as close to the 1.5 degree targets that has been set in the Paris agreements. And then companies need to believe, I think it's important, and many of them have started believing that there will be returns. They may not be present today, but there will be returns coming. So companies have to believe. I think the financial sector, of course, with increasing allocation by asset managers, by banks, by investors into green funds and sustainable investing and measuring whether the return or cost of capital is indexed to ESG performance of investors. All of this, I think, is leading to smart companies and smart investors to say, even if the pricing today of my products does not show the returns I need, I believe in the trajectory, I believe in the global commitment, I believe into my own national commitment to reduce greenhouse emissions and to lead in this sector, and are starting to put their money where their mouths are, and we're starting to see this. And I would just draw, since we're in the Saudi beautiful Saudi Expo Pavilion and talking about Green Saudi, I would remind everybody on what Saudi Arabia is doing within the global context and our very ambitious commitments that we've made in Paris, which we're exceeding in terms of delivering on them, in terms of setting national policies. You look at what we're doing in Saudi Arabia, Etna, when we've decided to build a large cluster for the automobile industry for the first time.
Yes, and that's very exciting. Yeah,
we've decided to go all electric.
All electric.
So from no electric, no automobile industry to speak of, the kingdom is committing over time tens of billions of dollars of national capital, whether it's coming from the private sector, from the consumers who will be buying these vehicles, or from incentives and infrastructure that the government is doing, all to electrification. And of course, that's going to pull with it a huge amount of investment in EV batteries, in grid and infrastructure. And it's also signaling to other industries within Saudi Arabia that the future is about responsible climate action in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, his Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative, and I'm confident that our private sector. You look at another example is our, I'm sure prior speakers have mentioned it, You look at our green hydrogen initiatives.
We're going to talk a little bit more about that. I'm looking forward to. I have that later on my panel, but please, you go ahead. They'll be very excited to hear your views.
You know, I remember you know, my prior life was spent in the oil and gas industry, and I remember how long it took and how hesitant producers were to invest in LNG because they wanted to make sure that there are off-takers on the consumption side committing to a 20, 30-year offtake with bankable commitments on the consumers before they would go ahead and build the production facilities for LNG and the transport infrastructure. Saudi Arabia is not insisting on this, and His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz has been very vocal about this, that we're not going to wait to de-risk it 100% and for the consumers to put their money up front before we as producers start making that transition. So we're building you know, the world's largest and most ambitious and cleanest green hydrogen project in NEOM with a partnership from our leading renewable company, Aqua Power, with NEOM, our all-green
it's a great combination.
You know, city and region of the future, and bringing the global industry in a great company called Air Products with us. And finally, I think consumers and consuming nations are taking note of this and starting to buy the production, although we have been able to finance it and close it on our own.
And again, I think on that one, particularly, and I'm so looking forward to the panel this afternoon, the fact that Saudi has been the lead in this will be wonderful for, you know, the rest of the world. And in no time, again, it's about the next project will probably be cheaper and it'll bring the costs down and it'll lead the way. So that's really important. Now, just come back to, you know, the role of government, as you talked about, what Saudi has put in place, what it's really initiated, what it's driven. You know, when we look wider, I suppose, what do governments need to do to make sure that the private sector gets excited about projects just like they do in Saudi, and make sure that they're really there to move it forward?
Well, I think governments have multiple roles. One of them, obviously, is national policies, and I refer to this putting guardrails. So Saudi Arabia has made it clear, there have been some advocates, believe it or not, that the lowest cost of electricity should either be coal or liquid fuels. We unfortunately fell in the trap of producing electricity from liquid fuels, but the government, through the fuel mix strategy that His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz is leading, is transitioning very quickly.
Exactly.
So that's,
at the time that worked.
That's a policy with clear guardrails. We're going to go to clean electricity production, 50% renewables, 50% gas, with the highest efficiency gas generation, with a very efficient grid, a robust electrification strategy in the kingdom. We have set very, very stringent policies on the production side. I mean, the Ministry of Energy, again, is keeping Aramco on its trajectory of being the world's lowest flaring company, the lowest emitting company, no methane
and the cleanest
emissions.
barrel. I know you like to talk about that.
The cleanest barrel, not just the lowest cost barrel. So we allow our chasing of the lowest cost to be constrained by combining it and having this balanced scorecard of what does success for our upstream look like. It's not just lowest cost. It's not just lowest, highest safety records and no injury in our production, but no flaring, lowest carbon, and as low as possible in our methane. So we're way ahead of the world in doing this. And anybody who needs to consume our barrels, and there will be billions of people consuming our barrels for decades to come. This is reality. By choosing Saudi production, they're getting the lowest Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and then it's up to them to lower their Scope 3 as consumers of the barrel. But the government provides infrastructure. When you talk about infrastructure, Aitana, it's not just the physical infrastructure. It's not the grid. It's not the best, and most efficient transport, ports and airports, and connectivity, but it's also the digital infrastructure. I mean, the world is digitalizing at a speed never seen before, and it will continue to accelerate exponentially in digitalization. So the Saudi government is a top 3 on every metric that allows industries and consumers to be as efficient and least emitting as possible. And again, another element of the infrastructure is regulation, and I talked about that a couple of times.
I just came from the Industry Internet of Things conference, and you could see the first one that they did there. And I think this concept of smart factories, the hundreds that are being built, and a huge move towards that. So when we look at sustainability, and I think I know the answer to this, would you look at this kind of from a risk prospect or more from an opportunity, and particularly when this comes from Saudi to the world, I suppose?
I think in Saudi Arabia, we're seeing it more as an opportunity. The kingdom, even before this global convergence and Paris commitment, we've always seen our hydrocarbon resources as a precious gift from God that we need to preserve for generations. So whether we consume it in the next 2 generations or stays for 10 generations, it's going to continue to be consumed. And we believe that its value deferred is higher than its value today. So this idea that by constraining, nobody is going to eliminate. We're under no illusion that fossil fuels will be switched off. Constraining it and allowing us to preserve our hydrocarbons for the future, I think, is a gift for us. Allowing us and having the policies in place like CBAM and others that gives a premium on low carbon products is another gift to us, because it allows us to harness the other gift from God. The kingdom has great endowments.
Yes.
One of them, of course, the most talked about, is our hydrocarbon endowment. The next is our location, solar, wind, renewables converging together, being able to produce green hydrogen, blue hydrogen at a fraction of what would it cost at high consumption rates. The third endowment is our young, great people who are the most innovative, the most productive, the most loyal, the most patriotic people. And a fourth endowment is our private sector. Some of them are here with us today, and they are eager. They want to be the leaders. SABIC, if you went to Davos 10 years ago when nobody was talking about the carbon circular economy, they had their ice house high, and they were setting global agenda in the chemical industry.
And not too many people were talking about Saudi Arabia either.
And people,
now it's number
always,
one.
People try to paint us as the poster child of reason for emissions, not coal, not other industries even outside the energy. But like I said, we've been seeing it as our destiny to be the global leader in energy of all types. And I'm happy that we have a great team in the Ministry of Energy. We have a great team in Saudi Green Initiative that has been imagined and envisioned by our great leader, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And I'm glad that our private sector is not waiting for penalties and punishments. They are setting the stage domestically in the kingdom and globally. Our largest investment globally today is not by our old employer, Aramco.
Yeah.
It's not by SABIC. It's not by Ma'aden. It's by Aquapower. Wow. When I travel the world, I just came from Uzbekistan. $20 billion of investment in a small country called Uzbekistan. 80% of it is by Aquapower and its affiliates in green energy. Wind, solar, grid, smart grid, and hydrogen. So
how great, yeah. I mean, the times are changing, and Saudi Arabia leading the charge. Well done. I really want to thank you for taking the time. There's so much on the investment agenda in Saudi. Every time I go there, it's very exciting to see what's going on. So good luck to you in the ministry, and of course to all of our dear colleagues in the private sector as well. Thank you, Mr. Al-Fala, again. Always a delight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand back to Tumi now. Thank you so much. And again, it was great to hear from His Excellency. She's with us here. You're with this group, Bill. You need to be on this side, I think. Can we have the panel? No, both of you together. Yeah. All together, apart.
Hello, everyone.
Bit of a height. You have the right shoes on. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is embracing innovation, harnessing renewable energy and smart technology for a greener living. As a vision for the future, they reflect Saudi Arabia's commitment to sustainability. To talk more on that, please welcome to the stage with me Her Highness Princess Haifa bint Mohammed, the Vice Minister of Tourism, William McDonough, Chief Executive of McDonough Innovation, Nadmin Nasser, CEO of NEOM, and Engineer Mohammed Tayyar, Program Director of the Oil Sustainability Program. Slight glitch with the mic, but I think we can recover. So, sustainable cities. It's a very interesting topic and one that's been on the news for a very long time. Your Highness, I'd like to start with you. Given that we just recently heard the news, the very exciting news of Riyadh hosting Expo 2030. It's something that's been in the works for quite some time. I'd like to ask you the first question: how can the tourism industry be integrated into sustainable urban plans to promote eco-friendly practices and reduce carbon emissions in popular tourist destinations across Saudi Arabia?
First of all, I would like to say hello and good afternoon to everyone, and re-congratulate everyone in the room on Saudi Arabia, Riyadh hosting Expo 2030. Big. It's a very exciting time for us in Saudi Arabia, and to continue on what was done here in the UAE and in Dubai. When we talk about sustainability, climate change, and specifically within our sector, travel and tourism, it's a very exciting sector. And what's happening now is that we're seeing numbers boom of international arrivals. So we're talking about just between the year 2000 and 2019, international arrivals grew from around 680 million international arrivals to 1.5 billion. And that number is only going to increase to 1.8 billion by 2030. And while that's great for me and my KPIs and Riyadh Expo, but at the same time, we need to understand that that also means that we're just going to have more greenhouse gas emission, and we're just going to have more CO2 emission. And we just need to be very mindful and careful in what we do. And we're talking about today, the travel and tourism sector represents between 8 and 11% of greenhouse gas emission. And what that means is around 3.9 to 5.4 billion tons of CO2 emission. And that's just to paint a picture of what that looks like today in a language that we can all understand as travelers, as tourists, as people. That means in 2022, we witnessed the hottest summer ever recorded, ever. That means that ski resorts are today suffering from not enough snow. That means that we have wildfires that are just increasing year on year. This is real. We're seeing this today. And that 8 to 11% is only going to increase to 20% by 2030 if we do nothing about this. So we have an obligation as humans, as people, as travelers, as tourists. I have children. I would like them to travel and see snow in ski resorts in 2030. I would like them to not have to cancel reservations or see damages of wildfire. And that means we need to act today. And in Saudi, we have started to act today. So you spoke about Expo and Saudi hosting Expo. What that means is we are going to put a $92 billion investment in Expo to make Riyadh one of the most sustainable cities by 2030. Those are the types of commitments that we need to start proactively doing. And it starts from our role as individuals all the way to the roles of the communities, to the roles of government and the roles of private sector alike.
Thank you, Your Highness. Well, I think both our kids can, or our children can head to NEOM's Trojano. So, Mr. Nadmi, NEOM, the kingdom's flagship project, is being built literally from the ground up as a smart city, and sustainability is at its core. How can NEOM redefine how cities are built, considering it will tackle the effects of climate change?
Thank you, and I echo Her Highness about the winning of the Expo for the kingdom. It was a great honor, and I think we are all proud as Saudis, and we are looking forward to be part of that, all of us. Well, the question you raised is that's what NEOM is all about, actually. I mean, we studied the last many years since NEOM started its journey. Where are we worldwide on what's happening to cities? And how did they change over the last few decades miserably from what they used to look to what they are today? And that was accordingly a bit of the vision of NEOM. That's what brought the vision of NEOM. And that is, how can we avoid what happened to these cities? We have the advantage, and that is also a big responsibility, that we are starting from zero. We have no legacy. We have nothing to undo. And that's a blessing, but that's a big responsibility. And with the vision of NEOM on defining the operation, the vision of the cities we are going to be built, we are to put that in mind. We're learning, not we as NEOM, but the world is learning from the cities over the many years gone. I mean, you go to New York, you go to big cities like New York, and you look at 100 years ago and you say, what happened to this city? At one time it was the jewel of the cities. So we immediately said, look, first we want NEOM Nature Reserve to govern how NEOM will be done. Immediately we decided to make 95% of this whole region untouched, nature reserve. That left us only 5% of the whole area to build NEOM, and to build it to house 9 to 10 million people in it. So how would we do that in a 5%? And our next step was, how can we redesign how cities and how future of the cities to come are planned, where they can have the population you need, yet you can live in healthy environment, in sporty lifestyle. And this is how we came up with the line. And you all have heard of the line and what the line is. So this is how we are addressing the threat that is really being very threat to the whole world. We're taking advantage of being a starting, and hopefully we can be the example not only for the current, but for the future cities. And so that's where NEOM vision is all about. We're focused on that because we want to be a great experience that the world will start with.
And how do you believe that will be achieved, sir?
Well, number one is we said we need to build this city or this NEOM by having it all energized by renewable energy. Renewable energy is the base of livability in NEOM. And to do so, that's what we are designing and that's what we are building. Renewable energy. When we introduced the line, we said no cars, which means you walk, you enjoy the environment. When we presented that in the beginning 2 years ago, everybody says, how can you put 9-10 million people to live in a place without cars? And what we are doing, we are using science and technology to build the future city of the world. Is it doable? Yes. You can use this technology. You can design it, which introduced another era of it in NEOM, which is redesign the urbanism of the cities in the future. The way we have been urbanizing cities was maybe good, fit for the time, but going forward, the world cannot afford to design cities the way they were designed over the last many hundreds of years. So we came up with the line. The line is basically 170 kilometers long, 200 meters wide, and 400 to 500 meters high. So we brought technology. We made technology serving this design. It's basically, to give you an example, if we are to compare a city like London, London population is, let's say, 9 million people today. The area for London is 1,700 kilometers square. The line in NEOM will also accommodate or design 9 million people, except the area we are going to build is only 30 square kilometers. We are basically underusing the land, underusing planet Earth, because if we don't do that as countries and as cities, many years to come, I think the generation at the time will look back and say, what have these guys done? We are basically abusing the use of land. So this is what we are doing. We're injecting renewable energy. We are making livability different. Livability is all about walking. You don't use a car. You don't go nowhere other than you have a reach to everything you need as a citizen of the line. So we are redesigning the urbanism, and we are injecting a revolution in urban planning and in architect design.
Mr. Mohammed, I feel like you have something to add to Mr. Nazmi and also William. So,
if you allow me, thank you again. It's really exciting and privileged to be here. Every time I hear Mr. Engineer Nazmi speak about NEOM and how it's going to revolutionize the way of living, I also get inspired myself, because I think it's going to help us also revolutionize the way we build cities in the future. And one example that I think is very critical for us to look at, and I know we're here during the COP28 discussions, and everybody's talking about this new ambition into transitioning the energy sector. And I think it's really important to also realize that there's another transition that will be required as well, and that's a material transition. And we firmly believe that the Kingdom, being a leading country in terms of innovating how cities of the future will be realized, we think, given our capabilities, innovation, existing stakeholders, we'll be able to also drive the material transition going forward. I'd like to give a few examples, maybe, and if allow me to get a little bit technical. But if we just look at a simple example of where NEOM is located, the northwestern region of the Kingdom, and if we think about how much construction activity is going to happen in NEOM, there is an opportunity for us. There is an opportunity for us to introduce new advanced sustainable materials into the NEOM infrastructure projects that are happening. A lot of these materials are polymer-based, composite-based, and a mix of what's in between. One example, for instance, is what we're focusing on is something that's called glass fiber reinforced polymer. And this is a substitute for conventional rebar applications that are used in different applications within the construction sector. The beauty of GFRP, or glass fiber reinforced polymer, is that it can be completely localized within the kingdom. So there is a carbon reduction footprint from importing some of these materials that we don't mass produce in the kingdom. There is an opportunity for us to reduce that carbon footprint in the logistics side. We're producing materials that will be used in durable applications. So these are applications that will end up in big infrastructure type of projects. So it's not the single-use approach. These are utilizing these polymers or these materials where they make more sense. If you think about the location, if you're by a coastal area, there's a risk of corrosion. These materials never corrode. They're cheaper to manufacture. Everything is made in the kingdom, so there's a big localization advantage, reduction of carbon footprint because you're not bringing in. I see Bill is getting excited as well because this is kind of his world as well. But that's really what we believe as a kingdom we should be transitioning into. If we're going to be positioning the kingdom as a leader in giga projects that will revolutionize the way urban living is going to happen, I think we can go one level deeper and revolutionize how these cities will be constructed and manufactured to be more livable and more sustainable. Maybe I'll hand it over to Bill now.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And I also want to bring up something, thanks to Nadmi, because I've been working with KAUST, and Nadmi is in that story too, so thank you. But it's been a real privilege to work in the kingdom on projects based on this notion that all sustainability, like politics, is local. And when I first came to the kingdom is to work on the Red Sea project, because I really just fell in love with the coral reef. That's what happened. And thought, how can this be maintained and enhanced? And it's one of the most astonishing tourism projects in the world. And we've increased the mangroves, we've protected the dugong, the turtles, the coral. It's a really exquisite project. And so I think when you start with that, we say, okay, these are natural systems. And I wrote a book called Cradle to Cradle that sees the world as biological nutrition and technical nutrition. So what we just heard about is an example of technical nutrition. But when we look at the Red Sea, that is biology, that is the natural world. So when we prepared the circular carbon economy for His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman for the G20, we were able to look at the idea of the circular carbon economy. And when we look at that, we can see there's a regenerative biosphere and a circular technosphere. And so the Red Sea, for example, is the regenerative biosphere. And it's been astonishing to develop the concept, as they have, that we call regenerative tourism. So can you imagine going somewhere and it gets better because you came at every step of the way? That's regenerative tourism. That's follow the laws of nature. And as an architect, I have to follow the law of gravity. It's not just a good idea, it's a law, as we know. Right? So the idea of regenerative activity, but then also technical circularity, is happening here in the kingdom, or in the kingdom. And it's really quite astonishing. And it relates back to what Nadi was talking about. These opportunities to dream about the future is critical for us at this point in history, because design is the first signal of human intention. And when you look at what is being evidenced in the kingdom right now, it's intentions for a much different future. That's an improvement. The world gets better because we're here, not worse. We're not losing things, we're making things.
Well, I do have a question, Mohammed. How can we incentivize the utilization of these alternative materials to make the industry a little bit more sustainable?
Great question. Well, I think we always look at things from an ecosystem perspective. So you need the projects, you need the contracting capability to be built out in the ecosystem. You need the materials to be available. So one question would be, you don't want to be oversupplied when there is that demand, or have more demand than the supply available for these materials. You want to get into that pinch point. But one thing that that we've been working on within our activities is actually creating the standards and technical regulations that are needed to increase the volume of adoption of some of these materials. So if you work on standardizing some of these applications and working with, for example, in the Kingdom, we're working with the Saudi Building Code to make sure that these are readily available for all spectrums of consumers and the contractors, and the same would be for any entity that's manufacturing or building anything within the Kingdom. If you create the right ecosystem of standards, technical regulations that addresses the menu of options that you have, then you work on the project. So the projects have to have that appetite as well to test and work on these materials that probably they haven't worked on before. We've seen cases of that. And also try to create the industry to support the manufacture of some of these new materials. And it's really interesting. So if you think about, for example, I don't want to get in trouble with this, but let's call it conventional materials. I'm not going to name the materials. But some of these materials, we in the Kingdom don't have a strength in. For example, you have to import a lot of these materials to serve your construction sector. As opposed to what we're trying to do is create these new applications that serve the same purpose of the conventional materials and can be utilized in a more sustainable manner. Plus, you're creating some economic benefit to the Kingdom. So there's a GDP impact, there's an innovation aspect as well. I mean, this is really important. If NEOM, for example, becomes an adopter of some of these new materials, I think the rest will follow, because NEOM has always been a leader in this revolution. I think we've seen, at least in the Kingdom, there's a lot of interest and a lot of appetite in creating that. The country key stakeholders have also acknowledged that there's an opportunity for pushing and driving these materials into these new projects that are on the horizon.
With that in mind, William, I'd like to ask you, what innovations have you seen so far that's promising in the field, and something that would make sure that we reduce the carbon footprints in cities?
The one I'm most excited about today, and there are new ones every day, it's the nature of the beast when you're a designer, but it was actually in the Sunday Times yesterday in London, and the article about COP. And we have found at KAUST a way to treat sand so that it's perfect for very powerful, strong concrete. But the part that's magical is it's sand dune sand, which has never been used for concrete, because it's tiny polished beads of glass, basically, and it won't hold cement. So we've never been able to use our sand dunes for concrete. Imagine. And so what we have to do is use beaches and riverbeds where the sand is sharp. Now we can use dune sand for the first time in history to make immensely strong concrete here at the same price as normal concrete without importing sand. And there's a global crisis in sand. I don't know if you know that. It's the second largest smuggled good in the world.
Wow.
Sand. Who knew that was coming? Right? It's number 2 after water. So it's amazing. So when we look at projects like NEOM or the Red Sea, or what we're looking at in Riyadh now, the idea that we could use the local sand, which we've never been able to use, but in doing so, we find a way to treat the sand using native materials to get this incredible performance. But it's a gift to the world, because it means everyone around the world who has sand and aggregates that aren't perfect for concrete can use this to make their sand good too. So it's amazing by having to stop, think, and then take advantage of local materials, local industry. It's a very exciting thing. So that's just one example, and there are many examples like that.
That's quite impressive. Who would have thought sand? And we have an abundance right here in our backyard. Mohammed, I'd like to go back to the point where Mr. William, when mentioning cost effectiveness, and how do we ensure that the circularity approach is applied in the building and construction sector? And the industry itself is very important to achieve sustainable cities.
That's a great question. One thing that's really important to emphasize, as Bill highlighted earlier, when the circular carbon economy framework was launched and adopted by the G20 countries, that's really the guiding point that we've all, at least in the energy ecosystem, have been working towards. So if you focus on the 4 Rs, reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove, you can really achieve a lot of your mitigation and abatement activities. And circularity is part of that. So what we're trying to advocate for is when you're using some of these polymer-based materials, we're actually envisioning that at the end of the life of a building or whatever facility it is, and you demolish it, what can you do with a material that can be recyclable? And I think there is a new appetite now for exploring that angle. You know, the idea is that when you remove the carbon from the environment in terms of avoiding it from being combusted, the old way of utilizing hydrocarbons, you know, that we're probably all aware of, is combustion focused. But now the idea is shifting to durable applications. We want to remove it from the consumer, and we want to put it in applications that individuals will only know that it's there from its you know, massive size, etc. And the beauty is this can be adopted to roads. For example, we're seeing new technologies where there's a completely recyclable plastic road that's being introduced, and this is from you know, already produced plastic. So the idea is this can be an avenue where whatever you're producing is reintroduced into a different and new product. One thing maybe I can also shed light on, another example, is, you know, if you're focusing on modular construction and you're introducing some of these materials in modularity, these are more confined structures that can be easily you know, demolished, reused, removed, repurposed, etc. And we think there's a big opportunity in circularity aspect. And one final thing, I know Bill highlighted the sand angle, and I think that's very important because we also believe there is a water challenge. If you think about how much water is used in concrete and cement, fresh water, versus other applications, there's a tremendous advantage for considering the advanced materials that we've been looking at. And I think the individual consumer does not look at it holistically, unfortunately. There's this challenge, it's this emotional reaction when, you know, there's a conventional approach that's being looked at. But what we think is you need to look at it holistically. Look at the weight of the material when you move it from point A to point B. If it's heavier, you're consuming more fuel, you're emitting more, versus a lighter material that will consume less fuel, will emit more, less, etc. So these factors, once you combine them all together, will showcase the sustainability advantage that we're really advocating for.
Bill, how fast are we moving?
Never fast enough. And I think what we heard earlier too, we're all going to have to do it together all the time and go very fast. And I remember when John Kennedy in the United States said we're going, the way he said it was interesting. He said it twice in a row. He said, we choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
Yeah.
He said, we will do it in the next decade, and we will take a human to the moon and return that human safely. That was it. 1962. We landed on the moon in 1969. It was done in 6 years and 7 months. And I did NASA's space station on Earth. I designed that for NASA. So I got to know them well. The average age of the engineer putting Neil Armstrong on the moon was 28, which means when Kennedy said we're going to the moon, they were in college. And their question was, why is it going to take so long? Well, that's the problem we have here. I think that's why we're giving the young people, and certainly in Saudi Arabia, the challenge. Look at these things. Look at NEOM. Look at the Red Sea. Look at what's about to happen in Riyadh. And now you have the World's Fair. You get to show off. Get the young people going. Get them going, because they're going to take over this. It's going to be very exciting.
They took over.
They took over. Yeah. They do. That's right. It's a fabulous thing. You've got to, this is just amazing, because we've got the combination of young people all excited about being in the sciences and so on. I see it at KAUST every day. And then we see the opportunities they have in front of them because of what you are doing to give them those opportunities. And what Mohammed said was absolutely correct. You know, this concrete we're looking at is an additive to existing concrete. So it's not a new industry. It's like take the existing businesses and say, you can add this, and the performance, you ready? Performance. If you don't have to ship aggregate from Australia or whatever, think about that. It cuts the emissions by 60 to 80% because you're using your own sand and not shipping it around. It's amazing. So what we'll export is the intelligence. That's what we need to do today. And when the Greeks created the Olympics, it was so they could all compete, because the Roman word competare, compete. Compete meant walk together. It didn't mean kill the other. It meant let's walk competare, pedestrians. We are going to be pedestrians in neon. We don't need a car. Okay, wow. So here we are. And I think the young people will see this. It's competitive, but like the Olympics, you know, we get to throw things long distances, run around in circles, get fit. You know, we don't kill anybody. We all thrive together. It's a beautiful story.
Let's keep NEOM in the spotlight. Mr. Nadmi, I'd like to ask you, why is NEOM so important in tackling, to global action on climate change? Why is it so important that we keep talking about it? And why is it, let's say, a symbol?
Well, first, as you all know, where the NEOM name come from. NEOM means the new future. That's basically the name of this endeavor. And this is how we think. This is how we think every day we are in business. What is the future for this? What's the future of water, for energy, for everything? And we are basically, we mean NEOM, but bigger scale is Saudi Arabia. His Royal Highness, actually, our chairman, who basically believes that NEOM is to be seen by the world as living lab. And we are proud that we are taking that role, and we work that with the world. And if you happen to be physically in NEOM today, in addition to seeing construction big time, you will see when you get into our places, we're testing what the future is going to bring to us, as far as livability, as far as the future in everything we do, in every technology. We dare to test, we dare to try and fail, no problem. So we see NEOM, not because we are from NEOM, we see NEOM as a way of working with the rest of the world to really work hard on how can we be ready for the future in every aspect of life, including tourism, including water, energy, food, everything. And I wish you guys are in our meeting conference rooms and you would hear people debating. You will think these are a bunch of crazy people. And actually, this is the type of people we have in NEOM. We encourage them to be crazy. We encourage them to go beyond. Because if we are putting ourselves as a living lab for the world, then we need to dare and challenge ourselves. So that's why NEOM is so critical, not to Saudi Arabia only. We present NEOM to be critical to the world. And that's, we've gone around the world. We've been every city, every great city in the world. and tell them that what NEOM mission is the world, not just Saudi Arabia. So that's why we feel the responsibility. And by the way, before I conclude my statement, we have 100 nationalities in NEOM. Basically, we have the world in NEOM. And I see many of them here. They are scientists, they are engineers, they are here because they are passionate about the vision of NEOM. It's not just a job, it's a responsibility for everyone in NEOM. We wake up with that in our mind, and we love it. If anybody tells you working in NEOM is just a job, then I don't think they should be there. It's a hell of a big load on all of us. It's exhausting like hell. We go through it every day but what happens? We are so happy that we are part of that team. That's the team that you mentioned about sending a man to the moon. It is the same mentality. And if we are insisting on that, we are enjoying it, and we feel the pain, but we love it.
I missed this part of Kennedy's statement.
Yeah.
You remind me. He said, we are not doing this because it's easy.
Yeah.
We are doing this because it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as we are running a little bit out of time, I'd like to ask everyone to pitch in with this last question. So what are the most critical steps that cities need to take today, now, to prepare for sustainability challenges in the next decade? Your Highness.
I believe you need 5 core elements. The first, I would start with sustainable urban development. It starts with design. Yeah. If it's not implemented from design, then you miss it later on, and it becomes very tricky in how you re-embed it as part of the program. So it starts with design. And whilst, yes, you have options of where it's easier to start, as Engineer Nadmi said, in a city that they're building from scratch, but it's also doable in existing cities. When I mentioned, for example, Riyadh investing 92 billion to become one of the most sustainable cities, one of those ways is to have more green spaces, and it's the King Salman Park initiative that we're going to develop in the middle of the city to enhance and create that. So definitely within the urban design from the very beginning. The second being, you need to preserve cultural heritage. We need to be very careful. Today, yes, many sites are being added as UNESCO World Heritage sites and others, but there are smaller sites that need to also be preserved, and understanding what that preservation means and looks like from generation to generation is critical. Today, the world is suffering from over-tourism. $1 trillion is spent annually is the cost of over-tourism. So definitely preserving these heritage sites is critical. The third for me is community inclusion. Community needs to be, local communities need to be at the heart of everything that you're doing, from the design to the implementation to the awareness. And you have NGOs like the King Khalid Foundation, who's doing amazing when it comes to building awareness and getting people involved with government projects and initiatives from the beginning. The fourth, I would say, is upskilling and training of people. You need to train your people. You invest in your people, and people are what are going to drive. To your point, they're going to come and say, what did they do before us? So we need to teach them what needs to be done and train them to be ready for that. And finally, I would say is, as regulators, we need to work on incentivizing and putting the right regulations and policies in place. While we came and we wanted to do this at the beginning, and we realized that there's no clear baseline for sustainability in tourism. And with the help of Her Excellency Gloria, we launched the Sustainable Tourism Global Center to create that sort of global benchmark of what needs to be done. And we were surprised by the things that we found. And to the point on young Saudis being very passionate and are ready to run and are not going to wait for anyone. We have Princess Sarah, who works with us at the Ministry of Tourism, who took this project, worked with Her Excellency, and ran and said, I'm not going to wait to have all of those global standards. Let's see and launch the National Tourism Sustainability Program in Saudi Arabia. And you know where we're going to start? She said, we're going to start with ourselves. We're going to start with the Ministry of Tourism. What is our role? And what are we going to do? Because if we don't walk the talk, then nobody's going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, with that, I think if anyone else has anything to add, we could close the panel and welcome our next panel. And we encourage everyone, of course, to stay and listen in to the rest of the day. Thank you again, Your Highness. Thank you, everyone.
Sustainable cities. We got to hear there the lowdown on what needs to happen in the future, and of course highlighting the importance of the circularity and the sustainability in the construction business. That of course is so important for these sustainable cities, because actually what we choose today builds the very foundations of what we will get in the future. Well, I've got some statistics for you now. We've been up on land. Now we're going to go deep down into the ocean. And many of you know, but just to remind you of the importance of the ocean, 2/3 of the planet is the ocean, and 95% of the Earth's volume is indeed the ocean. And it's one of the most important carbon sinks. So that's what we're going to be focusing in this session. We're going to split it into two for you, and we're looking at addressing the triple crisis, the UN High Seas Treaty, and also the rescuing of biodiversity. We have two incredibly distinguished guests to share their thoughts with you today. The first one, who will be coming along in about 10 minutes, is Mr. Ray Dalio. A lot of you know him from the economic front, his view on the economy and the macro picture. He's the founder and CIO of Mentor and board member at Bridgewater Associates. But today he's going to be talking about Ocean X, which is an amazing trip that he's been on for over 10 years to study the ocean, and we'll be getting behind the scenes on that. But before we do that, we are going to speak to somebody who certainly knows a lot about the deep ocean, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Lisa Levine. She is the Distinguished Professor Emerita of Scripps Institution of Oceanography in UC San Diego. Please come to the stage, Dr. Levine. A big round of applause. So, many of us have not been in your position. You have an absolutely distinguished career in the deep sea. So for people sat in the audience that maybe have only got just beyond the shoreline, what actually is the deep sea, and what are you seeing there at the moment that we really, really need to be taking heed of?
Okay, for us biologists, the deep sea, below 200 meters. This means it's most of the ocean, actually 95% of the habitable zone on this planet. And it's an amazing, highly diverse place. We tend to talk about it as one thing, but it is, in fact, as diverse as the ecosystems on land. When you go down into the water, you might see descending little dots of light that look like stars, but are in fact animals communicating. When you see a big animal, it's red because it's invisible when it's red in the deep sea. When you get to the bottom, there are a myriad of ecosystems. There are canyons and seamounts, which are underwater volcanoes, and valleys and vast plains. Just like on land, we have so many different ecosystems. We have just as many in the deep sea. And each one of these has its very high species diversity. It has animal life that has adapted to super extreme conditions of low temperature, or in some cases really high temperature, of strange chemicals like hydrogen sulfide, of very high pressure. So there's a lot of evolutionary novelty down there, some of which we might ultimately be able to benefit from in the form of medicines, of pharmaceuticals. But it's very diverse. Some of it's giant. There are giant tube worms that are a meter long and that live off bacteria that fix carbon to feed them. There are itsy-bitsy organisms the size of a grain of sand, and in fact, much of that diversity is really small. So it's an amazing frontier, most of which remains undescribed.
Yeah, I just wanted to get an idea and put a number on that, roughly, of how much we've mapped and how much we just have no idea about.
Most of it is the latter. We have mapped the bathymetry, the shape of the seafloor, for about 25% of the ocean due to a new program, Seabed 2030. But in terms of the animal life, the ecology of this deep sea, we probably have seen less than 5% after 150 or more years of exploration. So there is a lot of exploration left to do.
Yeah, and a lot of excitement, really, because as you said, we don't know that. And I know I'm going to talk to Ray in a moment, and we're like, well, we're exploring space, but there's still so much under the ocean that, as you said, can provide the solution for many things, from healthcare all the way through to the basis of humanity. And it's that connection as well. I'd like to just get on to the treaty, because we're talking a lot about protecting the ocean. Until the treaty, only about 1% of the high seas were actually protected. Are you optimistic about the impact of this treaty? I know that it has to tiptoe amongst a number of other treaties as well, but what are your hopes for this?
I think it can be a very powerful treaty if nations get behind it and use it to its full capacity. And it offers the opportunity to create vast protected areas in that 60% of the ocean that's beyond national jurisdiction. It offers the opportunity to have environmental impact assessment for any activities that might go on there. And in terms of climate, we can build climate into our marine protected areas and into those impact assessments. It creates the marine resources as the common heritage of mankind, and it gives benefit sharing to all the nations of the world for those resources, genetic resources there. And it also has a very large component of capacity development and technology transfer. And this is going to mean that the deep sea and the high seas will belong to all the countries, and all countries of the world hopefully will eventually have the ability to understand and help manage this global commons.
Yeah, and exactly, because you can't separate the ocean, right? It doesn't neatly fit behind a wall. So that interconnectedness. We talked about the challenges because, as we said, there's huge treaties, they're separate. There needs to be a lot of cooperation and collaboration across those. But what are some of the positive changes you've seen? You've been diving under the sea for near on 40 years now, even though you look like a young lady. You've been diving under there for 40 years. Obviously, some stuff you might be a little bit disappointed with what you're seeing, but what are some of the good examples of climate change that you're seeing as a result of the action?
Well, you're talking about the treaty. It's not into force yet, so we have seen no action, but there's lots of positive potential. I mean, what makes me very optimistic is that so much of the deep sea is still pristine, and we have the opportunity to keep it that way, and this treaty is going to help us basically keep it from becoming, necessarily a dumping ground or a resource extraction site. There's a lot of potential there, but that biodiversity is extraordinarily valuable. So I see the treaty as offering all the nations ways to work together to make that happen.
Now, I know you had a question for the audience, didn't you?
Yeah,
How far they've been in the sea.
Can't see I was just curious, has anybody in the audience been to the deep sea?
Below
Raise your
200
hand.
meters.
Oh, awesome. Look at that.
Yeah.
So there's actually quite a few people.
About 10%.
And so I'm sure you can share my enthusiasm. I think most people think it's a cold, dark, high-pressure place, but it is actually full of animal life. So what people may not know is some of those animals live hundreds of years, like the fish, and some of them live thousands of years. And the oldest organism is estimated to be 18,000 years old, a sponge. But there are corals, many, many corals that are 4,000 years old. So, disturbance in the deep sea is often a permanent type thing, at least on thousands of years. So I would say society has an opportunity to protect those organisms.
So relatively untouched in the depths, but something obviously we need to safeguard because it's an inheritance at the end of the day. Just getting back to going forward, if I may, is that we've seen the treaties coming through. We see every treaty, there's a negotiation over the language. What would you like to see in future treaties taking place to offer the best type of protection for the deep ocean?
What I'd like to see is all the different UN treaties work together and harmonize to manage one ocean, because we tend to manage it in a very siloed way, with fisheries managed separately from minerals, managed separately from pollution, managed separately from even conservation and biodiversity. And yet, we can't really manage the ocean separately. The organisms don't recognize any boundaries. We manage the seafloor separately from the water right now, yet one organization might manage an activity that affects both the water and the bottom, even though they don't have jurisdiction. So I think what's really, really needed, and maybe this BBNJ treaty can help lead the way, is to get the different UN bodies and instruments to work together. And the UNFCCC is part of that siloing. We manage climate separately from biodiversity from the rest of the ocean, but biodiversity underpins all the carbon cycling and the climate services is provided in the ocean, for sure, and on land. And so we really need to be getting our treaties together in some way.
And we're going to be discussing that actually just after lunch, because as you said, that sometimes slips off the agenda. Biodiversity can be seen as the poor cousin, even though it's absolutely crucial. So 36 seconds left. What one thing would you like to leave the audience with that either they can do or that they should be thinking about after this session?
Okay.
Let me, no pressure.
I would say to, for those of you who know about the deep sea, spread the word about what's out there and what we have at stake. It's most of the habitable region of this planet, and for those who don't know about the deep sea, it's not hard to find out. Expose yourself to some of the wonderful imagery that's online.
So fantastic. Thank you so much. Dr. Lisa Levine there, Distinguished Professor Emerita of Scripps Institution. Thank you so much for that discussion and all those 40 years that you spent protecting the ocean. Very much appreciated. We're going to stick with this theme now, and of course, the threat to the ocean, the triple crisis, the UN Treaty, and the rescue of marine diversity. But what I'd like to do now is move through to our next guest. It's Mr. Ray Dalio, the founder and CIO and mentor and board member of Bridgewater Associates. But he's been on a mission with something pretty special called OceanX, and it's a boat that provides a sort of research and media platform, and it's going to bring out the explorer in all of us. Take a look.
SO Nadir, hatch secure, life support running, and we are ready for the water. remarkable stuff here. Captured for the first time ever a giant squid in its natural habitat.
No one has dived to 1,000 meters in Antarctica.
My depth, 1,000 meters on bottom, over.
Today, we have ways of looking at the reef which give us a completely new vision of one of the greatest treasures of the natural world.
We're on a new frontier of ocean exploration that will bring out the explorer in all of us. We're partnering with the Ocean X Initiative, a mind-blowing platform for exploration, a research vessel that's a one-of-a-kind ocean conservation and media platform to explore the world's oceans in ways that were never before possible, to create one big wave for the oceans.
I think it's really exciting. There's still a massive part of this planet we know nothing about.
We need to make people understand what we do in the next 10 years is going to determine what the ocean looks like in 200 years' time.
The Young Explorers program is an opportunity for students to be immersed in research.
Audiences glued to Blue Planet 2 have been starkly reminded of the problems of plastics pollution.
In this campaign, we brought coral reefs to literally millions of New York City transit riders, and then amplified that with a massive digital reach.
50 years ago, Jacques Cousteau and the Calypso managed to capture our imagination. Somehow we lost that moment. We have to get back that personal connection to the sea.
The greatest era of exploration is still ahead of us. Exploring the ocean can help provide a piece to the big puzzle.
I think that's worth a round of applause there, really setting the scene for the conversation I'm going to have with Mr. Ray Dalio, who's here with us, founder and CEO, mentor and board member of Bridgewater Associates. Obviously, that's incredibly important, but what we're here today is to talk about Ocean X, which is a passion that he has been following for a number of years, and you saw the context of what they've been up to on board. So welcome to the stage.
It's a pleasure
Ray.
to be here, yeah.
Delighted to see you. Now, we've got an insight there. We could see the global reach, the things that you're involved in. But I guess the question to start with is, what started you on this? Why did you start this mission and Ocean X, this boat that's on the high seas, this research platform?
When I was growing up, Jacques Cousteau had an effect on me. You know, watching ocean exploration. Then to fast forward, I learned to dive when I was in my 20s. And then fast forward, I was able to acquire a research ship so that scientists could go on the ship. And my son also was working at National Geographic, and we together decided that we were passionate about being able to enable scientists. Then James Cameron came up to and says, we have to show what we're doing. And so Jacques Cousteau did. So those clips are mostly from the first ship that we created. And we saw plastics in the ocean. We shot about 40% on of Blue Planet 2 on our ship. We discovered the giant squid. There was an excitement. And then we said we have to create the best vehicle. So we worked with oceanographic institutes, and then Jim Cameron took responsibility for the media part of that, and we created that vehicle that's shown. And so it's a platform. And then we combine that with museum exhibitions and also education programs, because nowadays the technology is so great that you can have literally vehicles. We have vehicles that go down 8,000 meters and have 3D 360-degree cameras that kids in the schools can see. So that's
yeah, and I'd like to get into that education program because it's very interactive what you're doing. But you've given us a glimpse there of what goes on board. We saw the giant squid, something that was discovered. So, if you excuse the pun, the tentacles of what you're up to. What are you prioritizing? You said there's researchers on board. Are you prioritizing certain finding species, mapping the ocean? What are you prioritizing on board?
exploration for discovery. So together with media. In other words, we have 3 thumbs up that are considered. Is it great exploration so that scientists review it, and will it contribute to the Oceanographic Institute? And does it make great media so that it's going to be able to excite people? Because sometimes science may not, but it needs to. If it has those funds up, then number 3 is the funds part. How much is it going to cost me? Okay, so those are the 3 considerations that we have, and we have a team of people who review those things.
I know we're going to speak to Professor Carlos, who you've worked with from KAUST, just after lunch, and he's going to be talking about the Red Sea. And we saw from your video all the different places around the world you're going. So give us a kind of snapshot of maybe where the boat's been in the last few months and where you're going to be going maybe in the next 6 months.
It was in the Red Sea. The Red Sea, it was in the Red Sea. On the last 3 years, I'd say on average, it's been there about 8 weeks in the Red Sea to discover the Red Sea, to discover the species. We've discovered coral that may be 1,000 years old, they estimate. Coral that grows in warm temperatures, because when you go deep, it still remains warm, that can be used in other places. We discovered species. We discovered remnants of other civilizations, old civilizations. So that kind of discovery in the Red Sea, because there's going to be quite a transformation of what's going to exist, not only in the Red Sea, but in all of Saudi Arabia because of the great leadership. So when we're looking at that, and the way that it is being done, to work with the scientists at KAUST, as you mentioned, to bring them on together with the world's best. They run the programs and we enable them. It's really, really exciting to see this discovery because it's such a treasured environment that has been underutilized, and it will be handled in the most pristine way. So it's exciting to be involved. That's what we've been doing. That's some, but we've been to Norway, we're going to Indonesia, we go all over the world.
Now, we had a little chat yesterday, we caught up, and you were telling me that, yeah, it's all great, they're going up into space and everyone's launching rockets, but we've still got so much under the water to be investigating as well. I mean, we got a snapshot there from Dr. Levine. I mean, it's massive. What would make you happy to discover? Do you want to discover a new species? You've kind of talked about the things you've discovered.
Well, the ocean is 72% of the world's surface. The highest point in the Earth is Mount Everest, is the same as the deepest point in the ocean. So it's twice the size of all continents combined, and it's unexplored. It's the biggest natural resource that we have. It's the biggest effect on our lives, and it's totally ignored. So 120 times as much money being spent for outer space exploration than is going to ocean exploration. Plus, it's much more cost effective to go to ocean exploration. Seems like quite an efficiency. So my mission is not only to show it, we're going to have a Disney and National Geographic series like Jacques Cousteau did, and there's lots of social media, but to make it infectious. And infectious, and it's becoming an infectious things in Saudi Arabia. There's going to be amazing things that are going to be done by Saudi Arabia, and then it's going to be done more globally. So my aspiration is to discover and think about the ocean. In terms of climate, it has an enormous impact on climate. 90% of the excess heat is being absorbed by the ocean, which is changing the ocean, changes ocean currents, which will change climate. I can go on, but it is this incredibly gigantic, important environment that's being ignored, and it also is emotionally exciting. So intellectually we say that it's important, but emotionally we can get engaged with it.
I think everyone can identify in the audience. So we were talking about it earlier. I grew up next to the sea, and you did too. And it's kind of something that sits inside you when you were grown up next to the ocean, and that custodianship of feeling that way because you grew up next to it. That brings me on to my final point, which is this custodian kind of element that you're clearly contributing. We're pushing it back down the chain into schools. Let's talk about how interactive OceanX is and how people, you're telling me they can almost drive it from the school classroom?
Yeah, they can drive it. 3D 360-degree visualizations with goggles, and they can go down 6,000 meters, so it covers 98% of the ocean, and we can thrill them. But I want to emphasize that all of this does not happen without great partnership. And I would say I could not get better partnership than in Saudi Arabia in the ways that we're doing it. So, I think then you have to have the excellent leadership of a government to say, how does a school program have? How do you make it pervasive so that everyone, or as broad as population as possible, can be able to participate? So there's the technological abilities to bring them there and excite them and to educate them, but you really need the leadership to be able to make that possible.
I didn't do my research well enough, but is there anything named after you yet, deep in the ocean?
There's a species of coral that somebody gave me as a gift.
So are you the giant squid, or what are you named after?
A species of coral.
Oh, coral. Okay, well, that's probably better than the giant squid.
And that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. We know that's not why you're doing it. But thank you so much for your time today. And is there one thought, I asked Dr. Levine, there's one thought that you'd like the audience to think about as they consider the ocean?
As we consider the ocean, as we consider geopolitics, if we consider politics, if we consider economics, if we can rise above our own selfish interests and think about the ecology of things, the ecology of that all, in a generous way, then we are going to have a wonderful world. And if we can't, then we're going to be in trouble.
So move beyond ourselves, a bit more altruistic by the sounds of it. Well, you've certainly done that.
Realistic.
Yeah.
It's realistic. That's what we're all here about today. It will be realistic.
Yeah, it has to be, right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ray Dalio there, the founder and CIO and mentor board member of Bridgewater Associates, and of course OceanX, what we were hearing there, the absolutely amazing initiative that he's been a passion project for 10 years now. Well, we're going to take a 15-minute break now, and don't forget that after lunch we've got some fantastic, we've got some fantastic further panels coming up for you. We're going to be talking about the innovation imperative straight away, but later on with Etna, she sat in the front there, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan is here. He is the governor of the Public Investment Fund, and he will be sitting down for a fireside to discuss matters with her. Don't forget the SGI Gallery is just downstairs, and we look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
No, you got you also in the central region. In the central region, it's just a lot of really good hearty. Am I ready? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, basically the size of Europe. Yes. Yes.
I'll be with you in 1 second.
Good to see you again. We are waiting for you.
After you.
كبسة. The one dish I don't know how to make. في حياتي ما عملتها.
لا لا ده اسهل شيء. احنا نخبص في البرلين تضبط.
أشوف يعني أشكال وألوان ما شاء الله تبارك الله بس I don't know. It's never been something that I learned or picked up يعني. مع إنه كثير من صحباتي من المنطقة من الرياض.
I somehow suspect you are going to be spectacular.
And again, thank you so much. رافيق قطعتي على الأسئلة. No, it's okay. أخذت بنصيحتك. Yeah, what I'm saying is Welcome back, welcome back. Good to see you. You actually stuck to the time limit. Well, almost stuck to the time limit. Hope you enjoyed lunch.
What an interesting session we had this morning, or several sessions this morning. The conversations around really setting the scene and getting a sense of what the lay of the land looks like and some of the challenges we're facing. So I think for the rest of the day, even though we're going to continue to delve into some of the pertinent issues, we also want to try to take a look at some of the solutions that are on the table and how we can help promote and encourage sustainability and mechanisms that can support those developments and innovations. So, without any further ado, please give a nice, warm, energetic after lunch. We're so happy to be here. Welcome to Rowan.
Good afternoon, everyone. To understand the effects of climate change, more often than not, we are looking at Earth from above. We have over 7,500 satellites literally floating in space. And it's believed there are nearly 100 million pieces of space debris, or what everyone knows as space junk. It's not the prettiest of terms, but it is what it is. Floating in space. And Your Excellency, we have a problem. We have a big problem. I'd like to start off with you because the discussions on using space technology to combat climate change has been in the news for a very long time and very much recent as well. In your opinion, what measures can be taken to address the challenge of space debris, considering how dependent we are on space innovation?
So first of all, thank you, Rowan, and I would like to thank Saudi Green Initiative for hosting us here today. So as you said, it's right. Space debris is one of the critical things that lots of nations right now try to find the solutions for it. And let me start first with the following. So 60% of the critical variables of climate information coming from space. So there is lots of discussion today around how to protect our planet, the Earth, but also we have to think about how to protect this critical infrastructure where we get all majority of the data to protect the home planet from it. To put you in the context, over the last 60 years, the global accumulatively launching around 12,000 satellites. 8,000 still active right now, 3,000 still orbiting and they are inactive, and 1,000 already deorbited. Over the coming 7 years only, compared to the 60 years, we are planning to launch, or the globe forecasted to launch around 13K satellites on 7 years only. This is not the only the problem. The problem that if we are measuring the space debris, to put it in context, if we are thinking about the debris greater than 10 centimeters, we're already tracking right now 36,000 space debris. Between 1 centimeter to 10 centimeter, we have almost 1 million. And if we are talking about less than 1 centimeter, it's around 100 million space debris on the sky. And what's more interesting that these space debris moving in a fast speed, around from 20 to 30,000 kilometers per hour. So if anyone from the private sector, since the title of our session today is about innovation, thinking how to protect our investments, we have to combat this space debris issue. So in Saudi Arabia, we stand with all nations thinking about harnessing the space, the powerful or the power of space technology to combat space debris. Realizing the urgency of this global challenge, we have embarked on an ambitious journey to develop and deploy innovative space-based solutions that will definitely encourage a better sustainable future. And just to add in that one, in Saudi Arabia, we are planning to also to have a workshop in Q1 this coming year, tackling specifically space debris, because we believe this is a global problem and it needs global coordinations to fix it.
Speaking of coordination, there's been a shift lately to privatize the space sector. Since the start of the space race, it's always been a government-led initiative whether it's the USSR, the US, and now more so the Kingdom, and more recently, of course, Egypt and other nations. But that shift came very much needed because this is needed to increase private fund, entrepreneurs. Could you give us some examples of some emerging trends that you've seen lately?
Yeah, people right now talking about a new space era where there is a huge shift from government-centric space sector to commercialization space sector. To give you context with number, over the last 30 years, we've been tracking around 37 billion direct fund to the private sector. 60% of this fund coming over the last 3 to 4 years. So there is a huge shift in the private interest to fund and to participate with the space activities. Why is that happening? Probably I will summarize it in 3 points. One, we understand the space economy is a growing economy, and people talk about the next big economy after the dot-com economy is a space economy. It's expected to reach $1 trillion by 2035. The second point, 80% of that economy will be coming from the downstream, which is easy in capex. So the appetite of private investor and entrepreneur will be higher, easy to enter the market. The third point, and it's really interesting, the cost of launch. 10 years ago, if we want to send 1 kilogram to space, it will cost you $37,000. Right now, it's 1.5K only. And it's expected by 2040 to reach $10 only. So that's all of these metrics changing the dynamic of this game and within this industry. So yes, indeed, there is a huge shift from government to private sector. And recently we noticed there is lots of companies entering this one. Let me mention a few examples. There is a pioneer company working in space debris. It's called Astroscale in Japan. They gathered around $400 million, and market dynamics, again, working to fix this global challenge, which is really interesting. There is another company called Axiom. It's an American company. They raised a fund in Saudi Arabia, $350 million from equity and from fund from Saudi Arabia. There is also another company called OQ. They have some pilots in Saudi Arabia about IoT through satellite. There is fund, Aramco is one of them. In Saudi Arabia, we launched a space accelerator for entrepreneurship. And guess what? We had 200 applications. We selected or registered only 10 or 15 out of these companies from 9 different countries. So we noticed there is a huge shift from private funds and the private sector entering the space sector.
Scott, I see His Excellency's comments are exciting you just a little bit. I think you have something to say about this.
I do, and first of all, thank you very much for having me. But absolutely, I think what was really exciting, and we were just talking about it backstage a little bit, is when you get the private sector involved, I think you get efficient allocation of capital resources, and then as our good doctor and I were speaking, it drives down cost, right? And much like you said about that differential that happens in the launch cost, it's only through private sector applications that I think you get that. Governments are great. They have a role to play in setting the framework and helping guide things. But when you bring the private sector along, it changes the dynamic and it acts as an accelerator. So, I mean, I think it's an exciting stage at this point.
Dr. Andre?
There are 3 things that matter. The first is the agency, which, or rather the government where the policy making occurs. Now, policy making is really a government institution. But the second is the regulator. That will allow the private sector to come in. So whether it is run by the private sector or the public sector, you need a regulator because you need to focus on safety. You need to focus on the fact that it delivers what has been sent up, and you need to focus on the key challenges so that people get a return on the money that they have invested. That they will only do if there is an adequate regulation. My own belief is that with these 3 things in place, as has happened in Saudi Arabia, the agency would be able to show that this works. And once you show it works, then lots of people will come in.
In your opinion, how can technological advancements contribute to a more, adopting more sustainable practices?
I think there are two kinds of issues there. One is that when something is new, it is seen as being risky. Many of you will remember, I come from the solar world. Many of you will remember when solar panels were very expensive. If I was an investor, I would have thought, why on earth should I invest in something which is so expensive? And what does it provide me? It provides me electricity that I can get much cheaper. But over a period of years, the price of solar panels has dropped. It has become competitive in many, many areas. So the issue of the evolution of technology, managing the evolution of technology is one thing. It's best done by the private sector, but the public policies can help in pushing it. But the second part of it, once it's available, how do you use it? That is a challenge. Because I will use it, His Excellency will use it, Scott will use it. We will all have our own experiences. It is important to collect them so that when the fourth person does it, he learns from our experience. That is what brings down prices, because everybody doesn't start reinventing the wheel. In short, a government-directed push on the one hand and a private sector competitive advantage on the other, supported by capacity building, helps a great deal.
Regulations play a major role here and global governance, but can we regulate the use of technology? Do we need to regulate the use of technology? And Scott, you and I were speaking a little bit more about this.
So I probably have well, I don't know if it's a controversial view. I'm a fan of regulation in setting broad frameworks. But I think the risk that you have as a regulator when you approach technology, and in my area, so I think about carbon trading, voluntary carbon markets. The use of technology there, artificial intelligence, which seems to be top of mind for everybody at the moment, can be incredibly valuable because at the moment it's not a market that's particularly liquid, so we need other inputs that help us find a price for these voluntary carbon credits. In a previous life, I ran an electronic bond trading platform, and we used artificial intelligence or machine learning to help drive prices. That then spawned liquidity. In the context, interestingly enough, of space and other things, I think about it again as it applies to our carbon markets. We've had a lot of controversy recently around the voluntary space because of issues around measurement and monitoring. But technology now, and it's changing unbelievably quickly. And again, to your point, the price is coming down with each passing month, really. So you can now have the ability to monitor and measure in a way that you couldn't. And as that cost curve goes down, more and more people get involved, and more and more people rely on the technology. So I'm always a little worried about a heavy hand of regulation. Regulation absolutely has a place to play, but we have to be careful about how we set those boundaries.
But there's an ongoing debate about the need for clarity and regulation, including sustainability regulation, versus allowing space for innovation, especially in the ICT sector. Your Excellency, I think this is something that you could definitely give us a little bit more input on.
So probably Scott is a lawyer and he gives his perspective, but let me put it this way. So usually there is two extremes when it comes to regulations and versus innovation. And our title of this panel is innovation. In the far right, people said, let's regulate, then innovation comes later. Regulate, then innovate. The far left, they're saying, give us a space, room to breathe, let's innovate, then regulate. And I think there is something in the middle, and this is what I'm advocating, and lots of experts within this domain called it innovative regulations. What I mean by innovative regulation, there should be cooperation between the agency that's regulating and the private sector, and collaborations between that agency and other regulator. What comes about ICT specifically, it's in the core of digital economy. We all understand that digital economy growing four times faster than the regular economy. So the core of that one is the ICT, and any ICT regulator shouldn't work independently by himself, in isolation of private sector or in isolation of other private or another like national regulators. There should be this concept of innovative regulation. So with that, we are working heavily in Saudi Arabia and CST, Communication and Space Technology. For the last 4 years, we established something called NRC, National Regulatory Committee, between the telecom regulator and all the related regulator to the telecom. And also we have multiple advisory group with the private sector. We didn't issue any legislation, any regulation before the consultation. So within the ITU, they have a very complex index measuring the maturity of digital regulations when it comes to collaborative regulation. And thankfully that we are proud of it. Saudi Arabia and the CST is one of the top countries globally achieving that grade of G5 leaders. And I think that we are the only countries achieving that level when it comes to Middle East and Africa. And this is not the end of the story. Having innovative regulations is not the end of it, because usually private sector, they are looking to minimize the cost of investment by having clarity. And that clarity, there is a cost of compliance of these regulations. So there is a notion of RegTech, which is digitization of this compliance control, if I could call it. And that's why last year we have this summit about RegTech, and we are going, this is like a long journey working with the ITU and other international or UN agencies to make sure that we're reducing the cost of compliance. Coming back to your questions, yes, the cost of compliance to regulations increasingly increase exponentially. And one of the examples, I heard it from one of the experts talking about the cost of regulation and compliance of regulation. In the past 10 years, if a company wants to comply in one control, whether it's ICT or central bank or others, usually in average, they go and check around 600 words.
Right.
Right now, they are reaching up to 27,000 words. So that the cost of compliance is really increased. Without jumping to RegTech, after we re-engineering our regulations through innovative regulations, I think there will be a challenge in that one.
Dr. Ancha, do you think, and do you believe that this could also be applied to renewable energies, solar?
Absolutely. You know, one of the issues that is there is a regulator has to be very clear of what he is regulating. So, for example, look at what we are talking today of green hydrogen. When I went to engineering school, we were told that hydrogen is the most dangerous gas because you can walk into a hydrogen fire and not know it because the fire is invisible. Right, safety. The issue of enabling competitiveness so that prices fall. And the processes, as His Excellency said, which ensure that you apply the rules the same way, whether it is him or me or him. Everybody. So these are the key areas. But regulation, I'm using Scott's word, has to be light-handed. Because at the end of the day, why are we doing regulation? We are doing regulation because we want to have competition, because we want to protect other people involved in it. Not because we want to control what people are doing. Otherwise, the cost of innovation becomes very high. This is the challenge of renewable energy. We have often had, in many parts of the world, regulation which is very heavy-handed. It stifles competition. It stifles price reduction. We need to find the middle way.
Scott, how tight or how strict is the legal framework for issuing these regulations?
Well, interesting. It really goes country by country, but I think I would really lean into what His Excellency was saying. We're in that interesting transition, I think, globally. First, you have to get that coordination across regulations. So particularly, I would think in space and the telecom space in general, because it is truly international and you don't want to have regulations that compete or go towards different aims. But the other thing that I really liked that His Excellency mentioned is this notion of RegTech. We've seen a proliferation of cost of compliance with regulations. Right. But as AJ says, the reality is we have regulations for a reason, and it's about putting those boundaries in, keeping things safe, keeping things regulated. But the interesting thing is regulation can also spawn innovation. The RegTech industry, super interesting, because I think you'll see it, that 27,000 words, I think that's a great stat. it kicks up like that. But I think with RegTech, we're going to bring it down. I have a friend who runs a company in that space, and he talks about the fact that he's now able to digitize the regulations. You can now search them much more efficiently and do things that we never could before. So it's incredibly exciting when you think about that, and maybe that's the pathway to regulation, and maybe a speedier way to regulation, because I think one of the other problems we have, certainly in the United States, where I grew up, is takes a long time to get through rules and regulations because there are political elements as much as there are thoughtful elements that are business driven. But then things don't evolve fast enough to reflect the speed of innovation in the market. Right? I think about your space, AJ, and the solar space. That's going like that in terms of innovation. And I don't think our regulations keep up at that speed.
Dr. Andre, are we ready? Are we ready to adopt these new technologies?
So the answer is both yes and no. It's yes because obviously if you want to move ahead, if you have high density solar cells today, which are producing more electricity than yesterday's, you need to make sure they're safe. You need regulations for them. Yet, if the regulations are too heavy, I will not get the new kinds of materials which are taking efficiencies to new levels. That is why a middle ground is essential. I will also say that this is the area where there is a difference between evolution of technologies and established technologies. But yes, I think regulations are here to stay.
As we can see from the clock, we have about 5 minutes, and I think I'd like everyone to participate in answering this question. In what ways can we effectively utilize and incorporate innovation technologies to ensure inclusivity and the participation in the global digital economy? Your Excellency.
Okay, so again, like what we said, that the space debris is a global problem. I think bringing innovative solutions to connect the unconnected, which is in the telecom domain, also this is one of the area of interest. 3 months ago, we announced Saudi Arabia with the UN and the ITU a new study to find a way to connect the unconnected. And let me shed light a little bit on that problem. So right now we have 2.7 billion across the globe. They are not connected, whether due to the lack of coverage or the affordability of getting access to the internet. That's almost 34% of the population. So why that gap is happening? Because the regular terrestrial network, what we call the terrestrial network, which is like of 3G, 4G, 5G, over the last 40 years, we are building around 5 million towers. That cost us around $5 trillion US. And we are barely covering 10% of the land, which is equivalent to 3% of the globe, including the seas. So definitely, the way to connect the unconnected is not go through the traditional way of terrestrial network. Definitely, we have to look up with the space, merging between space and Earth network, and what we called it in space literature, terrestrial and non-terrestrial network. So we are advocating that one. In Saudi Arabia, we did multiple non-terrestrial network. The first world experience about 5G or perhaps happened in Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea project. We connect a 5G space to an airplane floating in around 15 kilometers above the sea level. So I did it by myself with my team within that remote area. So I was in a helicopter and the other person's in a remote island. And the third person sitting in a yacht between this remote island floating above one of the beautiful corals over there. And we have a crystal clear connectivity between the three, connecting to one airplane. That's one plane replacing almost 450 towers. So that's what I called innovation. And guess what? We are using our ordinary devices. Also, we did the first 5G backhaul network through LEO constellations. I'm watching the time, so I have to speed up on that one. So one of the things that we're thinking right now, there is a new notion of utilizing low orbit, LEO, by deploying 5G NTN solutions, where you have your device connected directly to this LEO constellations. And let me give you a comparison about the cost. We did a study with the ITU during the G20 presidency of Saudi Arabia. With the ITU, it cost to cover this gap, 2.6 billion, around $420 billion to cover it using 4G, 5G traditional network. If we are going to space, it's almost a fraction of that number. It costs us from 10 to 15 billions only to connect the unconnected. So if we are going to the ITU, the UN Agency for Telecommunication, their biggest problem is connect the unconnected. With this solution, the LEU, we can solve it, and that's, from my perspective, this is one of the innovative way to push it. Probably market dynamics doesn't work right now, but with more collaborations between global, having well-crafted regulations, definitely we are reaching that one, with watching this notion of space debris as well.
Very, very quickly, I happen to believe that demand creates innovation. So you need to put in a first unit, first product. For example, think of a solar cold storage. In most of the world, cold storages don't happen in rural areas, they happen in peri-urban areas because electricity is not reliable in rural areas. So solar cold storages can work in rural areas, but what happens at night? One of the innovations that has happened, so first of all, few happened, we started putting batteries, but now what has happened is that people start chilling water with the sun, right? And at night, that chilled water is used to provide the coolth. The price is half. The demand has exploded. I'm already having requests from approximately 7 countries, please do this tomorrow. Innovation works as long as you give place for competition and create the demand for it.
So I would take it back to my core market. I think innovation has a place in the core carbon markets, voluntary carbon markets, and how do we get the inclusivity? It's really a transfer of money from north to south, and we see it in innovative farming, innovative planting, and the other things, and that gives rise to voluntary carbon credits. So that'd be where I would say it would be.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And before I go, I think the right thing to say is beam me up, Scotty. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you.
Somebody supposed to be on stage? I have to say that sometimes I'm going to take it on me on this one. Sometimes when one gets really busy and involved with the content, you sometimes forget to step up on stage when you're supposed to. So that was on me, and that's. I hope you'll forgive me. Am I forgiven? Yes. Oh, I don't feel it, but okay. But okay. So that was a really interesting conversation about a topic that I have to say there was a stage in my life where I thought, oh yeah, space sounds like a really nice place to go, and then. I wear these, so, they don't let you on any space shuttle if you can't actually see where you're supposed to be going. So that put paid to that dream. But I think what's really interesting about this next conversation is looking at the transportation sector more broadly, not just the transportation that gets us to space, but the sector more broadly and more holistically. And I think that when we're thinking about that and the impact of that sector on our lives, we have to recognize that the change and the transformation, for lack of a better word, that is required to make that move is quite significant. But I'm not going to tell you too much detail about that. Instead, I'm going to ask you to please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Saleh Al Jasser, the Minister of Transportation of Saudi Arabia, to share his thoughts with you. So please give him a warm welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it brings me a great pleasure to extend a green welcome to you all. The esteemed leaders, experts, and innovators in the environmental sustainability field who have gathered from across the globe here at the Saudi Arabian Pavilion in Dubai Expo City. It is crucial to highlight that the dedication to sustainability extends beyond this conference. The transportation sector plays a vital role in driving economic and social progress. It connects markets and facilitates the movement of goods and people. However, this progress comes with significant environmental cost. The transportation sector is unfortunately one of the largest contributors to global emission and climate change. In Saudi Arabia, the transportation sector is the second largest source of green gas emissions after energy, accounting for 19% of the country's total emissions, which is in par with the G20 nations. Within the transportation sector, the land transport mode accounts for vast majority of the impact, with 83% of the total transport emission. The data highlights that urgency of measures to mitigate the environmental impact of our transport systems. Aware of those challenges, we remain firmly committed to achieving the carbon neutrality and decarbonizing the transportation and logistics sector in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Green Initiative, championed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, showcased the dedication placing sustainability at the core of all activities. Paving the way to carbon neutrality by 2060, the Kingdom targets to reduce carbon emissions by 278 million tons per annum CO2 equivalent emissions by 2030, as compared to 2019 baseline. To contribute to this national goal, the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy has set ambitious target of cumulative 18% per capita emission reduction until 2030 versus 2019. The country's sustainable transport plans are crucial to achieving the target and are fundamental elements of Vision 2030. In our efforts to decarbonize the sector, we have identified 4 key challenges. First, expanding economic and growing population lead to increased demand for transportation, resulting in higher level of greenhouse gas emissions. Second, transitioning to low carbon technologies involve significant initial costs for infrastructure development, especially in developing countries. While long-term benefits typically outweigh these costs, acquiring the initial capital for transition can be challenging. Third, as many low-carbon transport solutions, such as electric vehicles and hydrogen power vehicles, depend on the electricity grid, achieving net zero emission requires not only adoption of EVs, but also ensuring that electricity powering them is generated from non-fossil fuel sources. An ongoing effort of the Kingdom on changing the domestic energy mix to having 50% of power generation capacity coming from renewable sources by 2030. Lastly, information regarding transport emission, their climate impact, and the effectiveness of various mitigation measures is often fragmented and incomplete. To ensure transparency and accountability in transport decarbonization, robust access to data and data analytics is essential. The good news, however, is that green cost premiums versus traditional internal combustion engine cars are declining rapidly. In fact, the total cost of ownership for electric passenger vehicles are already lower than internal combustion cars in certain regions and are expected to be reduced further. As a policymaker, we have the pivotal role in facilitating this shift toward cost-effective, environmental-friendly technologies. Our strategies should include implementing supportive regulatory frameworks and enablement for the adoption of low-carbon vehicles. With this in mind, the Kingdom is adapting an avoid shift improve framework to decarbonize the sector. We are taking actions in this regard. Avoid unnecessary motorizing level and shift to low carbon intensive models and improve the energy and carbon efficiency of vehicles. To mention a few examples of actions we are undertaking in Saudi Arabia to avoid, we are implementing remote work in government agencies, which helps reduce demand in daily travel. To shift to less carbon-intensive modes, we have set ambitious targets to ourselves to increase share of public transport. Riyadh bus and metro projects are underway. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia is among the first few countries to participate in carbon offsetting and reduction schemes for international aviation program. And finally, to improve carbon efficiency, we are investing in improving vehicle technologies. We have ongoing efforts within the Ministry of Energy to increase adoption of sustainable aviation fuel. Additionally, Saudi Arabia Railway, SAR, will operate the first passenger hydrogen power train in the Middle East African region. We already conducted the trial successfully last month and are looking forward to operate it at a large scale. In addition, the Kingdom has already implemented advanced mobility solutions across various modes of transportation. Last Hajj season, we witnessed the transfer of pilgrims with self-driving buses and the use of drones not only to examine and evaluate the quality of roads, but also to deliver blood units and medical needs. Our aspirations does not stop here. This is only the beginning. Driving sustainability implementation is top priority for Saudi Arabia. We are developing regulations, frameworks, and guidelines to reduce greenhouse emissions. We have identified priority initiatives for 2030 implementation roadmap and key milestones. There is much more that awaits us in this journey. We are also committed to foster cooperation, innovation, and the exchange of best practices to create solid foundation for achieving our common goal. Finally, I extend my gratitude to all of our guests for joining the Saudi Green Initiative Forum 2023. I am confident that the discussion and collaborations in this forum will pave the way toward a more sustainable, prosperous and responsible transport and logistics sector. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Your Excellency there, Salah Al-Jasser, the Minister for Transportation. And again, looking at all the great work that's going on in the transportation sector, I mean, it's just looking at the great work that's going on in Saudi. What can I say? The transportation sector, the infrastructure sector, all of that, just to support everything else that's going on. And we're now going to hear about everything else that is going on, because it gives me such great pleasure. I am absolutely delighted to be able to welcome here in conversation with me the Governor of the Public Investment Fund. Please give a very warm afternoon welcome to His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan. Lovely to see you. Now, busy time as always, so we're so happy that you're here with us. And, you know, when we just look back just a little bit, you know, the PIF was definitely the first sovereign wealth fund that really committed to a net zero target. And again, that was announced, of course, by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and it was announced at SGI. So we kind of claim it a little bit. But why is this so important when it comes to investment?
I mean, if you look at the Public Investment Fund and the Saudi economy, it is the main economic engine of the economy. And if you want to see what the Saudi Green Initiative is about, is to decarbonize and to manage all the emissions and all the relevant and consequences of the growth that we have. As you know, Saudi Arabia last year was the fastest growing in GDP among the G20. We grew by 8.7%. And if you look at all the government initiatives, and many ministers before me, they did mention what the government of Saudi Arabia is trying to do. And at the same time, the PIF as the economic main engine is doing its part, basically.
And you can feel that energy. You can feel all the work that's going on.
Absolutely. And we've done so many initiatives to do so. So the first thing that we did as the PIF roadmap towards zero emission by 2050, and as you said, we were the first sovereign wealth fund to announce that. We started with the initial phase, which is basically baselining, to see what PIF is already emitting. So we looked at two main verticals. One is PIF itself. I mean, the building, the travel, the transport, everything that we do, how much we're emitting. And number two, we went to all of our portfolio companies and we did the diagnostic and saw that. Also, we went to the other investments that we're doing across the world, not only in Saudi Arabia.
So start at home, lead by example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing. By Q1 of next year, we're designing a net zero transition plan. So we will start to see how we're gonna go from the current status quo to the net zero emission by 2050. Of course, PIF had so many initiatives through its portfolio companies and the investments that we've done in different companies, starting from the renewable energy, companies like Aqua Power, which is one of the largest deployers of capital into the renewable. On top of that, we want to bring down the prices of renewable energy, because the problem that we're facing is the pricing of renewable energy is too high. So we brought down through Aqua Power the prices of solar power kilowatt per hour to 1 cent, and now of course it's a bit up to 1.67 cents.
I think we can live with that.
Actually to the interest rate, and that's another thing that we should be looking into. Also, PIF, I think, moved in the scale of the sovereign wealth funds from, if I'm not mistaken, from ranked 73 to the 7th among all the other sovereign wealth funds. So that means we're serious, and we're taking some really good steps toward that. And the last point I would like to mention in here, we were one of the first sovereign wealth funds to issue some green bonds. So we issued from 2022 up to date about $85 billion. And we were the first entity in the world to issue a Centurion Green Fund, which is 100 years. And that just gives you that the investors would like to work on the green initiatives that we're already undertaking.
I mean, I think without a doubt, the global investment community is looking at Saudi. You were on their radar more than ever before. And again, great credit to you and the team at PIF. I know that, that was the intention, and the work that has gone on, I mean, has been phenomenal. And I got the opportunity to actually be with some of your portfolio companies last week. So the energy that's there right across the board, again, well done. They're all behind you, and sustainability at the very heart of everything they do. But you wear many hats now. And when we look, you were also the chairman of Saudi Aramco. And when we look at how important hydrocarbons still are to the world, it's so important. Talk to me about the role Saudi Aramco will play in the energy transition.
It's playing a great role. Now we have to go more macro, first of all. So I think today we have over 600 million people who don't have access to energy. So that's the first thing. The second thing, by the year 2050, you will have almost additional 2 billion consuming energy. So let's take a further step back. The required deployment of investments in renewable energy, some people say between $200 to $300 trillion. That's a huge number. Now, what have we done so far? I'm talking about the globe. I'm not talking about Aramco or PIF. Less than $2 trillion of investments. So that means we need to deploy, some say, about $9 trillion an annual basis until the year 2050 or 2060, just to come to the 1.5 Celsius as per the Paris Accord. Now, what Aramco is doing right now, and if you want to compare it to all the other oil and gas companies, it's doing a marvelous job. We are currently emitting 10.3 kilograms of carbon dioxide. Now, what does this number mean? Let's take it and compare it to the other oil and gas producers. On average, they are emitting 18 plus kilograms for carbon dioxide. Now, take Aramco out of this average, the number will go over 20 in the mid-20s. So that's the first thing. If all the oil and gas companies in the world adapt what Aramco is doing, we can, I think, reduce like 2/3 of all the residential and commercial uses of the world. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's really a huge number. So that's one. Second thing, we are more realistic. So what we're saying is the world will continuously need energy. Having said that, what can we do to make the world a better place to live? So we now invest in CCUS, the carbon capture utilization. And by the way, out of the about $1.2 trillion invested from the world on the renewable energy, less than 0.6% was invested in carbon capture, which is really a big thing, right? So we need to invest more in there. Also, Aramco will be one of the largest investors in the blue hydrogen. So we have less emission with the blue hydrogen. We have the carbon capture and sequestration. We have the old oil wells where we can sequester the carbon dioxide. And we're doing a lot of things on the zero flaring. We want to reach to the zero flaring as soon as possible. Also, we invested in the renewable energy. So Aramco already invested in Sudair Solar, and we will continue co-investing with the likes of PIF or the others in the renewable energy. So maybe the bottom line is we should be less idealist and more practical. And that's what we're doing in Aramco, basically.
No, it is so true. And I think when we look at the growth in energy demand around the world, we're still going to need hydrocarbons. But again, if people would accept that the decarbonization that's going on is actually doing so much to reduce emissions.
Absolutely.
Because it absolutely is.
Maybe if you allow me,
Please.
just one more thing. So we have in Aramco about 13 R&D centers around the world. I will give an example, an R&D center that I visited in Detroit. So we went to the ships, how to use green hydrogen in the transport. We went to the internal combustion engines, the cars, and we have like small IPs there that can reduce the emission from the internal combustion engines by about 40%. Just small tweaks, 40%. Now we're working with a number of OEMs, car manufacturers, to put our technologies there. We also work on increasing the range by about 30% for the same amount of gas. So we're doing a lot, and I hope the world not only recognize that, but I hope the world will follow through Aramco's footsteps.
Now, you mentioned people with no access to energy, and this is, quite shameful at this time of our lives in 2023 that this still happens. But do you really think that we can get that just transition, and that, how do we get that all-inclusive action?
We cannot. We should be like multi-source, multi-dimension, and also multi-speed when we work in the transition. If you look at the world today and see who are the biggest emitters in the world, and, by country-wise. It's China, United States of America, European Union, then India. If you look at the cumulative emission that started since the Industrial Revolution, definitely it's going to be Europe, followed by the United States, and then maybe China and the US. So you cannot go to undeveloped countries or developing countries and ask them to do the same measures of the transition, especially people who don't have access to the energy. I heard one of the African ministers, he said, in order for us to have growth, we have to carbonize first, then to decarbonize, because you cannot really take away the growth, the economic growth from many countries around the world, and you ask them to go on the same speed with the other countries. So with that, we should have more innovative ways, more fairness rather than equality, and the way we're dealing with the world and with different countries.
You're so right. But how do we reframe investment, I suppose, in terms of the energy transition into economic opportunity? Because this is what has to happen. And we have to make this work. There's no way out.
Absolutely. I have no doubts on my mind. We have to. We're doing our part in Saudi Arabia and PIF, Aramco, most of our portfolio companies, if not all of them. Now, we need to ask the others all around the world to do something similar instead of just talking about it in different forums and different papers. We need to monitor what's going on. So I'll give you an example. Aramco had this amazing platform which called Archie, and I think it's demonstrated in here.
Yes, I've heard
So Archie is following 400 different refineries in the world, about, if I'm not mistaken, like 4,000 or 5,000 oil fields around the world. So we're looking at our part only, which is the oil and gas. I asked Aramco to look into it into different industries. What different industries are doing to the world. If we have more data-driven approach, it's going to be much better than just an idea without any implementation plans. So therefore, I think we should be investing in innovation and what works and what doesn't. We cannot, for instance, like green hydrogen, the amount of subsidy that the US government is given to the green hydrogen is about $280 for oil barrel equivalent versus, you know, $80 for oil barrel now, between $70 to $90. So that means there is a big subsidy. Is this sustainable? I don't think so. We have to drive innovation. We have to go back to the scientists to see how we can lower our costs and all the renewable energy. Otherwise, this is not going to work out. What we've done in Aquabar by reducing the solar production to 1 cent, and hopefully it's going to go lower if the interest rates, of course, goes lower. I think it's going to be better for the world. What maybe my last point is talking about the corridor that both the Crown Prince and President Biden mentioned in the G20. I think this would help. Like we're getting the corridor from India through Saudi all the way to Europe.
Yes.
And one of the things that we're going to have in the corridor, in addition to you know, the railways and the communication lines, is green hydrogens and renewable energy. So that's, we are doing our part, and I hope the rest of the world will do theirs.
You're setting my green hydrogen panel up later on very, very well here. Just a closing word of inspiration from maybe a personal view of you. I think sometimes people think this is just such a massive undertaking, but how encouraged are you? And, you know, everybody needs to get started on this journey, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very encouraged about what we're doing at the PIF, Aramco, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I think the world should really start being more practical to look into the solutions that will make us live a happier and healthier life, not for us only, but for our children and their children and their children's children. That's what really keeps me, you know, motivated.
And how wonderful to hear that. Thank you so much. And, you know, keep up the good work. There's a big agenda, big ambition, but you're well on the way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you so much,
great.
Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Well, you heard it there, so much that's going on in the PIF. And of course, when you look at the range of industry that His Excellency and his colleagues in Saudi Arabia are looking after, decarbonizing all of these industries. There's so many right across the board. So much work that's going on there, but the tremendous work that's going on in Aramco as well. And he talked about that program, Archie. You should check it out. I met one of the wonderful young female engineers who worked on that only 2 weeks ago at the Liwas program in Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of diversity going on in that as well. And it was wonderful to hear what she was talking about and the tremendous work. And it really is comparing all of the emissions pretty much around the world. So there's so much going on here. And we've got a big, big panel coming up for you in just a minute. Please, we have so much for the afternoon. It really is an action-packed. So I think we're ready to go. I'm going to leave the stage and hand it over to my dear colleague now, Sarah Cocker, and her panel. And I'll welcome Sarah to the stage.
Can you? Okay, I have sound, sorry. Thanking Etna there, absolutely fantastic session, really getting an inside track on what is happening and how the money is being invested in that monolith of the Public Investment Fund. I have my wonderful panel here coming up onto the stage. They need no introduction. A lot of them are very well-known figures, but I'll start from the far left. We have Bill Winters. He is the CEO of Standard Chartered, all the way from the UK. We have Cara Mangoni, Head of Sustainable Finance Group from Goldman Sachs. Thank you for joining us today. Jay Collins, the Vice Chairman of Banking at Citi. And going along to Rad Al-Sadi, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Aqua, of course based in the Kingdom, and Dr. Abdul Hamid Al-Khalifa, Director General of the OPEC Fund, and of course Mazen Abdul Barkali, the CEO of Saudi Power Procurement Company. So a very esteemed panel. We are going to be discussing financing infrastructure for renewable energy deployment. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Now, before we launch into it, I know that Bill has a couple of words because he wants to run us through perhaps a more global perspective on the renewable investment scene. Bill, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. We've got an outstanding panel, so I'm not going to take many minutes at all. I wanted to make a couple of points. So my brief was talk about renewable financing in the Kingdom and more broadly. But of course, those are two completely different things. In the Kingdom, what we have, a very strong legal framework, a very strong commitment from the leadership. We just heard Yasser talk about, amongst other things, 50% renewable power by 2030, and obviously a very fundamentally economic proposition. What do we need in a developed market like Saudi? We need good, strong capital markets configuration. So we need instruments that are feedable into global capital markets so that it's not sapping up too much of the domestic capital pool. And we need a price for carbon. With a price for carbon, everything becomes magically available. Without a price for carbon, you have to make other stuff up. So whether that comes through taxation, or whether that comes through a carbon market where the externality is properly priced, each country will decide on its own. But get those two things together, unlimited finance for renewable energy in the Kingdom and in other developed economies. The rest of the world's a lot different. Those two things would be helpful, but it's not enough. You need protection for the offtake agreements, legal protection. It doesn't exist in many of the developing markets in the world. No confidence that power is going to be properly priced. You need the capital markets prepared to take some of the underlying political risk, underlying foreign exchange risk, and associated exposures. When you have that in place, you then need to think, what's the financing package? How much of it is coming from export credit agencies? How much is coming from multilateral development banks, from other sources of private capital? In aggregate, there's enough money to get this done. Getting it properly parsed out and delivered is an enormous challenge. That's what we all do, each in our own way. So fundamentally different questions, both achievable, require different sets of skills, different sets of tools. One thing that, excuse me, all this has in common, if we have a single, properly enforced price for carbon, it becomes a lot easier. Without that, you have to make stuff up along the way. So with that, by way of introductory comments, I'll sit back down and let the real experts speak.
I am honored to have so many experts, so we've got a wealth of information. We're going to have to run through this. We've got 26 minutes to cover quite a lot in terms of regulation and finance and everything else. But Bill, thank you for that top-down view. I kind of want to hang around at that sort of higher level at the moment, and perhaps Rad, I could come to you first and talk about the existing policy and regulation framework. I know it's moving really quickly, but a good framework so far, but how is that supporting renewable energy and maybe some other things that you'd like to see?
First of all, thank you for this opportunity, and I have a lot of people that I work with on this panel, so it makes it very easy to talk about the collaborative nature that's needed to get to where we need to get. You need the regulator, the developer, the lenders, many of the folks that you see sitting here on the panel. But I want to talk about the off-taker, and I know Mazen will have a chance to speak more articulately about this, but that makes a big difference. Because ultimately what our business is, developing renewable energy, is you look at a project and you attempt to de-risk it as much as possible so you can reach a point where you can pass on these savings to the end user and you can make these projects affordable and reliable. It's very easy to talk about markets like Saudi Arabia and around here, but if you want renewable energy to be available in many more countries in the world, price becomes very, very important. And price is a function of risk and a function of availability of credit. And I think regulation comes around that, comes around de-risking the projects, making them bankable, so we can continue to pump more renewable energy into the system. Another thing that's needed is regulation around aspects surrounding generation, for example, like storage. Because you know our renewable business has an intermittent nature to it. So how does that load base complement the intermittent nature? How do you create storage? So tomorrow we're announcing here in Dubai a project that's going to dispatch solar 24 hours a day. How can we do more of that? So I think this is just an appetizer for what you're going to hear later about the regulations.
Yeah, so a good sweet there. Let's come to Mazen to build on that entree that you gave us there. You're on the front line in procurement. How easy is it to work with? Obviously, things are changing, and maybe what would you like to see in the future?
Okay, so thanks, Sarad, about for the introduction. I think you mentioned a few very important points, and let me elaborate on that. And this is how this is helpful. The Saudi Power Procurement Company is the execution arm, basically, for the policymaker in the ecosystem, right? The ministry. So in recent years, there has been a major transformation in terms of the structure and the policies and the regulations in the Saudi market to enable investments to be able to de-risk the projects for investors in investing in IPP projects, particularly renewable projects. For example, this year alone, we've signed 15 power purchase agreements in 1 year. This has not been possible except by providing the right de-risking mechanism for the developers to be able to bid, feel comfortable that their investments is safe and secure and stable for the tenor of the project. Also, as part of the restructure reform of the sector, the principal buyer basically comes with an A1 credit rating, which enables these projects to close very quickly and achieving financial closure very quickly. The other piece that I want to elaborate on is with this de-risking mechanism, we've allowed developers to achieve very competitive renewable energy prices. And this is very important, is that we don't have to really subsidize renewable energies. It is actually competitive. We've achieved the lowest renewable energy prices in the world in Shuaibah 1 project. As you know, it's 1.04 cents per kilowatt hour. When Shuaibah 1 and Shuaibah 2 combined, they're on one site, they will be 2,800 megawatts, the largest renewable energy, solar energy plant in one site. So I think all of this hasn't been done except with the right regulation framework and policies in place to enable the private sector to invest.
So we've had a sort of overarching view there of regulation. I know we could talk a lot about it, and Jay, you might want to add to this, but I'm also going to ask you about the cash element, because regulation, of course, is the one facilitator, but the money, the source of money as well. And I know, Jay, you probably want to talk about both that regulation and the role of the money coming into this sector.
Sure. Well, let me start with regulation, and I think two components of that. One is just broad-based market signals, and I think we'd all agree that we need clarity on the long-term signal that we're being given, be that in a policy or regulatory concept. So carbon rate mechanisms is certainly one of those, and they can come in variety of forms. They can come as a tax and price on carbon, reduction of subsidies, tariffs, the IRA signals that have basically changed the break-evens fundamentally in every component of alternative energy to induce investment to be pulled forward in what would have otherwise not had the risk-return parameters to do so. But the regulatory signals are confused now, and they're definitely not clear enough to induce the kind of behavior that would avoid a tipping point in behavior if, in fact, what we're hearing here is correct in terms of the direction we're heading. But importantly, as financial institutions, and Bill, I imagine you agree with this, is that the bank regulatory framework is post-financial crisis unfriendly to infrastructure. And we said that coming out of the financial crisis in terms of long duration, illiquidity, treatment of weak credit zip codes, single B, double Bs, essentially infrastructure. So it's unfriendly to infrastructure, and when you put the word green in front of it, it's still unfriendly to green infrastructure. And in a world where the bulk of what we're seeing is moving from on-balance sheet brown to green off-balance sheet, if we have, particularly within the G7 and particularly within the final rule of US regulators, global banks subject to great restrictions on that off-balance sheet or project financing, particularly loan-based project financing, we're going to struggle. Maybe I'll stop there.
I know, we're a little bit tight on time because there is so much, as you say, to discuss. And I want to bring Dr. Khalifa on this because, and I'll come back to Cara in a minute and Bill to talk about the banking side of this. But from the perspective, from the OPEX perspective, what's the role of development finance? Because obviously there's the commercial, the private credit and all of that. But what's the role of development finance in the renewable space?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for inviting OPEC Fund for this important panel. Maybe what we listen to is maybe a system that can be applied to more advanced economies. But when it comes to developing worlds, and especially low-income countries, situation is totally different. And that is where the development institution, multilateral development institutions like OPEC Fund can step in and make this easier. And this can be done from two angles. First, I think from a quantity point of view. As you know, the MDBs are a huge finance houses, and their business model is based on getting a good rating. Most of these institutions are AAA or AA plus rated, and they channel funds from commercial markets to developing countries with a good rates. This is one angle, but the other angle is their convening power. And this is where maybe all the speakers talking about regulations and others, where it needs collaboration from different entities, from private sector, from governments, from regulators, and maybe NGOs and financial institutions. MDBs can bring all of those together because they have a convening power and they can do a lot on that. And for example, OPEC Fund is working, we have a public sector window which works with governments, but also we have a private sector window where it works with the private sector in developing countries. And we usually bridge our private finance with a change of regulations. We advise those governments bringing regulators and others together with us. Second window where we can, or where the multilateral development institution can step in is with the equality, because when we have any intervention in any country, there is, we are not maximizing our profits. Our maximization problem is our development impact and or development effectiveness. And this is where what we maximize. What is the impact that we are making as an outcome of each dollar spent in those countries. This is one, but also the knowledge that, because most of the MDBs, 80% of the staff are knowledge staff. They are making research, doing business, and can provide comprehensive solutions to any development problems. I can talk a lot about this, but
I know, we've only got 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's so incredibly interesting, and you've got so much to share, and thank you for that roadmap, because that is an important part of the financing of this. I'm going to go back to the hard world of banking and zip along to Cara and Bill, but Cara first. How good a job are banks doing at providing this finance for the renewable sector?
Well, I think there's been a tremendous amount of progress. So, I mean, my colleagues sitting here on the stage, we all have very large sustainable finance targets. Everyone's making quite a bit of progress. We have a $750 billion sustainable finance commitment by 2030. We launched it a few years ago. We're more than half of the way there. And I think importantly, this is not just green bond financing, right? This is advising on very large transformative acquisitions. This is actually investing in, biomethane type platforms. This is raising capital. So there's a wide variety of financial tools that we have. Certainly, the environment has gotten more complex than it, over the past year or two, in terms of, inflation rates, and we can talk more about that. I think three particular areas where finance, I think, has more to do with support of policy and public sector. And I mean, the three things I would point to is one, first and foremost, getting more capital into hard-to-abate sectors. Like, this is a real challenge, particularly in a world where you have rising costs. I think Bill's point on different geographies is a really important one, because in a lot of parts of the world right now, you do have higher input costs vis-a-vis inflation and supply chain. You have higher rates, which raises cost of capital. So those are quite significant headwinds. The second is getting climate finance into emerging markets. Everyone's been talking about it this week, so I don't want to belabor, but just from a private sector perspective, there is a tremendous amount of concessional financing that needs to go there. We've done some work with Bloomberg Philanthropies and the Asian Development Bank, piloting projects, and our goal in that has been to get to really high multipliers, and we've been quite effective in doing that, but it's still going to be small number-wise, right? So really this has to be about the commercial viability concept. And third is maybe a little bit less talked about, but metrics we actually think is really important, because right now metrics are very historical facing. If you think about the financial landscape, so it's heavy historical facing emissions. The reality is the leaders over the next 10 years are very likely going to be quite carbon intensive sectors that are making massive investments in deployment and decarbonization, and we want to be invested in those companies. So I think those are a few of the areas where there's more work to do.
And Bill, do you want to build on that, obviously talking about banks, but also private credit is so massive now, private debt as well. Maybe just sort of tiptoeing into that area as well, the landscape showing how well all those different components are funding this investment in renewables.
Yeah, I think there are lots of things that are quite encouraging, and I know that Citi, Goldman, Standard Chartered, others are doing a lot, but it's approximately nothing in the overall scheme of things. Like, it's almost zero versus what's required. So we can pat ourselves on the back, and we do, right? And we stand up and talk about how much we're mobilizing and how much money we're making when we do it right, and percentage of our balance sheet. This is all good stuff. It's a step in the right direction, but it's less than 1% of what's needed. And the clock is ticking. So I think where sessions like this around COP28 are useful is to talk about how we go from these sort of pilots, and let's call them pilots, even though, look, it's a huge business for us. We've got a couple hundred people that do nothing but this, but it's still nothing. And the opportunity here is to say, how do we mobilize the $4 trillion of ESG money that's having a hard time getting past investing in single A rated green bonds that have a little bit of sustainability kicker to them, because somebody's doing something right on the margin. Now, okay, that's good. Like, I don't want to dismiss all that, but it's not changing the game. The thing that changes the game is to get large-scale infrastructure financing, ideally on a template that institutional investors can look at and say, yeah, that's a standard product that I understand. It's been rated by somebody who I trust. Both the green credentials are rated by somebody I trust, and the creditworthiness is rated by somebody I trust. Banks can then play an important role in facilitating that, and maybe taking some of the more complex risk that unlocks huge amounts of the institutional capital. But that's just beginning right now. I think the opportunity here is to do that. Again, I'll say the word carbon markets like 100 times today, because I think without having a real price for that externality, it's hard to get the money moving in the way that we need to. Because the rest becomes narrative.
I can see Rod and Jane nodding along there. Rod, to add to that, and also just to tip into the mix, obviously the macro picture is challenging, right? So with that, it's making it harder to maybe decide on some of those investments, and the return needs to be greater on some of these innovation startups. So how are you both seeing that picture? Rod, first.
I want to use an example. Maybe many of the room here know about the NEOM green hydrogen project, which is an $8.5 billion, first of its kind, financially closed, thank you very much, green hydrogen under construction project. But I want to talk about something that maybe not in the public domain a lot, just because we haven't talked about it. We financed about $6.1 billion of that. We had sufficient commitments from 4 financial institutions to cover the $6.1 billion. We ended up going with 23 financial institutions. We actually spent, and Bill will know this, a lot of time talking to our partners, reducing their allocation so we can give more of that allocation to other banks. We wanted as many financial institutions to get a taste of a project of that scale so that we and others can go in the future and tap into those types of projects. The only thing I wanted to say is that initially you're going to see projects like that that produce green hydrogen or green ammonia. I think the next step is to have production around those sites so you can have green industry. And that will require even more financing, but that will make a genuine change.
I'd just jump into a couple of things. One is, I had the honor of spending time with the negotiators yesterday that are in the room looking at the post-Copenhagen next collective quantified goal. And they're about, we need, say, $2.4 trillion a year in the emerging markets for the transition. And there's not enough public sector money to do that. It's never going to happen. And the only way we're going to do that is if we can mobilize more. And that private capital mobilization comes not with just what we talked about earlier in the policy and regulatory domain, but the multilateral development banks have to help mobilize us. And that's just not happening. A lot of that lending, even if concessional, just doesn't do the job right now. So we need to fix the enabling environment. We need to create much more feasibility study projects that have then bankability. But the MDBs are going to have to get to mobilization rates that are probably 4 to 5 times. Any idea from you all where that is today? So 80 billion of MDB money is mobilizing precisely 17. It's a fraction. In fact, it's a small fraction. So we got to go from that to 4 to 5 times more. And that's certainly not going to be easy. And last point I'd say, and I'm sure you're seeing this as well, is we have seen this surge in the generation world and the cost of generation. But we're not focusing on the fact that we cannot transition without transmission. Our grids are so far behind. Between now and 2040, we've got to have 80 million kilometers more of grid, which is about what we have now. So think about that. We have 5-year delays in permitting in the US. So for this to happen, so that we can get the generation going, we have major back-end infrastructure grid issues that have to be dealt with by governments at lightning speed. And again,
yeah, I'm going to bring in Mazen. He's nodding away there. It's something that's obviously close to his heart. What are you seeing on the front line there?
So with regard to transmission line, you're absolutely correct. I mean, there is no point of building a power generation plant without the ability to evacuate the power and transmit it. And one of the things we're working on very closely with our national grid within Saudi is how to optimize the grid to be able to evacuate this power first. The second is to actually deal with the issue that comes with renewable energy in terms of designing where these power plants should lie in, how many new transmission lines needs to be built, and what kind of solutions that you need to introduce into the network to be able to have it cater for this intermittency of the renewable energy. Part of that, for example, is energy storage. So energy storage is a new front that we're working on, both as independent part of the grid to support the grid and make it available, make it ready to cater for the renewable energy. But we're also studying, introducing new projects that will come together with storage. And the good thing about our grid, at least in Saudi Arabia, it's already all integrated. So you can benefit from any power plant that is in Saudi to take it to others, but definitely more strengthening and investments has to go along in the transmission space along with the renewable energy. Just want to add one point with regard to green financing in terms of renewable energy project. And I think this is very important, and I think we see the funds available, and we want to see how can we have it move it. At least from an off-taker standpoint, it is very important for us to make sure that these projects that we tender for our investors, that they have access to green energy. So yes, we like it very much that these pure renewable energy that we're building is help developers access cheaper financing, if you will, when it's indexed towards higher performance on the ESG part. And our renewable energy projects, the way we're doing it, yes, it is off-balance financing, off-balance sheet financing, but because the legislation here is putting it that we have a mandate to serve, not only in the distribution and transmission, but also on the generation part, which means us as an off-taker, as part of our de-risking mechanism, we're introducing part by which we want to make sure that this power plant continues to operate. We want to make sure that this, while yes, it's a non-recourse financing, but there are mechanisms of which we can step in and de-risk the project to be able to make the lenders more comfortable financing these projects.
I'm going to come back and get a banking view on this, but first I'd like to go to Dr. Khalifa, because at the end of the day, everyone's sat here and thinking, yeah, this is all great, this is all really interesting, but what do I invest in? Where should I be putting my money? So, Dr. Khalifa, I'd start with you with the OPEC funds. Where are you putting your money?
Well, I'll come back to this question, but on your point about MDBs and mobilization of resources, you're right, it's not enough. And but it is the whole ecosystem. It's not about MDBs. It's about donors, about markets, about even beneficiaries. And it has to come together to enable MDBs to do that. Coming back to your question on what OPEC Fund is doing, as I said, we are working in different scale in developing countries, middle-income countries, and low-income countries also as well. But when you work with these countries, you need maybe to focus on regulations and also to focus on financing and making sure that what you are doing is having the maximum impact. And that's what we have done in OPEC Fund. We have created the Climate Finance and Energy Innovation Hub, which is maybe end-to-end policy and finance solutions provided to the beneficiary countries. We are working in different African countries, but also on middle-income countries. We are working on aqua power, on other I will call them leaders in this. We are working with also other MDBs, with aqua power and other leaders in this field. This is very important because when MDBs comes to any project, it gives it the more reliability. Also, when it comes to debt sustainability of those projects, it is helping the beneficiary countries a lot on that angle also.
So, Cara, I'm going to come to you. Obviously, the Royal Commission for Riyadh City has announced their sustainability strategy, 68 ambitious initiatives across 5 sectors. We can put the normal financial disclaimers out there for the 3 banks, Citi, Goldman Sachs, and Standard Chartered. But where are you going to see the flows in terms of investments for sustainable finance?
Well, I think the first place is, there's a lot of examples given here today, which are incredible, is really into innovation in this area in particular. And if you haven't walked around the pavilion, you need to, because it's incredible to see how much is going into greening of cement industries. The green hydrogen project with Aqua Power and NEOM, I believe that's the largest at-scale green hydrogen project globally. And I think that's a really innovative structure with the JV with Air Products as well, and would echo the points being made on the importance of innovation hubs, because that actually is going to be really powerful. And I think especially for this region, which has been such a leader, to be able to bring in institutions, academic institutions, to continue to work through some of those gaps that exist are going to be really, really critical. I'll say also just kind of on a global basis, although we're seeing tremendous headwinds outside of this area for lower cost solutions, low carbon solutions, where you are seeing outside of this region, you're seeing the cost curves actually go higher instead of go lower. So we're taking a step back actually in solar and wind right now. We actually see the cost curve going down quite dramatically in areas where you can drive scale. So I think that's the second area, is innovation is going to be an area where we're going to be putting a lot of capital and working with offtake agreements, working in different partnership areas. But I think also doing things at scale that are going lower in the cost curve, and transportation and EVs is a great example of that, where we're actually seeing economies of scale in a way that we never have before.
Okay, unfair, Jay, in 1 minute, where are you putting your money at Citi? And then Bill can have the last word.
Sure, I think I would say that what we're seeing in the flows is first a shift because of the IRA to the US, so a distraction away from the EM. A lot of what we had seen happening elsewhere suddenly paused and moved there. And I would say, given the European response, that it's likely to be a Europe and US drive there. It also, though, is driving extraordinary innovation that will ripple through every sector, every component of advancement, from CCUS and removal, hydrogen, et cetera. That technology investment, while many of our EM clients will complain about the technology being there and not being transferred, will make success and breakthroughs and drive those cost curves down faster this way, and that will move. So we've got a lot of work to do, but we're extraordinarily optimistic in the scale of advancement of some of these technologies, those opportunities, and particularly enough experiential funding that shows us that this can work and the costs can be driven down, and we then can take them to more global, as we should.
Okay, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, the way we look at it, first of all, there's a fixed carbon budget for the planet. But it's not changing. Number one, we have to protect the existing carbon sinks. If we burn the rainforest, it doesn't matter what else we do, it's not going to work. Number two, we have to decommission coal-fired power sooner than their natural life would suggest. It doesn't matter how efficient a new solar facility is, it's not going to be more efficient than an existing coal-fired power plant. So we need a mechanism. The jet Ps in Indonesia are an example of that, but we're just getting started. Number two, you got early decommissioning of the existing entire coal infrastructure. And then number three are the points that my two colleagues referred to as innovation in every bit of our business process, including some technologies to remove carbon from the environment. But we can't lose track of the first two. If we only focus on, and in fact, if we only focus on any of those three, it's just not enough. We have to do all three.
Well, we've only got 33 seconds left, but I think by the time we've said goodbye, thank you so much for almost like it feels like a speed round of investment advice for the investable sector. So thank you so much for joining us today. Of course, we have Bill on the end there, Cara, Jay, Rad, Dr. Khalifa, and of course Mazen here. Thank you so much, Shukran Jazeera. Really appreciate you running through, giving us all that context today. Thank you so much.
Hey, Bill. Thanks.
Great to see you.
Thanks a lot.
And of course, we're going to be
Said,
staying
sir.
with this
Thank you.
theme, and we're going to be talking more about financing of climate action. If, ladies and gentlemen, I can move you off the stage for our next panel. Thank you so much, Jay. And Tumi is coming up next to discuss that. So, gentlemen, if I could move you off the stage. May I take you to the right? Thank you so much. And Tumi's up next, as I said, to talk about more information on this financing sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so very much, Sarah. Much appreciated. I know everybody's moving around. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you please to take your seats. If I could ask you please to find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in the front here. If I can ask you please to take your seats. If you can please take your seats. Thank you. Excellencies, if I could ask you also to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. What has been quite apparent, I think, in the conversations that we've been having today is that there isn't just a need about thinking differently in terms of technology, in terms of infrastructure, and also even in terms of the policy changes and formulations that are required in order to move us to a more sustainable future. The question is also about money. Where we find the money, how do we avail that money, and how do we ensure that it is being channeled to the spaces where it can be most effective? Our following discussion is really about that, unlocking the fiscal space to finance climate change. And my two panelists are really, really fascinating people, so please help me in welcoming them because I'm terribly excited. First off is, of course, His Excellency Faisal Al Ibrahim, the Minister of Economy and Planning from Saudi Arabia. And joining him is Her Excellency Dilma Rousseff, who is the President of the New Development Bank. To both of you, please join me and welcome. Thank you once again to both of you. And as I said, I'm looking forward to this conversation because I think it is really about how we encourage that change in mindset and how people think about accessing money to finance climate change. Excellency, if I could begin with you. We all recognize, if we look at what's happening with the global economy, that the fiscal space isn't growing on its own. And in spaces where there is growth, the growth is not great and it's not what we would ideally like, which would avail some of the resources to help finance climate change. So, in an environment like that, how is Saudi Arabia thinking about accessing some of that funding that is going to help drive the climate action necessary? And granted, we recognize that you are in a different position to some of these countries where there literally is no fiscal room, and the debt service requirements are quite onerous and burdensome in a lot of the countries, particularly in developing countries. So in Saudi Arabia, how are you thinking about this problem?
Thank you, Tomi. So I think we'll start by setting the stage a little bit. The challenge or the complication is that climate action will require a lot of funding from now until 2050. Some estimates say $200 trillion and above. This means that fiscal space or that room that you have in your budget to direct to a specific purpose over and above your current plans, if they don't become your current plans, is getting more challenging. Different countries have different positions, depending on how much they engage with the international, let's say, multilateral frameworks, how much they've evolved as governance structures and policy machines, etc. But I think what we did in Saudi Arabia, to put it simply, is Vision 2030. Vision 2030 was our blueprint to diversify our economy, empower the youth, and build stronger institutions. This has helped us leverage several sources, such as the new economy, the non-oil economy, leverage non-oil revenue that grew with the growth of the economy, also leverage some of our investment vehicles, activate some of our assets that were not activated, engage the private sector more, and double down on our global engagement as historically a global responsible steward of natural resources and a global citizen to a global change agent today. And there's a lot of evidence in that regard. You know, in terms of growing the economy, our growth rates have grown 50% during Vision 2030 versus before Vision 2030. Our non-oil economy, or our economy without oil, to put it simply, has grown 20% since the start of Vision 2030, which is higher than the EU and the US, which are at around 14 and 10%. So really taking matters in our own hands, saying that this is our own destiny, this is something we need to do, we need to look inwards, unlock all the potential that we have, and doing it all at the same time. Political will, leadership, active engagement with all stakeholders in the country, outside the country, and we're very experimental. We're very humble about learning from others' experiences, including our own experiences, immediately after we decide to take an action. So I'd say step one is looking inwards, upgrading our institutional capabilities, unlocking the potential that we have in all sectors, in all tools, all solutions, and that will unlock a lot of fiscal space that has allowed us to invest in greenifying our economy, $160 billion plus, invest in technologies such as direct air capture, carbon capture, utilization and sequestration, and we've announced through the Saudi Green Initiatives all the numbers and the KPIs that we, on an annual basis, come and share openly or how we're performing against them.
So certainly, in business speak, you're sweating all your assets and making sure that they're performing. Your Excellency, if I can then come to you, one understands the challenges that are being faced by countries trying to avail resources within their own economies. From the perspective of the new development bank, how are you going about thinking of helping support the efforts to find the funding over and above what has been pledged in various agreements? That's another conversation. Over and above what has been pledged, how are you helping the thinking and the process of trying to extract some of the fiscal capacity in order to direct it towards climate action?
First of all, it's important to understand that fiscal space is crucial for guaranteeing the resources necessary not only for climate change, for fighting of climate change, for climate action is very crucial. The fiscal space also for SDGs, that is important to meet the goals of climate change, and also the nationally determined compromises during the Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
So there is a problem in the Global South countries, the burden of public debt. The public debt is raising too much and too fast. And according to UNCTAD, when developed countries borrow money, they have to pay much higher interest rates compared to developed countries, even without considering the cost of the exchange rate fluctuations. Countries in Africa borrow, on average, at rates that are 4 times higher than those of United States and even 8 times higher than those of Germany. It's for that it's very important to look to the emission and the investment in local currencies. Because in local currency, you don't have this kind of this balance that suggests that for an African country is more difficult to pay interest rates. Even so, the amount of debt is lower than the developed countries. So this is an indicator that is very important to understand that to improve the capacity of investment in the countries of Global South and for there to take loans and to invest, we need to discuss the question of debt in the world. This is why the NDB, as a multilateral development bank, that is a bank created for emerging economies and also invest in emerging economies, we need to make a mix of resources.
Yeah.
We have necessity to invest in with local currencies. We have to use a basket of currencies that we take from the international financial system, and also to assess the guarantees and the other forms of subsidized investments from the global economy.
So you're talking very much about thinking differently about how you do the global financing system, and thinking differently about how you create the tools whereby some of the particularly developing countries and in the global south can access funding in different ways which can make it more affordable. What I would like to hear from both of you, because believe it or not, we only have 5 minutes left in our conversation, what I would like to hear from you, Excellency, and then perhaps yourself, Your Excellency, the other Excellency, the question of changing the financial system and the reform that is required in the global financial system, because clearly part of the challenge is the funding that has gotten us a little bit into this mess where there are some countries that simply cannot afford because, as Madame Rousseff has said, the servicing is just too high. It's just unaffordable and therefore unsustainable.
Sure, but we need to keep in mind that the solution can't be just one solution. The solution to this deficit or this fiscal space issue is a suite of solutions. It needs to be inclusive. In our view, we need to look at 5 things. One, we need to have a pragmatic approach to this climate action and transition, and we need to all adopt it. It needs to be, we need to come together and stop wasting time debating what is practical, what is not, and really try to, chart a course where it's clear. We need to balance between energy security, fair and equitable access to economic development. We have to be fair to the developing countries that didn't get their chance yet. And also climate action, serious, aggressive climate action that builds on and doesn't jeopardize countries, or let's say developing countries or emerging countries need to access more economic growth. You really can't say it's either sustainability or growth. You need growth in order to be sustainable. You need stable, growing economies in order to achieve climate action. I can't just deny this to some countries. So we need a pragmatic approach. That's one. 2, we need to work together, and we need to leverage our policy machines and try to solve these problems. They're not just something that you try to resolve through innovative solutions alone. There's some constraints per country, per geography, per sector, per type of government that we need to look at, and we need to sit with these stakeholders and kind of collaborate towards that. Technology, we need to be fair and realistic that we need to invest much more in technology. And today we are in a better position than ever before to achieve this advancement through technological innovation. Thirdly, multilateral platforms, international financial, there's always room for us to come up with more solutions, like the debt service suspension initiative in the G20 under the Saudi leadership, like so many other frameworks that were adopted that we can continue moving towards. And lastly, I think from our point of view, the thing that we don't regret doing is building institutional capabilities, educating people. The more educated the people, the stronger our institutions are in terms of their ability to push the right policy, react to the right change in environment, work together with stakeholders in a country or outside the country, the better we will all be in the long run.
Madame Rousseff, if I could ask you the same question and get your thoughts on looking at the system. Clearly, from your comments already, you're thinking differently about how do we create a space where accessibility isn't going to penalize developing countries and make it almost impossible for them to find ways to finance climate action and adaptation. Your thoughts?
I think all the countries, each country, can implement a mix of fiscal policy instruments and strategies. Let me talk about some concrete questions. the question of deforestation that contributes to climate change, the deforestation contribute in more or less 20% of the impact on climate change. If we need a domestic policy and also international contribution to change this situation. You have a combination of mix. There is no a silver bullet to solve the question. And in this case of deforestation, what is the question of carbon market? It's better that you pay for a forest that are preserved, then you make a tax over the preservation after the forest is deforested. Yeah. So the solution is a combination. You have to have sources, domestic sources, and you have also has a necessity of international cooperation to solve the questions. There is 8 great forests. 3, one is in Brazil, another is in Congo, and another one in Indonesia. The 3 most great forests that remains in the planet. But I totally agree with the minister when he talks about science and technology. Why? Because if deforestation is 20%, energy is about 7%, 73.2%. And we need science and technology to solve the solution of some problems, like wind and solar. Wind and solar is not base load sources of energy. If there is a breakthrough in batteries, large batteries, the use of large batteries, not the sum of addition of many small batteries, you solve a question that is fundamentally, you transform the wind and solar that is only supplementary today to a base load source of energy. This is important that the countries focus in investment, science, and technology. Yeah. I give an example.
So on that point, this is going to be an easy question for me to ask and probably a little bit difficult for you to answer. Political will. Is there political will? Madame, if I could start with you, and then you, please, Your Excellency. Madame, is there political will for all of the things that you're saying? Because they don't happen without the right policy framework.
I cannot talk about the political will of sovereign nations. We have to respect them, the sovereign nations. I can talk about the political will of the government of Brazil. Yeah. Because in the past, I was former president of Brazil. So I think in the case, it's easy to make a solution in deforestation if you have the will to do this. Yeah. But in transition of energy is another question. Depends on the reality, the material condition of each nation. You cannot have a receipt that you put in all the countries in the world. Because if you don't have breakthroughs in science and technology that result in innovations, and I think the world today can make innovations, can make breakthroughs in science and technology. You cannot achieve energy transition so easy. Then we achieve deforestation. Deforestation is a question of will and resources. You put will plus resources equal to tackle against deforestation. But energy, you can put will plus resources, and you have difficulties. We need more, another parcel. We need what the minister says, science and technology, evolution in science and technology, breakthroughs in science and technology.
Same question to you.
I'll answer it in maybe talk about Saudi Arabia. Absolutely. The reason we're here is that political will. The reason we have a regional platform, Middle East Green Initiative, is political will. And all the results we're seeing, I'll mention some examples. We have the cleanest oil in the world being produced in Saudi Arabia, and we still want to be a large and the most reliable and cleanest conventional hydrocarbon energy producer. But also, we have the cheapest wind and solar in Saudi Arabia. We have the largest green hydrogen project in NEOM, one that was made possible through the collaboration and the work of many institutions. Some of them, one of them specifically under the National Development Fund, is fairly new, but it was built with institutional capabilities in mind, and it received the DFI award last year, and the project received the Innovation Award this year. Globally, I think there's a lot more room for more political will, but I would not underscore the importance and potential role of emerging countries and developing countries where the youth play a big role. I think if we give them, through a pragmatic view and a pragmatic approach to climate change and climate action and energy transition, some room to breathe, we will see wonders. Let's not forget most of the innovation that happened globally came from countries where there was a young population that were serious to make a difference. And I think really the windfall in our battle against climate change could be coming from these countries and from the young people in these countries.
This was so a conversation that needed a whole hour, but as you can see, we are completely out of time. So to both of you, Excellencies, thank you so much. Lots of stimulating thought, and I think some challenging questions that you put there quite subtly. So thank you so very much to both of you, and may I please ask you to thank them as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies. I think there's no question that as the Excellencies make their way out of the room, I think that there's no question that there's a whole host of solutions that are going to be required in order to help take us forward. But I think that notion of political will is actually quite key. None of this can happen without people saying, we not only want this to happen, we want to create a policy framework that encourages it to happen. So with that, I'm going to call back my colleague, Etna Trainer, for her next conversation. So please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Tumi. Great session there, and I'm about to start an even better session, I can promise you. Everybody has been talking about hydrogen this morning, whether you've heard it or not. We had it from His Excellency Al-Fallah, and we also had it, of course, from the chairman of PIF. So we are the topic of the day, gentlemen. Okay. And just let me quickly introduce my dear panel here. Dr. Aziz Al-Gharib here. He is the Director General of Clean Hydrogen and Circular Carbon Economy with the Ministry of Energy here in Saudi Arabia. I'm delighted to have with us Abdul Rahman Al-Faqih, CEO for SABIC, so delighted to see you.
Thank you.
Also, we have with us Dave Edmondson, CEO for NEOM Green Hydrogen. So all of you, you're right on topic here today. I'm so excited. Francois Jacob, the CEO of Air Liquide, and also I'm absolutely delighted to have with us Sanjeev Lamba, the CEO of Linde. So there you are. What a great group we have here. Let's get down to business. Dr. Aziz, we look at the kingdom in terms of, the aspiration to become a major producer and exporter of hydrogen. But, talk to me about that big ambition, because it is big, and we've heard two of the, senior government people talking about it today. So now you have to implement it. Huh?
Absolutely. Hydrogen has been mentioned in His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz opening remarks today, our energy minister. And that's because we really have an ambition to be a key exporter of hydrogen, both clean or blue and also green. So we're laser focused on two things: the ability to evaluate opportunities quickly, and His Royal Highness mentioned in his remarks that we are surveying the renewable potential across the kingdom, so that we generate bankable data that could be used by our partners to evaluate green hydrogen and also blue hydrogen opportunities. Second is that we are focused on reducing the cost of hydrogen. We believe our competitive advantage lays down to the fact that we can produce hydrogen at lower cost compared to other competitors. And that stems from four, I would say, pillars of excellence. First, our national resources. We have, Saudi Arabia is one of the few countries that can produce both blue and green hydrogen at competitive costs. We have the natural gas, the sinks to capture and sequester the CO2 to produce the blue hydrogen, as well as the renewable potential to produce green hydrogen. So our focus is to double down on our natural resources to bring the cost down. Second is that the availability of the ecosystem. If you look across this panel, you see that we have actually
But this is the ecosystem.
Pioneers in the ecosystem. Yes, exactly. So we are with the ecosystem here, both our national champions as well as our international partners. And they're all operating in the kingdom, and they know the kingdom very well. Third is actually we have a flexible model that His Royal Highness also mentioned during the World Hydrogen Summit. And that flexible model allows international partners to partner with our national champions to produce hydrogen, either to be an off-taker, for example, or produce the hydrogen from the renewable source, produce the hydrogen all the way to transporting it to the final destination. And lastly, as you know, the kingdom has a very strong reputation when it comes to delivering mega projects. We have been doing a lot of mega projects in terms of energy. We have high reliability, and of course that will help us and serve us well in order to lead the way into hydrogen production.
There's so much there. Yes, we'll talk more of it as we go. Abdul Rahman, when we look at SABIC, you're a producer, you're a consumer. Talk to me in terms of how important hydrogen is, for SABIC, for what the work that you're doing, of course, in KSA, but you're also a global company. So, but how do we make it more sustainable?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here in the second edition for SGI after Egypt. Actually, let me just shed light on the hydrogen, even though Dr. Zaid, he was talking about the color. I hate this coloring, by the way. There is nothing called green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, etc. Sanjeev, do you agree with me? Or
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to be holistic hydrogen.
So it is hydrogen molecule. By the way, this hydrogen is a magical molecules.
I like it.
Yeah, I love it too.
Magic in energy.
It is a magic.
Yes.
You can find it in the fossil fuel-based oil, in the shale oil, shale gas. You can find it in the associated gas oil. You can find it in waters. You can find it everywhere. Then we can, take advantage of this beautiful molecules and just produce it. It will help us in our fuels. And by the way, now the production of hydrogen around the world is about 120 million tons per year. We produce it. And there is, the forecast for this is going to increase at least 3.5% per year. By 2040, 2050, I guess, it will reach 250 million tons. So hydrogen is going to be there. It depends now where we bring it from. Are we going to continue bring it from the classic way? Yes, because it will continue to be there. The new hydrogen that is going to come from what we call it from the clean hydrogen that's come from the water, it is still in a very early stage. It is still need a lot of technology to be developed there. It requires a lot of affordability. And when we say affordability, it's mean economically affordable. Because, the cost of the hydrogen right now, what we call it, the hydrogen or the clean hydrogen that we get it from the fossil fuel based, its cost is between $1 to $2 per kg. If we're looking at, the hydrogen that's going to produce from the water, right now it's going to cost between $6 to $8 per kg. That means we're talking about at least fourfolds the cost right now.
Yeah, that's
so still, there is a lot of technology. In terms of SABIC, it is very important for us, the hydrogen, because still I call it the magic hydrogen because we are using it in our mixed fuel systems. It is beautifully used in our mixed fuel system. It is very efficient. It is very good. And also we use it in our, what we call it, C1 chemistry, that we produce methanol out of the hydrogen. And also we produce ammonia that definitely will go to the urea and fertilizers, which is agri-nutrients based. So that hydrogen, it can go fuel, it can go also to the crude refinery, by the way, business, it can go to fertilizer, it go to everywhere. So I love the hydrogen.
Clearly, and the whole narrative now in the energy system is changing. It's, you know, the magic of hydrogen and how it's beautifully used. We don't hear these words in the energy sector.
First time.
So it is. The narrative is shifting. Good, good. Long may it continue. At COP, these are good words to hear. Talk to me, Dave, in terms of the work that NEOM Green Hydrogen is doing. I mean, this is, you know, government and industry in action, basically, to actually come to where you are with this great company at the moment and develop hydrogen trade. Bring us up to date since the last time we talked to you.
Okay, thank you, Edna. And again, it's a pleasure to be here. I was at COP also in last year at Egypt, talking about the project then. So we've heard a few people commenting on NEOM Green Hydrogen Company today. We have made quite a lot of progress since COP, as you would expect. So I would also agree with what Nadmi Al-Nasser said. This is also a passion project. It's not just for everybody in NEOM being a passion, very much so within NEOM Green Hydrogen Company. So we do have a joint venture. It's an excellent collaboration between business and government. So Aqua Power, NEOM, Air Products. We've got Air Products as the EPC contractor. We've got Air Products as the off-taker. And that's really what helped us to get to financial close, which we did in May this year. So the project is executing. It's probably been in execution now for around about 2 years. With a lot of help from the shareholders with some early funding. We do have the full funding right now. We had $8.4 billion worth of investment, so that's 6.1 of project financing. So that was secured in May this year. As I said, execution, we are in the field. Most of the equipment is being ordered now. All the main contracts are let. In fact, we had our first, I think it's 18 wind turbines have now arrived at the Gulf of Aqaba. It is a great project. I'm pleased to hear some of the comments on, I mean, I totally agree on some of the costs on the challenges around costs of hydrogen. I believe because we've gone at scale, we've made some major inroads into addressing some of those cost challenges. And that is one of the huge benefits we've got with a collaborated nature within Saudi, their commitment to wanting to be the world leader in exporting low carbon hydrogen, not just green hydrogen, but also blue hydrogen.
And again,
I think that's made a huge difference.
And, you know, you have that great support. I think we definitely heard it today. Francois, you know, big producer of industrial gases. So hydrogen, well, it's nothing new to any of you. You know, it's hydrogen doesn't just show up. But it has almost reached this tipping point, I think, now, and it's the big surge forward. So tell me, you know, why hydrogen is just so important to the world and how it can help the energy transition.
Well, thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure to be here today. As Air Liquide, as a global leader in hydrogen, we have been producing hydrogen for the past 50, 60 years. But now the game has changed because we are talking about low carbon hydrogen. And really the challenge is to go at scale. And in that journey, I mean, we are really pushing globally. First, I mean, when you talk about the blue hydrogen, we have been operating carbon capture on our hydrogen plant now since 2015. But now we are building plants to go 10 times bigger than that. That was 100,000 tons per year. We are going to go 10 times bigger than that. So that's on the blue hydrogen. On the green hydrogen, it's also a question of scale. Today we are operating the largest PEM electrolyzer in the world in Canada, 20 megawatt. It's big, but it's very small, in fact, given what we need. As we speak, we are starting another one in Germany, which is going to be another 20 megawatt. But there again, we are scaling up 10 times because we are in the construction phase for a 200 megawatt, which is going to be in France, to supply a commercial customer. And that's a big thing to make sure that in this transition and in this scaling up, we are building a solid commercial scheme and business model to do that. So hydrogen is a key enabler in the energy transition for industry. Wherever you can justify a premium for the low carbon content of the hydrogen, of course, and that's absolutely key. And with those large-scale units based on industry requirement that will enable and facilitate the mobility to make hydrogen affordable for the mobility market, of course. And just to finish up on this, I mean, we see that globally there is quite a strong momentum in Europe, in the US, in some part of Asia. But with what we said and what we heard today, I think the Kingdom of Saudi has everything, basically, to be clearly a leader to export low-carbon hydrogen, but also to attract industry, locally to produce with low carbon hydrogen.
Yeah, I think, and that's the key thing too with the industrial development and the great ambitions in the kingdom at the moment. Sanjeev, we're hearing about magic here, but I really sort of feel there's a bit of a gold rush going on at the moment in terms of hydrogen, you know, particularly in the clean energy space. Hydrogen has to be part of it, would you say, without a doubt, in terms of the energy future?
I would, but I just want to start off by saying that it's a pleasure to be here, again, second time at SGI, but more importantly today, I'm also representing as co-chair of the Hydrogen Council, and I'm delighted that we're having this conversation. Yeah. Look, in 2017, we started the Hydrogen Council, and we were trying to convince people that hydrogen had a role.
Yes.
Today, nobody is going to question hydrogen has a role. We have all established that. So this conversation is actually a milestone for that energy transition process, right? And it's a milestone for the role that hydrogen is going to play. Your question was, will it have a role? It absolutely has a role. It has a role that's going to fundamentally support energy transition. There are a couple of things, though, that I think we haven't spoken about. Abdul Rahman, a good friend, has made a great point. Our aim, our goal must be low carbon intensity hydrogen. When we said hydrogen holistically, low carbon intensity hydrogen. The means to getting that are very emotional between green, blue, turquoise, yellow. I can tell you that there is a rainbow of colors that nobody understands. Let's move away from colors and let's actually talk about the essence of that magical molecule. Right. I love that comment. The essence of hydrogen is that there are three stands to any large-scale energy transition adaptation to happen, right? You need sustainable, you need affordable, and reliable molecules. All three pillars make it absolutely critical. So the role that hydrogen plays is it provides those three pillars. Low carbon, with carbon capture sequestration, you have low carbon intensity hydrogen. Perfect solution for industrial decarbonization, which is where I see the thrust of hydrogen, molecules being placed today with mature technology. Today, autothermal reforming with carbon capture sequestration provides low carbon intensity hydrogen. We should be pushing that while working very, very hard on making electrolyzers, again, those three elements, sustainable, affordable, and reliable. That's probably 5 to 7 years away. Yeah. When that happens, you get to a point of inflection. But hydrogen by now, today, already has an impactful point of inflection.
Abdul Rahman, if I can bring you in quickly on this. Yes, low carbon we need without a doubt. I think that's a given. Low price, I think everyone is saying we need that too. So how do we get to a point? Are we waiting, 5 years, 10 years before it gets to that point? We shouldn't have to wait that long.
First of all, you are using my magic word a lot, which is okay. I agree with that. Yes, it's going to take time. It is not an easy because it needs an innovation in how to produce that hydrogen from water. Electrolysis is not yet, at a maturity level in terms of technology. And the other thing, I think we need a breakthrough and innovation in the storing of the power and electricity.
Yes, yes.
The combination of these two, I think, is going to take time, because you can produce, electricity from solar and etc. and from wind and etc. But I think we need to store that, and we need to transport it. Now we have a solution in SABIC, and we have done this, and we started, producing low carbon ammonia, and that low carbon ammonia, so far, it is the perfect carrier for the hydrogen. So now we could transport the low carbon hydrogen anywhere in the world. We have demonstrated this, and we have successfully shipped for shipments to Japan and to Taiwan and to India, as well as in Korea, to use that ammonia in the fuel system. And this is just the start point. Still, I agree with Sanjeev that this is it has to be an affordable and it has to be an economical in order to have it part of the fuel system. Fuel system and the mix of the fuel, it will continue for there. Fuel-based system, the fossil fuel-based system, it's going to be continue, and it's going to continue forever. But of course, the hydrogen is going to take a place, but I think it's going to be long-term.
Francois, maybe come in on that, because again, it's affordability, accessibility, and about large-scale production as well.
Yes, absolutely. And when we look at the challenges that we have globally, there are some issues which relates to technology. When we are talking about the blue hydrogen, and again, I share the point that what is important is the carbon intensity. But when you are looking at the blue hydrogen, what is missing globally is the capacity to store CO2. That's shortage everywhere in the world. So there are a few pockets in the world where it's feasible, but it's not enough at scale to what we need to do. So it's sink, CO2 sink, but it's also CO2 infrastructure, could be pipeline or international infrastructure to transport the CO2. For the green hydrogen coming from electrolyzer, as mentioned by Abdulrahman, for sure, the electrolyzer needs to scale up. That's typically what we are doing with Air Liquide and Siemens Energy. We just started a gigafactory in Berlin, 1 gigawatt of capacity, moving to 3 gigawatt in 2 years. But again, that's small compared to what we need. The next thing that we need, clearly, in terms of technology, is affordable, low-carbon electricity. And there again, that's a shortage everywhere in the world. So it depends on the specific situation of the country, but that's a shortage. All in all, those are technologies. But I think the most important thing that we need today in this transition is customers. Yes. Customers who are willing to commit to pay a premium.
And how do you create that demand?
Content. Sorry?
How are we going to create that demand?
Well, I think there are some parts of the world where we see that. I mean, in Europe, because you have a mix of carrot and stick, basically. Yes. But for renewable fuels, for example, there's enough incentive for refiners, for biofuels to pay a premium. In the US, still to be seen, but with the Inflation Reduction Act, there could be some drivers.
Yeah. Dave, again, stay with technology at the moment and infrastructure, a lot needed to create large-scale production. Where do you see that going, and how fast?
I guess I'm slightly more optimistic about where we are on the technology, particularly on electrolyzers. I mean, we're investing 2.2 gigawatts for electrolysis. It is a mature technology. It does need to improve, and it will need, and that's part of our whole business model, is to take some of those improvements, put them into the operating plant, and seek benefits down the line. But from a mature technology, we certainly believe it's there, but it does need constant investment. I mean, as we look at phasing up, as some of my colleagues around there look at green hydrogen as their next option post the blue, or again, we get back down to a lower carbon hydrogen than blue, we will need that technology to continue to come through. But it takes companies or investors such as ourselves to actually show the commitment to say we want to see that technology developed. We want that supply chain to exist in order for us to deliver low-cost, high-value products to our consumers.
Sanjeev, do you want to come in there on this one here?
I just want to make a couple of points.
Please.
One is that I think there's been a lot of disservice done to hydrogen by people proclaiming you're going to get a hydrogen for $1 a kg, which is clean. Look, that has held people back from making long-term commitments. Demand activation, Francois' point earlier, demand activation is the critical element today. We can have these academic conversations that we're having today. If there is no demand for it, its development and growth is going to be stymied.
Yes.
So for hydrogen to move forward, you need technology to develop, you need government policy infrastructure to develop, but alongside that, you need long-term commitments, just like you got for LNG, moving down the path for large-scale development to happen. Mature technology exists today for large-scale development. We have cost-effective blue hydrogen available today in the US. Yes, it's supported by IRA, makes a lot of difference, but you have it today. We have it in the kingdom. The kingdom has taken a visionary view as to what it wants to do with hydrogen. You heard Zaid talk about it earlier on. We are participating in that actively because we see that leadership available. There are spots like that in the world where you have that available at scale and affordable today.
Let me bring Dr. Zaid in quickly, because I'm leaving him all behind here. He's feeling a little lonely. Because at the Ministry of Energy, you're looking at standards and certification. And when we hear all of this, and yes, lots are happening, where do we fit when it comes to standards and certification?
Well, that's the most difficult question I get every day, really.
So now this could take a while. Maybe
but as the gentleman said, we already put our framework, which is our framework to get to net zero, the circular carbon economy, which doesn't look at the source of energy, but looks at how to reduce emission. So this is where our standard certification. Although I just realized in the panel we have 3 low carbon and one renewable hydrogen. For a regulator, I'll be standing at equal distance from all of them, so that our regulations, our standards will actually be favorable to all in order to enable everyone to actually produce hydrogen at a low cost and be able to be the low-cost producer, and therefore that will give us the competitive advantage to become the top exporter of all type of hydrogen.
Abdulrahman, please.
Can I just add very quickly that the Hydrogen Council has been working over the last 2 years to get stakeholders together on the question of certification. Tomorrow, in fact, we have a roundtable, a ministerial roundtable, where we will be tabling that. The ISO has now been involved. We believe the fundamental building blocks of a mutually acceptable framework for recognition and certification is now available. That's a big, important step for trade to happen. Without that, we would be having these constant battles. Now, it still needs adoption. There's still some way to go. There is some political G2G dialogue that needs to happen for that to really get to point of fruition. But building blocks are here today.
And the conversation has reached a new level, without a doubt. Abdul Rahman, come in. And I know we've moved on to something else, but come back to your point, please.
Yeah, my point is just related to the definition of the maturity for the technology. The technology for the electrolysis, it's been there for decades, so I know. So what I mean by the maturity here is the maturity to the level that we produce it economically, reduce it from the $6, $8 a kg to the less than $1 a kg. This is what we are looking for. This is the technology that we are looking for.
And again, when we look at, you know, your focus, Dave, is green hydrogen without a doubt, but there are uses, and I think you'll all agree at this most, you know, we've got to get away from our color coding at the moment. You know, looking ahead to in terms of what the government can do and what the government is doing here, how could this work in other countries? Because many countries, the government wants to stand back rather than actually be proactive. What should they do, no matter what kind of hydrogen it is?
So again, the example we heard earlier on was the IRA. They have their particular policy, which has stimulated growth in the United States. It's effectively a subsidy on the price. It's also encouraged local companies and OEMs to invest in that technology. I think Europe are trying to encourage the same thing. So far as I understand, the Middle East and Saudi in particular has not necessarily adopted a strong position on that. But there are opportunities to do that. They've certainly provided a backdrop by making strong commitments about what they want to do. While their aspirations, Vision 2030, around exporting 4 million tons per year of low carbon.
Could this become a hub, do you think, Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely. I mean, again, everything that we're looking at on both the east and the west coast of Saudi, as an example, is really setting up some key hubs.
And again, the idea of hubs, Sanjeev, maybe come back to you on this, and maybe the idea of government and industry collaborating together. Do we need hubs on this? Will this make such a difference?
We both need hubs, and we have hubs today, which are good role models for this. The US Gulf Coast is an amazing hub that actually has the reliable, sustainable, and affordable hydrogen available today in that pipeline network. So that's a good example to role model on. We see hubs in the Middle East certainly coming out of the kingdom. The kingdom is rich in the resources. Again, Zaid mentioned those resources. They come together with a vision of what you want to do with hydrogen. You want to be able to create the same hubs in the rest of Europe and in parts of Asia Pacific. Look, at the end of the day, there is an inherent inequality in access to clean hydrogen across the world. Emerging markets will, you know, always suggest that they have a challenge of that. Not everybody. A lot of people are rich in resources that might be deployed for clean hydrogen development. But my argument is that, you know, the policy framework that the governments need to work together on has to collaborate with industry. It is not, you cannot have a policy framework that is purely academic and devoid of that interaction with industry. In the kingdom, the reason I see success is because we are deeply engaged in that policy framework. We see that happening in the US as well to a large extent. The IRA, I can tell you, is a boon. It has some downsides as well because everyone's now announcing projects and only 10% of them will happen. So capital inflation and interest costs obviously is a challenge today when you're developing projects. But you know, having a policy framework that engages private partnership to make sure that you have a vehicle by which you can actually deploy in an impactful way across the world is the key.
Now, our downside is time at the moment here, so I have to take that as your closing comment, but there was a lot of great encouragement in there in terms of where we're going. Francois, just you know, sum it up in a minute for me. What do we need to do here, and what do we need to do fast? Because I can feel the urgency on this issue.
Well, I think on the topic of working between governments and industries, I think the first point is clearly, I mean, to make sure that we have a common standard for the measuring the carbon content of the product. And what was mentioned by Sanjeev, I think, is going really in the right direction with the ISO certification being carried through the Hydrogen Council. Then the second thing is that for the governments, depending on the different region, they need to set a value for the low carbon content in the products. Again, being a carrot or a stick, but we see some regions which are doing that, and this is the necessary condition for our customers, for us, to invest for the long time. And we need to have the visibility on that. Then, the last point is we need to be pragmatic, and we need to be technology neutral or technology agnostic. Today, there's a lot of debate, especially in Europe, about, I mean, the quality of the different technologies to produce either low carbon electricity or hydrogen. I think in this transition phase, we cannot afford this. What we need to do is to start to get the scale, to get the infrastructure, to get the end customer to be used to have low carbon products, to afford low carbon products, and then we will raise the bar in terms of technologies and ways to produce that. But if we want to do everything at the beginning, this transition is never going to happen.
Yeah, it is going to take time. I think we have to take that on board. Dave, you're already working on this. Probably another plan going on somewhere that we don't know about. But again, what's next? What needs to happen now? What are you doing?
Well, just to agree on Francois, I mean, the definition of low carbon, what does that mean? Actually attaching a value to lower carbon, because as we just heard, producing green hydrogen is more expensive to produce than blue, is more expensive than gray. So there has to be a benefit to the consumer in doing that, maybe some incentives to allow people to do that, but there's absolutely a blend. I mean, we keep talking about the energy transition. There's place for all hydrogen to help decarbonize industry in general, and I think the point made on the technology is a very valid one. We can't wait for the technology to get there. There have to be some bold steps. I think the shareholders in Neon Green Hydrogen Company, Air Products, Equipar, Neon, made those bold steps. To a certain extent, it was a risk. But we've shared that risk with the lenders. We believe we have a valuable business case. But the next investment should be a lower risk. And I think there are opportunities to do that. With the Kingdom's aspirations around exporting the quantities of low carbon, there need to be new investments happening now. I mean, it's taken us 4 years to get to this process. It's 3 years till we're on stream. Unless major projects are getting FIDs in the next 2 years, the ability to hit that target by 2030 is really challenging.
But it opens so many opportunities. Abdul Rahman, just a closing word, call to action. What can we do now to really escalate this and move it forward?
We have to believe that the hydrogen is one that can help us in our decarbonization and in the sustainability. I think it is a great factor to improve the sustainability for all of our processes in the industry. The second thing, it will be part of the mixed fuel. No doubt about this. I think we need to have a collaborative and work together. Also, I would say that Saudi Arabia is the best area that can produce that hydrogen, because this hydrogen, if you go to electrolysis, it needs renewable resources to produce hydrogen first. And I think Saudi Arabia is blessed with sun, blessed with wind, and this is the best place to do. The other thing, we have great experience in the ammonia, producing the ammonia and exporting the ammonia. You have the facility, infrastructure, knowledge how, and also the partnership. We are working with a lot of partnership in this. So I think Saudi Arabia is the best to do that.
So a lot going for Saudi Arabia, and then of course the ministry blessed with all of these great partners who are working closely with you. What's next?
Yeah, absolutely. So, but my main message is let's not wait. Everybody is waiting. Everybody is looking at how much the US is giving, how much Europe is giving, how much Japan is giving. You'll end up with huge incentives that you're going to stack on top of each other. But this is not happening now. We need to assess the potential in the kingdom, how much truly hydrogen costs in the kingdom, and our bet is that hydrogen production in the kingdom will be at a lower cost, even if you have incentives from other countries. That's what we believe in.
Super. Well, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much, and we're out dead on time. Ziad, Abdul Rahman, thank you so much. Dave, Francois, and Sanjeev, thank you all so much, and good luck with all of your great work.
Thank you.
The industry's in good hands.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we can all head out here. Tumi's going to come back and join us in just a moment. Gentlemen, we'll head this way. Thank you all so much. I'm coming with you in just a moment here. Thank you. Again, thank you all so much. I'm going to hand over to you, Tumi. You're ready for action, are you?
Thank you so much, Edna. Thank you so much, Edna. Much appreciated. I have to say that for me, today has brought a number of interesting questions. And one of those is a little bit of a conundrum, if I could speak, is a little bit of a conundrum. It's that question of knowing what we don't know, or knowing that we don't know, and how one can begin to think differently about mitigating for that. And I think for the rest of this afternoon, I feel as if part of the conversation is trying to plan for a future that is not being created or made uncertain just by the question of sustainability and how we live, but how do we make sure that we better act in mitigation and promotion of sustainability. Now, I would like to, first of all, call on a gentleman that I'm quite excited to speak to. And I think once he's on stage, I'll tell you a little bit more about why I'm so excited. The topic is investing in sustainable tourism. So please put your hands together for His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib, the Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia. Please have a seat. I have been incredibly tickled to be speaking to you as of a few days ago, because congratulations are in order for Expo 2030. And I think, can we just be happy about that for a second? I mean, how terribly exciting that is. But I think it's not just about the excitement, but it's about the opportunity for us to have conversations in a different way around access to Saudi Arabia, about tourism, about Plan 2030, about decarbonization and greening the... Okay, you can see I'm getting excited. Yeah. Okay, so let's just turn down the volume. Let's go back to basics. Yeah. Sustainable tourism in Saudi Arabia. What does that look like?
First of all, thank you very much. I'm happy and honored to be here with this distinguished guests, you know, after like 1 month being away from my home. Tourism is very important. It represents about 10% of the global GDP and global jobs. But the contribution of tourism to the greenhouse carbon emissions is about 8 to 10. I remember before 2022, we didn't know what is the exact number because it's a very complicated industry. The airlines contributes, the mobility that relates to tourism contributes, the hotel business, travel agencies, DMCs. It is a very complicated to calculate the the direct and indirect contribution to the greenhouse carbon emissions. But we commissioned the World Travel and Tourism Council to conduct a research and a study to know the baseline, for us to start from the baseline. I think we have Her Excellency Gloria here. She's videoing what I'm saying. We know now the baseline. And we know this industry will double in 10 years. The number of international arrivals will grow from 1.2, 1.3 to about 3 billion in 2023, based on the World Travel and Tourism Council. We have to do something. Yep. If we don't do something, this 8 to 10% will grow to 15, 16%. If we do something, we at least maintain these levels. And Saudi Arabia, travel and tourism is one of the Vision 2030 pillars. We decided when we put together the Vision 2030 under the leadership of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, that we have to unlock the travel and tourism sector. It used to represent only 3% of the GDP in 2019. Today, or by end of this year, we will reach to 7%, and we are heading to the 10% by 2030, or maybe higher. And therefore, in one hand, we have a virgin coast, the Red Sea coast, pristine, untouched. The environment there is protected, very fresh coral reefs, and also the main city and the mountains in the south. On the other hand, we want to unlock the value of the sector, means we have to build, we have to invest, we have to bring more international tourists. In 2019, we had only 10 million. This year, we will reach to 26 million. And we will head to the 70 million to be one of the top 5 country in the world by 2030. Grow with a lot of risks. We, as a regulator, the Ministry of Tourism,
with the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Energy, we need to put enough regulations and policies to protect the beauty, the nature, the wildlife, which we started already. We started protecting the wildlife and the coast, the Red Sea coast. And the advantage in Saudi Arabia is that we are building today. We're gonna invest $800 billion in the next 10 years to build the new destinations, new cities in Neom, Red Sea, Asir, Dir'iyya, Qiddiya. And these new destinations are really putting the environment and the climate is on top of their agendas.
So one of the things when one is thinking about the question of sustainable tourism, not being a tourism expert myself, but having been exposed a little bit to it, there are these three areas that you effectively break it down to. One is the responsible tourism. Second is the solidarity tourism, if we can put it that way. And third is fair tourism, right? So the first is about the environment. The second is about how do you ensure that the communities that you're going into are benefiting from your activity and your engagement. And the third, ensuring that whatever is being traded on a fair basis. Obviously, for Saudi Arabia, when you're talking sustainability, all three of those things become very, very important. And you've just alluded to that very point right now. Let's just take one area, for example, and I think it's key. I had the pleasure of visiting Al Ula, and one of the things that I noticed was this very deliberate effort to ensure that the dollars, the pounds, the rand, whatever was coming into the community was as much as possible being used within the community, that it was staying in the community to benefit. That's easy to do on a smaller scale. It can sometimes be quite challenging to do it on a broader scale where you have multiple jurisdictions, multiple areas, and multiple demands in terms of what tourists want. How are you balancing that?
We actually the Al Ula is a very good example, but we are doing this on a bigger scale. In Neom, for example, if you go to all the villages around Tabuk area, they all benefited from the development in Neom, and in the same time in the Red Sea, if I count Hagel or Al-Wajh or Diba, they found jobs, they sell products, they're getting trained, and all these projects are investing in these small villages and towns to make sure that the spillover of the spending have been captured by these small towns. And this is the sustainability of the social. The economical sustainability is also important, and the environment. We have to make sure that what we build, the material used to build, is environment friendly, and we are doing this closely with all the big projects. And when we operate the projects, we want to make sure that also the material we use and are environmental friendly. We want to make sure that in travel and tourism, especially in tourism and hospitality, water consumption is an issue, even though the whole travel and tourism industry consumes less than 1% of the world consumed water. However, water consumption is an issue, food consumption is a big issue, and we are really taking care of this and putting all the policies to ensure that this challenge has been monitored and managed. And the energy, and we are moving to solar and alternative energies. I believe because we are building new destinations, we have an advantage. I think it is extremely costly to change destinations in developed cities. I don't need to name cities. It's extremely difficult, but in our case, sustainability, environment became an important, and therefore we have to make sure that it is embedded in the design and in the operation.
Can you believe we've got 2 minutes left? So
I'll try to.
I know, it flew. Quick one, because I can't let you go without talking about the impact of Expo 2030.
Sure.
you guys were already ambitious, okay? You were already ambitious in terms of just the numbers that you were quoting about the expected visitors, you know, are really ambitious. You're talking doubling, tripling. Expo 2030 has got the potential to sort of skyrocket a number of your projections and your figures, particularly because it coincides with Plan 2030 so directly, which means that in that year, everybody's going to be looking to see what happened with Plan 2030. How are you beginning to grapple that? Because it's only 6 years away.
Yeah, I will. I'll come to Expo, but in 10 seconds, we are also contributing to the world when it comes to environment and sustainability through the establishment of the Sustainability Center. And I was in the Pacific, and Saudi Arabia contributed $50 million over the next 5 years to fight the climate. And they were very happy to see Saudi Arabia is contributing. And being the chair of the Executive Council of the United Nations World Travel Organization, we are putting everything to make sure that the climate and nature and environment is protected. Going back to your question, first of all, I'll take this opportunity to congratulate His Majesty, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques and the Crown Prince, who pushed us very hard the last 2 years during the campaign, enable us and make sure that we did all the right things to win Expo. I did myself alone 70 country visits this year, from the beginning of this year. And I was very happy to break my record of one flight, 20 hours, from Paris to Cook Islands.
Do you know which country you're in now? You're in the UAE.
Yeah.
Just to make sure
because they arrived from Paris.
You're like, I don't know where I am.
Yeah. But, you know, I met, you know, 9 presidents in 3 days, for every 3 countries a day. I broke all records in the last 2 years. I was very happy to do that. I was inside the room when they did the election of Expo, and I know I was very confident that we will win, but I want to win. We want to win from the first round to just be to mark this as a record ever, you know, for a country to win Expo from the first round. Definitely, Expo will boost travel and tourism. Will boost tourism to Saudi Arabia. We are getting ourselves ready through building Riyadh Airport, which is a huge airport, 120 million passenger capacity. We are adding seats by establishing the Riyadh Airlines, and we are expanding the hotel rooms. Riyadh will add about 100,000 key rooms in the next 10 years, or up to 2030, in addition to the 250,000 key rooms we have today. I think, you know, we will be lucky. We will have 40 million visitors expected or targeted to Expo. Majority of them will come from outside. They will stay. Hotels will be busy. Car rental will be busy. Restaurants are going to be busy. Spend will be huge. And therefore, 2030 will be an exceptional year. And it will really celebrate our end of first vision 2030. We are very positive. We started already. We finalized the design of Expo. We're working very hard. We have a very capable team working on Expo. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is overseeing all the work, and I'm very, very sure we will introduce an exceptional Expo that will respect the environment and will connect nations and will give small nations the opportunity to display their culture and their heritage.
I think that is exciting on so many levels, and I think I speak for everybody in this audience to say we're certainly looking forward, yes, to Expo 2030. I personally can't wait.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us today. We wish you all the best in maintaining such a high level of ambition
Thank you very much.
and activity. And yes, bring on 2030. Thank you so much.
It's a
Thanks.
pleasure. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We got a sense from His Excellency's conversation about what some of the considerations are when it comes to having a tourism sector that is sustainable. A little bit earlier, we spoke a little bit about transportation and heard about what would be required in terms of making sure that transportation itself is sustainable. But one thing we also recognize is that not everybody is quite equipped. Not everybody is ready, not everybody has the capability of driving around in electric vehicles. So we still are using some fossil fuels, we are still having to think differently about how we reduce emissions in that regard so that life can continue while we're learning to adapt and sustain. The next two gentlemen are very key players in terms of the energy sector. And you'll know why in just a second. We're talking about driving energy transitions to a low-carbon future. And the gentlemen are Amin Nasser, who is the CEO of Aramco, and Patrick Pouyanné, who is the CEO of Total Energies. Gentlemen, to both of you, welcome. Please have a seat. Thank you so very much for joining us. And I'm sure you gentlemen have been extremely busy. So I'm going to get straight to the conversation because we've only got about 20 minutes for that conversation. So let's begin perhaps with you, if I may, Amin. Last year you were very concerned about underinvestment in the energy sector. You said so at the Saudi Green Initiative last year. Are you still concerned?
You know, if you compare it to what we have been doing in 2014, it was around $740 billion. Right now, we're doing 40% below that, around $480, $500 billion. Considering the growth that and the higher demand that we are anticipating in the future, I think we need more investment. Not to consider also the decline, the maturity. You know, if you look at the existing fields today and the level of maturity that we are seeing between conventional resources and unconventional resources at different level of decline, you're looking at a 7% annual decline. This is our calculation. And in a 100 million barrel system, you're talking about 7 million barrels you need to bring every year just to maintain current level of production. Not to mention the growth. If you look at this quarter, the fourth quarter, there's 103 million barrels the demand. Compared to 2019, we were running around 100 million barrels. So there is growth, and we anticipate there is going to be further growth in demand going forward. And as such, you need that investment to meet the call on our production, at the same time to manage the decline in existing fields.
Yeah, I'd like to explore that in just a moment, if I may. But can I go to you, Patrick? We know what Amin's concerns are. Do you have similar concerns?
On investments?
On investments, yes. Or if not, maybe you have other ones.
No. On investment, I think the reality is that we invest more and more in the energy field. Because we invest in oil and gas, we invest in renewables, in electricity. So in fact, the investments in the energy fields are growing. And this is necessity for the transition. The question is then, how do we split these investments? Because we want to triple renewables, as it was announced here in the COP. At the same time, we need to maintain the production of oil and gas, which is the energy of today. And in fact, the reality, because it's difficult to plan this transition, the result, we invest more, but not enough anywhere, you know, and I will tell you the truth. And that's reality. To make the transition, it's a huge effort investment in the energy field. And if we slow down too quickly the investments in the existing oil and gas fields, because, and I know many people do not know, that there is a natural decline in an oil and gas production. And if we don't invest, there is a decline. But you know, look what happened in 2023. Plus 2 million barrels of oil per day of demand. If we had no investment, we would be at 96. Who is making the gap? The price. So even today, people complain at 90, would be in the roof. So I think that's the difficulty. This transition requires planning, requires much more investment, which, by the way, for an energy company like Total Energies, is a good news. More investment in the energy field means more growth, so it's good. So let's do more, but in an orderly manner.
I think that dilemma is so real, because when we have conversations about sustainability and greening and net zero, etc., we speak as if it happens in a vacuum sometimes, right? We speak as if we're not consuming right now. But the energy of today, as you rightly say, is oil and gas. So if we're looking at how we successfully continue that investment and parceling, as Patrick alluded to, sufficiently for future energies, how does that happen in a more comfortable way? So we're reducing some of the shocked effects of this decline, but we're sufficiently investing in the greenfield spaces of tomorrow. How does that look, Amin?
Yeah, I think this is what we are doing. As Patrick said, we are investing in the new renewables, hydrogens, e-fuel, and all of that. But still, you need a lot more investment, and it needs to pass certain thresholds in order to make it commercial for the market. Hydrogen now is waiting for demand. Demand is still not there because, for obvious reason, it is expensive if you talk about blue or green hydrogen. But at the same time, we need to continue to invest in oil and gas because there is more demand. I will just give you a number. You know, all the renewable that we brought over the last 15 years created approximately solar and wind, 15 million barrel of oil equivalent. This is how much solar and wind over the past 15 years. So it's not enough. Efficiency alone in the sector, improvement in efficiency, you're talking about 90 million barrels. So we as an industry are able to introduce a lot of efficiency, not only in auto and buildings and everything else, 90 million barrel saving in terms of additional requirements. And that requires also certain investment to meet that efficiency. At the same time, the 15 million barrels, and you can see the demand today is 103 in this quarter, in the fourth quarter this year. So even with all the renewable coming and to the market, it's still not enough to handle the additional demand that we are seeing. So we need more.
Exactly. So Patrick, if we're talking about needing more, and I mean, you took my next question almost out of my mouth, we have to deal with the efficiency question, no doubt. Everybody demands it. Shareholders are starting to make quite specific demands when it comes to those things. When we are trying to manage those emissions, but also recognizing there is still going to be this continued growth in spite of the overall general decline. There's still a bit of an upward trajectory. What is the balance?
I think there is something fundamental, in fact, why the energy demand is growing, why the oil demand is growing. Because the population is growing. And because most of the people in the emerging countries want a higher way of life, a higher well-being. That's the reason why. The increase of the oil demand is absolutely correlated to the increase of the population. And that's what we need to somewhere break, because for efficiency, can we be more efficient in the way we use energy? You know, in the call of this COP28, Thursday, it was triple renewables, double efficiency. My view is that it's super complex to do the double efficiency.
Yeah, exactly.
The triple renewables, I think we can do it. Total Energies will do it. We have 25 gigawatts, we target 100. So I will do my share of the triple. Efficiency to go from 1.52% to 4%, people do not imagine what it is. And in all the trajectories for people who look seriously at the matter, the idea that we could suddenly find a way, the only way we find to be efficient or to save energy is to have high prices. You know, last year when the price went high, in particular in Europe, the European customers suddenly, we save 5% of energy, consuming 5 because it was priced. But price is damaging the economy. So there is a virtuous and vicious circle which is complex. And this is where, in fact, we are. My view, by the way, is that inevitably this energy transition will go with higher price of energy because we invest much more. And again, but efficiency is clear, so let's be more efficient. For example, I will take an easy example. Clean cooking. You can, in Africa, by distributing more LPGs, save life and save emissions. So my company, we are strong in that business. We have decided to go from 60 million people today receive in Africa and India LPGs. We'll go to 100 million people by 2030. And it's not a big investment. It's a huge of work because the distribution of bottles of LPGs in Africa is not an easy it's not an easy task. But this is a type of thing where you can save, be good for health, be good for the climate.
But what is also important in this equation, I mean, you use Africa as an example, there's a behavioral issue component, right? It's how we use, how we live, and how we consume. The point that you make, Patrick, where you're saying people want to have a better life, and in those environments, better life equals increased use of energy, right? Because it's electricity, it's LPG gas, it's motor vehicles, it's bigger houses, it's air conditioning. It's all of these things which consume energy. Some of that is the oil and gas that you produce. What about the discourse then around behavioral change for you within your organizations, where you're now trying to straddle this line and find that balance between all of these things that are doing? Because the reality is that it's tricky, you know, and some days it feels impossible.
But in our organization, you know, we put KPIs. In a company, you put KPIs. You know, in the company like Total Energy, I decided that people are evaluated every year. It's linked to their results and their emissions. It's super efficient, you know. But if I'm doing that with the society, in the people in the street, I don't put KPIs on them, on the consumers.
Exactly.
You know? So in my company, and we are slashing down the emissions. Yeah. The methane emissions will be reduced by 80% in the 10 years because we have focused all the organization on it. We are a company, you know, we can have united view on that, and we put technologies. With the whole society to change the behaviors, you cannot give orders to everybody. And that's the real difficulty. And it is the most complex part of the transition, is acting on the demand.
Yeah.
Acting on, people forget the matter of demand, all that story.
Acting on the demand is absolutely key. I mean, we were speaking just shortly about Plan 2030 and how ambitious Saudi Arabia is across the board. In just about every sector, there's a tremendous ambition. Your organization is huge, that's the only way we can describe it, but the imperatives and the drivers in terms of success, sustainability don't necessarily change, particularly in the environment where you're from. How are you balancing? Patrick is saying, you know, KPIs in my organization, I can do that. KPI on the man on the street, not so much. What about you?
No, I think we have a role to play when we look at our I need to look at conventional and new energies. In conventionals, we do, as Patrick said, and even in our KPI, today we have the lowest methane and CO2 emission globally as Saudi Aramco. And we drive that down, not because our oil is much better than other oil, it is because of all the efficiency and the system that we install. We will continue to drive it down. For example, our sustainability report that we issued, even though we are 0.05 in methane and 10.3 kilogram in CO2 compared to, this is one of the best in terms of numbers and emissions. But if you look at 2035, we're talking about 52 million ton reduction in our CO2.
Yeah.
If you look at our, we're looking at our methane or carbon intensity, we are looking at reducing it upstream carbon intensity by 15% by 2035. So we are putting metrics to and to reduce our emissions from existing system. We are building the carbon capture and storage that will help us also to meet that. We are getting into e-fuels, and we are developing the system. For example, we have made the commitment for zero methane by 2030. Eliminating routine flaring by 2030. These are all metrics and KPIs to deliver by 2030, and a lot of things to reduce. For the new system that will help to run in parallel, because we need to decarbonize existing resources and at the same time build the new. So we are getting into hydrogen. In the kingdom, there is the blue, the green. We are getting into piloting direct air capture. We're looking at a lot of things that will help us to reduce carbon emission going forward and decarbonizing existing resources. But for the new solar, we are in renewables, we are in hydrogen, we are in e-fuel. So we are building all of these at the same time, building the conventional with less carbon emission.
What's interesting in this, in what both of you are saying, is that it's a question of a new or an agility that is required from a business perspective in order to move forward. So you as you say, we're doing new, we're doing existing, and we're finding how we can manage both for the short term and therefore longer term.
We make our own transition, you know.
You make your own transition.
We try to find a way.
Exactly.
That's like everybody, you know.
So let's talk then about what tomorrow is going to look like, Patrick. And I mean, I'd like to get your thoughts on that as well. From a business perspective, because ultimately you guys are business people, you know, you're not just about how do we sustain and how do we deal with ESG and so on. You have to deliver for the shareholders. And the shareholders have demands in terms of dividends and revenues and so on, and they want your profits to look great. It's not just about your turnover, et cetera, et cetera. But equally, you want to have a world in which you can still do business in 30 years' time. So how are we going to get there?
But because we are working, we have a strategy for Total. We became Total Energies. We continue, of course, to produce the energy of today, oil and gas, and we have to be excellent on this part, because this is a way to convince shareholders for us to invest in the new energies and our business of integrated power business, because in fact, we are adding electrons in our electricity fundamentally in our scope of energy. Is growing quickly, is delivering 10% return. It's not 20, it's 10, which is not too bad. It's growing enough, and I'm convinced that the only way to convince our shareholders is, in fact, to scale it up quickly enough so that it's material.
Yeah.
What I don't want to do, to be honest, is to have plenty of small niche in my portfolio, diversification, everything small, nothing real. Because for a company like Total Energies with 2.5 million barrels per day, and even for, I mean, it's even more complex, you know. If it's not sizable, it's not. This is what we can bring.
It has to be material.
And today I will tell you, I know the debate, electrons, molecules, the things that you can scale up is the renewable electricity. This is what you can scale up at the pace of the transition. It's why I'm a signatory of the call for tripling renewable. This is where we need to focus. Even when we speak about green hydrogen, you need electricity. Yeah. E-fuels, you need hydrogen, you need electricity. So the whole transition is a matter, in fact, of the decarbonization is going through electricity. So I think we can go everywhere at the same time, but fundamentally, my view is that electricity is much more than needed. And you know, today we have only 20% of the mix is electricity. We need to go to 40%. So let's try to be more focused rather than trying to find incredible solutions. You know, when we speak about e-fuels, I'm sorry to say to airlines companies, e-fuels today, they say $1,000 per ton. It's not 1,000. It's more than $5,000, $10,000 per ton. Even a SAF, a real biofuels, is $3,000 per ton more than jet fuel. So I don't know where the figures are coming from today. Let's try to be more organized, and it's why I was happy when I saw tripling renewables. It's simple. Renewable, efficiency, back out coal. Yeah. If we are executing this program, I can tell you, we'll be much better all together, rather than going everywhere at the same time.
I mean, we've got 3 minutes. Can you believe it? I'm just
I'll leave up to
I mean, you go ahead.
You know, I think 30 or 40 years from now, we'll still need a much bigger volume of energy, and we will have a mix of renewables, alternatives, and conventional, but with less carbon footprint. But let me give you some facts. Yeah. For almost 40 years ago, oil and gas and coal, which is about 250 million barrels of oil equivalent, together all, was 80% of the primary energy globally. Today, oil and gas and coal, 80% of the global energy mix. It didn't change. Actually, if you look at the past 15, since 2010, oil grew by 17%, gas by 22%, and coal, which we have supposed to have eliminated coal a long time ago, it grew by 13%. Yeah. So what we need is affordable, sustainable, and secure energy. Yeah. And we need to take care of the whole world and make sure that what we generate to our shareholders add value. Yeah. Today, 60% of what we produce goes to the global south, and 40% goes to the global north. By 2050, almost 70% will go to the global south, and in hydrocarbon, 80% will be going to the global south. So the global north will only have 20%. There is 2 billion people coming. 95 to 98%, they are coming new in the global south, not in the global north. Yeah. So we need to take care of all stakeholders in terms of making sure that we provide affordable, sustainable, and secure energy for the whole world.
I think that stat about your 80% is extraordinary. I mean, I wish I'd seen that before this conversation. And the reason being, because it actually changes so much the context of the conversation, number one. But I think also it speaks to what you were saying, Patrick, earlier, around the behavior question, right? So we can't have a discussion about renewable green energies in a vacuum where there's a certain percentage that's discussing it. The majority is still being driven by hydrocarbon and fossil
But why?
fuels.
Because today the cars are using gasoline, the planes are using jet fuel, the shipping, everything. Oh, and it is a demand. You can change, if we change the way we demand energy, we can change the supply. The fully wrong idea in this type of debate is that you change the supply and things will happen. No, because then people will be starved of energy. We don't want to come back to the old ages with a lack of energy, none of us.
I'm having far, far, far too much fun.
Can I say something?
Yes, yes, please.
You know, I always say, in the last 15 years, we brought 15 million barrels of oil equivalent of solar and wind. Coal alone, the increase in coal in 1 year, because when it doesn't become affordable, people will go to more coal. In 1 year, the additional in coal wiped out the 15 years of solar and wind. So we need to bring energy, but it needs to be affordable. Otherwise, people will be utilizing more coal.
So you guys know that the topic of this conversation was driving energy transitions to a low-carbon future. The people who are actually trading in this are telling us that we are doing the opposite. We want more coal, we want more fuel, we want to fly more because I flew to get to Dubai. So the reality is that there is not just about the producers of fuels who have to change the nature of the delivery, but those who consume have to change how we demand and the nature of our demands. Gentlemen, I cannot wait to read your annual reports over the next couple of years to see what those numbers do. In the meantime, however, I'm going to thank you so much for a fascinating, interesting, and exciting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That
Thank you very much. Very lively.
Thank you. Oui, oui, merci beaucoup.
Okay, we'll go that way. Okay.
Thank you. So I have to admit that that wasn't the outcome that I was expecting from that conversation. Admittedly, I was expecting a lot of discussion about how we are so well on the way and the numbers are coming down and it's looking promising and encouraging. Clearly, we still have to do a lot of work, a lot of homework, but also I think for those of us who are the consumer, we need to start thinking differently about how we consume, what our demands are, and whether or not we need to continue to drive so much in terms of consumption. We spoke a little bit about money, as you could hear, investments and so on. I'd like to now have a conversation about sharing some government perspectives on financing the green transition and how we can make that happen better and more efficiently. Please welcome His Excellency Mohammed Al-Jadaan, the Minister of Finance for Saudi Arabia. Excellency, welcome, welcome. It's always good to see you. I'm spending quite a lot of time in Saudi Arabia these days, and I can't remember where I saw you last, but it's good to see you again. So a little bit earlier, we spoke with the Minister of Economy and Planning to give us a little bit of a sense from the economy and planning perspective of what the thinking in the kingdom is. But for financing a green transition, and again looking at the ambition that Saudi Arabia has around greening. So there's the business growth, there's the general business growth, there's the GDP growth, etc., and there's the success of the various corporations that help to input money into the shareholder, that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But all of this has to happen within a green transition. From a finance perspective, when you're trying to balance the budget, or not sometimes, what is it that you're thinking in terms of imperatives for the green transition?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you everyone for being here. Few things I think we should really just focus on, and I was interested in the session just before, where facts, realities are checked, rather than just talking about transition. I'll cover that, and I'll cover the financing side. I think financing is the tool to achieve a reliable, just a transition that will provide us with energy to support the world growth, but also in a more sustainable, environmentally and socially, in addition to making an economic impact. And a lot has happened. But for me, I think I would just say two things. One is, if you want to have your cake and eat it, and at the same time lose weight, then it is a serious challenge, okay? And when we talk about climate finance, green bonds, impact investing, and the like, to me, there is one thing that is actually, if we focus on it, actually it will deliver a lot more than what we have been talking about over the last few years in terms of transition, which is technology. I think technology will make or break our promises, our climate change ambitions, because simply, as Amin have said, Amin is back now, as Amin have said, in 1 year, you have overtaking by coal what you have done in 15 years in renewables. That's a shame. And I think if we invest in technologies that will capture carbon, that would reuse carbon, that would utilize, store carbon, and make it more affordable, cheaper, that will make a big difference. Aramco, I don't know if someone else before me spoke about it, but I'm sure it is covered. Aramco is doing this, and they are doing it efficiently. They are capturing about 800,000 ton per year, million ton per year, actually. And that is part of their business. Yeah. So that is removing a lot of carbon off there. SABIC is doing the same, but also reducing materials instead. 500,000 tons per year. That's a lot of carbon capture and utilization. I think investing more in technologies, if we invest a fraction of what we talk about in investing in transition, in technologies, developing more technologies, advancing these technologies to capture CO2, that will actually go a long way in dissolving the problem.
You talked about us having our cake, eating it, and then wanting to lose weight. Yeah. So let's talk about the losing weight part of that equation. The reality of the matter is that how we are living is not necessarily commensurate with the reality of how, if we continue to live this way, what are we going to have, or the little we're going to have in the end, right? So we know it intellectually, and we know that if we eat the cake, we're not going to lose the weight. It doesn't always stop us eating the cake. It doesn't stop us from increasing Amin's numbers so that you're selling more in the last year than you did in a while. What needs to happen when you're considering the finance side in terms of allocating those resources? So you're maintaining the growth that you require because you need those resources to build, but at the same time, there is a carrot incentive for encouraging greening, so that when you get to the crossover line in your projections, that crossover isn't a shock, it is a smoother transition.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, that financing will need to provide an incentive. Yeah. An incentive to change, an incentive to reform, an incentive to be more efficient in your business, and therefore shareholders would demand that from their companies. And financiers will demand that from their borrowers. And that will actually make an impact. And I agree with it. It is these tools, impact investing or green bonds or sustainable bonds, that will actually make the impact and change the behavior. It just needs to be balanced. So if you use this too much, you will lose money. And your shareholders actually will be angry. But if you do it reasonably, efficiently, I think it will make an impact. The same goes to financing through bond issuances. I mean, just imagine over the last few years, the $1 trillion mark was hit by green bonds in a few years' time. That is a lot of appetite from investors. But then investors would want to make sure that this will drive a social change, will drive environmental impact, positive impact, but also provide return. At the same time, if you talk to companies, and we have some of them here, they would say they would expect also subsidies from governments. And governments have a lot of demand for their resource. It's limited resource. And if, leaving aside Saudi Arabia, where most of our income does not come from tax, but generally, 90-something% of the world governments would actually get their revenues from tax. So if I'm going to give a company subsidy to produce unsustainable clean energy, that means I'm going to increase tax on other taxpayers and actually cause more damage in the whole economy at large. Balancing these are very important. I would just stop with that. In relation to Saudi, I think we are doing a lot more than what we talk about. And the reason why is, actually there are two reasons. One is it makes financial sense for us. So we are, and I'm sure others have spoken about this, we are displacing liquids between now and 2030. We burn around 1 million, short of 1 million barrels a day today. And we burn them at a very deep discount. So we, as a government, we subsidize. And we are saying, actually, if we remove this totally and start using this oil for either oil to chemical or exports, and then sell it at international price, we would use part of that money that we are getting in two things. One is more investments in renewables, and second, expanding our gas network and therefore achieving our electricity mix of 50% renewables and 50% gas, and we will make money in the government at the same time. So just playing it smart also would encourage everybody to play with you.
Part of the reason why finance ministers aren't always the most popular when it comes to government departments. We only had 10 minutes for this conversation. I wish we had longer, but I'm going to say thank you so very much for having joined us, and I'm going to ask you also to thank His Excellency Mohammed Al Jadaan, the Minister of Finance of Saudi Arabia. It is always a pleasure. Thank you very much. And thank you, of course, for your attention. I am then going to call on my colleague, Sarah Cocker, to join you to talk about a different kind of economy, one that is red and blue. Well, wait for it. It's coming.
Literally swimming my way through here back to the stage. What a fantastic conversation that was. It was so very interesting to hear all those things about the macroeconomy. And as Tumi quite rightly said, we're going to dive under the sea now. I have my two distinguished guests with me for this panel. A lot of them I'm sure you already know, but on my far left I have John Pagano. He's the global CEO of the Red Sea Global. And of course, Professor Carlos Duarte, fresh in from Brazil, straight off the plane, and he is Ibn Sina Distinguished Professor of Marine Science at CAUS. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. I know we've caught up before in various other times, not least the SGI last year. And John, when we were talking then, you were just about to open your 3 resorts. So it was great excitement. You were laying the groundwork for that. One's open, second and third almost ready to go, right?
Indeed, yes. We're open for business. We're open to welcome guests from around the world. Six Senses is open. St. Regis opens this month, and Ritz-Carlton Reserve will open in January or February. But I think the most important thing, the message I want to get across, is we've delivered on the promises that we made dating back to 6 years ago, but we're doing it sustainably. Six Senses Southern Dunes is totally renewable energy powered, 24 hours a day, completely off-grid. We're growing mangroves, we're growing corals, we're delivering on the promise. So we're walking the walk, not just talking the talk.
So how many sleepless nights did you have when you made that bold decision 6 years ago? Yeah, we're going off grid, right, that's it. No backup plan. I mean, that's bold, right?
It was bold and scary at the time, and we've had some sleepless nights along the way, but I'm pleased to say that, the technology was there. We were just simply pushing the boundaries and have done something that nobody else has ever done in the world to date. We are building the largest tourism destination in the world that is completely off-grid, powered by renewable energy 24 hours a day, with the largest battery storage system in the world.
And by setting that blueprint, and we'll come back to that and the guest experience and how that moves out to other stakeholders. But Carlos, the Red Sea, obviously surrounded by very fragile states across the world. We've seen a lot of degradation of corals. Lots of challenges. We've discussed them in our previous panels, of course. Everybody knows about them. But still a lot of opportunities. So you're literally under the sea studying this, particularly corals is your specialization. What are you seeing and what are you hopeful about?
Well, I believe what I'm hopeful about is that it's time for bold decisions. And John was just sharing a very bold decision to power the Red Sea Global with renewable energy, to have a regenerative approach, and we can't really settle for the little that is left. So we have to change the conversation and move from sustainability and try to hold to the little that is left to regeneration. So I believe now the bold decision that we are making globally is that we're no longer content with conservation. We need to go into regeneration. And I've been inspired by working with John and the Red Sea Global in seeing how development can bring about a regenerative approach to how we interact with the environment. But it's not only the Red Seas globally. We have a commitment with our youth not to hand over a planet that is crippled, but to hand over a planet, an ocean, a Red Sea that can support generations to come, and that requires regeneration.
Now, we'll get back to this regenerative tourism. I knew I was going to struggle with that word. But I want to just dip below the sea with you for a moment, because I've been lucky enough to spend quite a bit of time at Kaust and your little coral, well, not little, your coral village under the sea. For people that haven't had a chance to witness that, tell us what you're doing there and how that's going, obviously not just for the kingdom, although very importantly for the kingdom, but you're sharing that information further around the world because, unfortunately, the sea is heating up.
Yeah, so corals are a threat under climate change, and they are believed to possibly be the first ecosystem to become functionally extinct under climate change. So we need to fast-track solutions, and we need to fast-track them because right now it seems impossible to conserve coral reefs globally under climate change, but it is precisely why we need science, because science is the only way to push the boundaries of the possible. So at Kaust, we're doing that locally through developing new technologies. You referred to the coral village. My colleagues are developing new probiotics to be able to add more resistance to corals, to temperature, but we're also advancing, adapting evolution and helping corals to be able to cope with extreme temperatures, but we're also leading the conversation globally. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, during the Saudi presidency of the G20 in 2020, then put forward a proposal to the G20 nations to develop a new platform to accelerate coral R&D, and that is called CORDAP, and it's rooted in the kingdom, and is the one that is providing hope to the rest of the world that we might be able to conserve corals despite the very negative outlooks.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of the audience can grab hold of this concept and unfortunately may or may not have seen that coral damage. So that's part of the international regulation. We'll come back, John, to you in just a minute. But regenerative tourism, as you said, not just guardians of what you have, but some things have been unfortunately damaged, or even if they haven't, you want to grow new ones, as we're talking about corals. So how is that playing into what you're doing in the Red Sea? And I guess that really makes you stand out from other people that are doing great things in the tourism industry, but it may be a little bit more plain vanilla than literally diving under the sea.
Well, look, I think we're in a very fortunate position in Saudi Arabia, and in particular at the Red Sea, where we have the backing of the leadership of the country to do things differently, and we're able to literally push the boundaries of what is possible today. And when we started off our journey, again, a short 6 years ago, we talked about setting new standards in sustainability. And we came to realize fairly quickly that sustainability is no longer enough. And we coined the term regeneration. And what we meant by that was simply, maintaining the status quo is no longer good enough. We're on a terrible trajectory as a world, as humanity, and unless we right course, then the future doesn't look terribly promising. We're going to hand over to our children and our grandchildren a crippled planet. So we need to take proactive steps to do things differently. So how are we doing that? As I said, the first big bold step was looking at our renewable energy to not add more carbon into the atmosphere, pledging to be net zero, pledging to make the place better. So we committed, working very closely with Carlos. I like to describe us as being led by science, but ultimately inspired by nature. And instead of maintaining the status quo, we actually set the goal of increasing the net conservation value of our entire destination by 30% by 2040. And that comparison, that 30% increase, is based on leaving the destination untouched. So we're actually demonstrating that you can develop and protect and indeed enhance the environment at the same time.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to that because it's a very important concept of what you leave alone. So I know of all the many places that you could have developed, like I forget the percentage, but there's a big percentage. You said no, there's turtles nesting or whatever it is that's happening there. And you mentioned to me just a short while ago natural capital, which is something that we didn't necessarily value before. So talk us through your concept of natural capital. You were sort of talking about it then, and this whole idea of just leaving stuff alone. That must be quite hard when you're running a commercial operation.
No, absolutely. So, but I think the fundamental difference and the paradigm shift, and the world is finally catching up, is that natural capital historically has been seen as capital to be exploited, and so we've damaged our planet because of that. When we started our journey, we recognized that the natural capital that we owned as the custodians of this beautiful destination was our most valuable asset on our balance sheet. So if you measure it, you'll manage it. And so we want to invest in our natural capital because that's what sets us apart.
So you're holding yourself accountable with your benchmarks and using some of Professor Carlos's PhD students, I think, into the mix, which is valuable. You said to me before they're your conscience, which is really interesting. Professor Carlos, the private sector obviously engaged in sustainable initiatives and projects, but how can they balance the two in strategy between that development and the stuff that you're trying to safeguard?
Well, I am convinced actually from the experience that I developed working with the Red Sea Global that the private sector is the key to the future of biodiversity and the future of climate. And without the involvement of the private sector, we would not be able to meet either the climate goals or the biodiversity goals. So we have a big financing gap in biodiversity goals. Probably for every dollar that might be available from governments, we need 5 more to be added to meet our goals, and those 5 can only be breached by investments from the private sector. And that's where new concepts like natural capital are very important. And there's now evidence that investing in natural capital makes sense. So I applaud John's decision to increase the natural capital of the Red Sea area by 30%, because now natural capital is the new real estate. It actually gives monetary returns on the long term that are similar to real estate. So once we realize that nature is investable, and we invite the private sector to invest in nature, I think we can release the financial resources required to achieve the regeneration that we're talking about.
Well, and the UN has now recognized natural capital through this, their system of environmental accounting approach. I can't remember the exact acronym, but
there are many.
It's no longer. Huh?
There are many.
There are many, but it's no longer just about GDP. Natural capital is now seen to be a measure that countries will be judged by, globally from an investor's perspective and otherwise. So again, as I said before, I think the world is now focusing much more so on, the natural capital. And as a commercial developer, you have to make choices that sometimes are not in your best short-term commercial interest, but definitely long-term benefits. So deciding where to develop, because turtles were there first or not to develop is an important decision point that historically you would have ignored and you would have simply plowed ahead, where we've chosen not to do that.
Yeah, it reminds me actually in the corporate world that people, of course, they cared about their reputation, but it wasn't such a big thing. It didn't really sit on the balance sheet. But of course, reputation has become your license to operate, just like your natural capital is effectively going to sit on your balance sheet at some point in a measurable form. Controversially, Carlos, biodiversity. We've talked a lot about it this morning and throughout the day, and climate change. They tend to still be separate discussions and really need to sit together. I've talked about the ocean, the deep sea. They can't really be pulled apart. And yet biodiversity is still slightly the poor cousin to climate change. How are we, I mean, through these agreements, we're starting to see this conversation knitted together, right?
Yeah, so they have been separated for a long time. And in fact, when you go to COP of the UNFCCC and you go to COP of the CBD, which is the Convention of Parties of the Convention of Biological Diversity, there's a huge difference in energy. So in COP UNFCCC, the private sector is engaged, everybody's engaged. In the biodiversity COP, there's very little energy, but for the first time, then we see an attempt to involve also the private sector with biodiversity and to have the two big crises, climate and biodiversity, linked, because they are indeed linked. So 38% of the cumulative greenhouse gas emissions have nothing to do with fossil fuels. They have to do with destroying ecosystems and changing the way that our nature can process carbon. So that means that 1/3 of the solution to climate change will come from biodiversity and from repairing nature.
A basic equation.
Yeah, well, we've lost huge amounts of wetlands. I can't remember the exact, you'll probably know it, 80% of wetlands have disappeared around the world, and they were, natural habitats for biodiversity. So by eliminating them...
And carbon sinks.
And great carbon sinks. Rainforests disappearing. I mean, we're contributing to the problem, and it's not just fossil fuels.
So you're in charge of some very upmarket resorts. Very lovely. I'm sure we'd all love to go along to them. And some might say, well, it's easy to be more sustainable when there's a greater margin and you're playing in that kind of area. What have you learned that you could sort of push down to other parts of the tourism industry, lessons learned that could be implemented perhaps a little bit more cheaply than maybe some of the things that you've decided to do?
Well, I think the first message I'd say, or the first message I'd like to give is start wherever you are. You don't have to do everything that we've done, but there are simple things that we can do collectively. Single-use plastics, should be a no-brainer. And yet I still see today, hospitality establishments still using plastic bottles. And again, that's just, perpetuating the problem. I think what we're trying to do is by demonstrating what's possible, increasing adoption will drive more people to do it, which will drive the price down. So renewable energy, maybe you don't do it 24 hours a day. Solar panels is the cheapest generation of power in the world today. It's cheaper than coal, it's cheaper than oil. So you can do solar. At least if you do it by daytime, you're reducing your carbon footprint, even if you have to rely on more conventional sources of power. And I think there's a business case that can be made, so it is much more scalable and available to more middle offerings rather than just simply the high end.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing to what John mentioned. We've discussed about investing in nature. We've discussed about investing in technology, but there's one key underpinning of our regenerative tourism and regenerative approach, which is investing also in social capital. So I believe that we are also seeing major progress from the Red Sea Global and other giga projects in Kingdom, that the key to that is investing in social capital and bringing up a new cohort of professionals whose job is to enhance nature, whose job is to engage in regenerative tourism. And I believe that when we look at the impact of the Saudi Green Initiative on the economy and job creation, we will find that probably it's a sector that is creating environment, is creating as many jobs as tourism.
And I was just going to put all the weight on your shoulders then and talk about going back down the chain to education, because it starts there. John was kind of laughing. You create the PhD students and he has to train them in the commercial world. But there's got to be that tie-up, hasn't there, between education and people learning all those great things and then literally applying them in the real world. So is the teaching methodology around the world starting to recognize that and prepare for that?
Well, I've been supervising students doing PhDs and masters for 40 years. My students are always the same age, but I become older. But I've seen a major change in my students, and is that they no longer are satisfied with contributing to academic knowledge. They want to engage in action. They want to make a difference. And that pipeline that we have developed of students that acquire high competences in CAUS, but then go and apply those in Red Sea Global or many other projects is actually working very well for them, because they have an opportunity to deliver on the real world.
I'm going to be mean now and say, right, let's have some marks out of 10 for the students that have come from KAUST. You shared a story about them being your conscience. How are they holding you to account?
Well, look, they're our conscience because they're out there doing the hard work of actually monitoring the environment. We're very keen to be totally transparent with the world, because there's a lot of cynicism, skepticism, and what we want to use is data, real data, verifiable data that says, here's where we started. I've made bold pledges to increase net conservation value. Somebody, somewhere along the line, is going to ask me, prove it. And I want to have the data to be able to prove it. And the students that we're hiring from KAUST and others are out there doing the hard work, monitoring, measuring, and recording, and we publish this data on an annual basis so that it's there for all to see. Because if we can build credibility and we can demonstrate that by taking the right decisions, there's long-term benefit, long-term prosperity, then I think we'll succeed in changing the narrative globally, and my regenerative development thesis narrative will start to propagate around the world.
Well, I think the proof is in the pudding, and we're seeing all the work you've done. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today, for guiding us through that commercial side and, of course, the educational side of what's going on in the Red Sea and that boosting of the Red Sea economy. So thank you. Hands together, please, for my wonderful guests, Mr. John Pagano, Global CEO of Red Sea Global, and, of course, Professor Carlos Duarte. Thank you so much from KAUST University. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure, as always.
Sarah, thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Take care.
Well, now my next fireside excites some passions, very much like the last panel, on how to balance the economic development whilst, of course, safeguarding the very ecosystems that provide us with these valuable resources. With the mineral mining growing exponentially, can it really be green? And of course, what does that look like? I'm really honored to have my next guest join me. We're going to be discussing green minerals for net zero. I'd love to invite to the stage His Excellency Bandar Al Koreev, the Minister of Industry and Mining. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Assalamu alaikum. Please take a seat. So we were diving under the sea, and now we're going to dive under the ground with some the mining. And of course, I said, it's a topic that excites passion sometimes because of the historical thought of mining and the ecosystem. Very interesting situation in Saudi Arabia because of the petrochemicals. You've had a strong focus on that, and you're sitting on top of some pretty valuable resources.
Well, that's great for us. But I think that's also great for really the global community. I mean, the fact that Saudi Arabia have decided to delay its use and monetizing of the mineral resources is paying off, not only for Saudi Arabia, but I think for the global community. And the reason I'm saying this, it's not just because of the natural resource itself, but it's also the learning that has been available to date to us when we started exploring our mining strategy. Is a lot of learning that has been available, different countries, how they went about, how they were able to benefit from the natural resource of minerals. Some did great, and we are trying to learn, and some had bad experience, and we are trying also to avoid.
To learn, exactly. And as you say, given the energy transition, this is just such an important thing to have within the kingdom. We've all seen the localization of supply chains, so it's going to help enormously with that. But as you said, how, with this growing demand for the minerals and clean energy technologies, how can you manage to scale up that business but still, of course, protect the environment?
I think this is really the main issue in hand. We have seen today His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz's speech, a lot of things that we have been able to do, and some of which were actually very successful even in scaling up. To me, there are three different areas of concern. One is really the investments, and more than ever today, we really need to ensure that we unlock the investment to ensure these investments actually go to the right projects that can scale and that can bring the needed minerals. And when we talk today with governments, especially governments of countries that are users, I would say customers, I try to emphasize the importance of incentivizing some way, in one way or another, the investment ecosystem to ensure the flow of investment. Secondly, it is the process itself. And sometimes we underestimate that the legacy process in mining is a very long process. Licensing, permits, concessions, they just take too long. And the reason for this is because of the history of the sector, the bad, I would say, reputation that the sector had in the past that led to different regulations that are put in place to ensure that these communities actually benefit from the investment and not the opposite. And we need to shorten this period of time. This is exactly what we are doing in Saudi. Today, our mining investment law allow us actually to issue the license within 90 to 180 days. You compare it to years that are 3 to 7 years, that can just give you an idea of how much time we can bring the process. In addition to the rest of the things like adopting new technologies, allowing companies, pushing companies to invest in technologies. Today, we have seen in our last Future Mineral Forum, where we had a very small tech zone, but it was really inspiring to see the different solutions that are available today, tested and ready to be used, that can bring better mines, I mean, in terms of environment, more safer mines, and more productive and energy.
What particular technology, you know, because we hear about AI, scanning, mapping, all of that, which is of course relevant to mining. What's really caught your eye? I mean, obviously you were hosting that, which we'll get onto in a moment, this amazing conference that has shone the spotlight on that. What technologies are the most promising that have got you excited in the mining industry?
I think it's a collective, really. The mining as a sector is actually benefiting so many technologies being brought up together to create one solution. And one of the things that were keeping actually mining in the past to invest in technology is really connectivity, because of the different, remote locations that these mines are actually in. And today, with the technology of connectivity and 5G, for example, it is actually enabling mines to adopt different technologies that was not possible in the past. And then it's a great platform to bring in so many different, and one of the things that we see very exciting is actually manless mines. And we see more and more automation going in, where different vehicles and different machinery are being monitored in a different location even. And you don't have to have people. When you don't have people, then the reduction in risk is huge. The benefit also on the community is huge, and so many other smaller depending on the different mines, and but it's a collective solution that will bring so many different technologies together, and the platform that is there. Actually today, for example, we are talking with providers of 5G to enable companies in Saudi to make sure that once they actually put the investment, the connectivity is there for them actually to be able to use the different technologies available.
Because mines are often not in the easiest of places to either get to or operate from by their very nature. So can you see a time in the next few years, we talked about these sort of rare minerals that the kingdom has, that you could become a major exporter as well as obviously using them for the energy transition within the kingdom?
Definitely, that's the plan. Actually, I mean, otherwise there will not be a strategy. But the strategy is very much integrated. So we are actually very mindful of the fact of how much economic development can we bring. And I like always to use in these gatherings a quote from our finance minister, Mr. Al-Jad'an, when he talked about mining, and rightly saying that for us, mining is an economical play rather than a financial play, which means that the investment in mining must bring economical impact on the society, on the community, the unlock of different sectors, especially for industry. And that's why also when this ministry was created, it was created to be the Ministry of Industry and Mining, to ensure that at a very early stage in our planning, we are actually looking at how much processing is going to be invested to ensure that as much as possible from the mining resource is being processed in Saudi, and then hopefully some of it also is being taken into more added value products before we go to export. And today, actually, Saudi Arabia, I think, has two main products where we see we have actually succeeded in this integration. One is our fertilizer business, which comes from the phosphate resources that we have today. Saudi Arabia is one of the largest, and one of the largest also in the fertilizer business, where we see it is also another way of hedging our security in food security. The other side is aluminium, where we see today almost 60 to 70% of our exports of aluminium is high value products going to car manufacturing or packaging or so on. And even now we are actually discussing with some of the aerospace business to upgrade our aluminium grade to be used for the aerospace business.
Yes, because the inputs are so massive compared to, you know, making a normal car, shall we say, for transitioning it into an electric car. I want to end, because it's coming up in January, your mining conference that's taking place. We've seen increasing interest around this sector globally, and now you're getting the biggest players in the world coming along to that and under your stewardship. It's really putting the kingdom on the map in terms of a major mining destination. So what's in store for us in January?
Well, I think the forum has actually become really the forum of the industry globally. It is becoming much bigger than we have ever imagined, to be honest with you. The good news is that we have succeeded actually in aligning this, what we call the super region, which is Africa, Middle East and Central Asia, and now what's new in the next version is bringing to the table the other side of the equation, which are the customers, which are the countries, our users. And we see great interest from most of G20 countries we talk to about this engagement and how we can put them also as part of the discussion, because at the end of the day, without this collaboration, without this discussion, it will be very hard for countries to do the transition. And I was just last week in the UK for a roundtable also that was arranged by the UK government with some mining countries, and we talked openly about what could countries like UK or others do to help the investment, but also to predict the demand. Today, it's very easy to talk about the challenge, but it's also important that we provide investors with the right data. how much do you need in certain products and certain minerals so that the investments can come to place, that the infrastructure is going to be built, that the energy needed to do the processing is there, that the manpower required is there, technology and so on. So it's
and hopefully that's reducing with all of this technology, because it might make areas more feasible that weren't before, because hopefully some of those prices of operation are reducing with all the technology.
Definitely. I mean, today, not even, I mean, even in manufacturing, I mean, 3D printing or additive manufacturing by itself is a great way of reducing the amount of minerals needed to produce anything. If we look at the inventories that are sitting and lying around globally, unused parts that are all coming from minerals, the way we can reduce these amounts just by using 3D printing or additive manufacturing. And this is a proven technology. I was talking to Aramco, and today Aramco actually in very sensitive parts in downhole submersible pumps, they are actually using 3D printed parts. And this is where the technology is taking us. It is definitely the technology across the value chain and not just in the mining.
It's been an absolute pleasure. 1 minute and finish. Absolutely perfect on the timing as well. Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me today. Your Excellency, Bandar Al-Kurayaf, the Minister of Industry and Mining. A big round of applause, and thank you for running us through your plans. See
you in January.
Yes, absolutely. It would be my pleasure. Well, up next, we have another panel that's going to continue to probe this topic, and I'd love to invite to the stage Tumi.
I'm here. I promise I'm here. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. As this day starts to draw to a close, we are exploring an area that we haven't spoken much about during the day. And this particular conversation, for a number of reasons, is close to my heart, but I won't go into that right now. What I would rather like to do is ask you to put your hands together for Michael Lodge, His Excellency, who is the Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority. And joining him, please put your hands together for Oliver Gunasekaran, who's the co-founder and CEO of Impossible Metals. Gentlemen, thank you so much. And welcome to you both. The theme of this conversation is the race to deep sea mining. Solution or threat? One of the concerns that is often expressed when one talks about deep sea mining is we don't know what's out there, we don't know enough about it, so maybe we should just leave it alone, because historically, when humans go to new places, they tend to make a mess of it. I suspect you're going to disagree with me a little bit on that one, Michael. Your thoughts?
Well, thanks very much, and it's great to be here. So I think there's three things I'd like to say to start off the conversation. The first is, and it's a very important point, is that there is no deep sea mining taking place anywhere in the world at the moment. It has not yet started. The second point is that despite the title of this panel, it's absolutely not a race. And I think race is probably the wrong
Stop
word
being
to
provocative,
to
Michael.
use, because actually we've been studying the deep sea and deep sea minerals and the potential for recovering deep sea minerals for something like 50 years now. So it's been a very, very long, slow process, a very precautionary process of gradually understanding what's there, gathering data, and we have an enormous amount of data. The benefit of something like 40 years of deep sea mineral exploration, which gives us a very, very good idea of what is there, what the environment is like, and what are the risks of recovering minerals. And then the third point, which is also super important, is that this is actually the only example of a resource on the planet, and actually I could say the solar system, because even the moon is not managed in this way. It's the only example of a global resource that is managed through an international legal regime, that is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which we call our Constitution for the Ocean, that sets out the legal rules and the regulations governing all activities in the deep seabed for all countries in the world. And we have, in the International Seabed Authority, 169 member states. So that is a consensus-driven regulatory regime that makes sure that everything is done according to one single standard across an area that is more than 50% of the surface of the seabed.
I want to talk a little bit about, you said it's not a race, but they've given you a new deadline of 2025, which makes it feel like a race because there was no consensus with the previous deadline, so that it had to be shifted to try and get this consensus. I want to ask you very briefly, if you may, and I want to then go to Oliver. Are we making progress on the new deadline? Are we getting a sense that finally we can get over the ifs, buts, and have collective action that takes us forward?
Yeah, well, again, talk of deadlines is what you might see in the media, but it's also a little bit unrealistic. It's been a very long, slow, painstaking process of building regulations, starting 30 years ago to build the system for the first phase, that is exploration, and now we're working towards building the regulatory system for exploitation. And that takes time. There's deadlines that are set by the ISA Council that decides that it has a target date in mind, but it's a multilateral negotiation. So these things inevitably take time because everybody is proceeding in a very cautious and precautionary way. Step by step, we don't go on to the next step until we've completed the step before. So it's a very progressive and very deliberate process. But yes, we are making extremely good progress, and I'm very confident actually that the membership, the council and the members of the authority have made a commitment to continue to negotiate in good faith, and I'm convinced that they'll get there.
I can't help but still feel that in spite of all of that, it's not an infinite string that can just keep moving and moving. Primarily driven, and Oliver, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, primarily driven by the fact that we know we're going to run out of minerals on land. We know that these EEZs, as they're called, these exclusive economic zones, give us a sense that there's a lot to be had once we go to the deep sea, even though I can't say for certain what those numbers look like in terms of what is under the ground. When we are looking at this process, how important is the speed from your perspective when you are producing equipment and thinking of innovative ways to access resources which thus far we haven't been able to access?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm really excited to be here. I think it's important to get it right. This is a resource that is mandated for all of humanity. It is controversial because we haven't done it before, but that's why the industry is taking time to come up with the rules and procedures that do it correctly. If you think about mining on land, we've been doing it for millennium. We don't have particularly good rules and regulations and protections. It varies by country. But the resources that my company is going after, the polymetallic nodule, the rock, that lies just on the seabed floor. You don't have to drill or blast. And it is the planet's biggest source of nickel and cobalt and manganese.
When we're being cautious, and this goes to both of you, but perhaps Oliver, I can come with you and then come back to you if I may, Michael. When we are talking about being cautious, the reality is that I mentioned this before, when humans go into certain spaces, because there are unknowns, and we now have a sense of what's at the bottom, we know that there is some very fragile life that hasn't been explored directly, that is essentially untouched. And mining can be quite disruptive, even though we're looking at technology that tries to minimize that disruption. You know, once we come in with our humanness and our disease and our everything, and we bring it into the environments that we travel into. When you are thinking about technologies that help us to do that, how do you balance that equation and still allow us to consider volumes that make it meaningful and material? It's not just, you know, do me playing in her backyard. We need to extract volumes.
I mean, we have to understand that any mining is extraction, meaning there is always going to be some impact. The question is, can we do the mining where we have the least impact or the most impact? Can we do it where we have the least cost or the most cost? And can we do it in a resource that isn't going to run out before we get to full circularity? I believe with new technology like the fact that we're building, we can achieve all of that. We can have it with the least environmental and social impact compared to children mining in Africa or rainforests in Indonesia. We can do it with by far the less cost because it's a high-grade resource with multiple metals in one, and we don't need to build new infrastructure. Remember, on land, we've been doing it forever, so we're left to stuff that isn't ideal. It's low-grade, it's very remote. The economics become very challenging, and the resource is huge. 71% of the surface area of our planet is ocean. So it will allow us to electrify everything. And then we can get to circularity in 50 years' time where we won't necessarily need new mining.
What it allows us to do is one thing. That doesn't necessarily make it necessary, Michael. Is it necessary?
Well, I think I agree very much with Oliver's assessment. I think the other point you have to bear in mind is that and I think Oliver made this point, is that it's very important to get it right, okay, before we start. And that's what we're doing now. And then the point that stems from that is that this is actually the only example, certainly the only example I can think of an industry that is going to be fully regulated before it begins. Usually it's the other way around. The industry begins, we make a mess, as you said, and then we have to try to clean it up and try to constrain activities that are already happening. Here, it's the other way around. Yeah. And that's a genuine application of the precautionary approach, is that you begin step by step, and you don't allow anything to happen until you're confident that it can be done in a way that it can be closely monitored and, importantly, that can be stopped. And that is also another advantage, I think, of deep sea mining, and maybe Oliver might agree with me that it's actually the easiest sort of mining to stop if something goes wrong, because all you have to do is lift up the equipment and sail the ship away. Whereas on land you have a big hole in the ground, and here you don't have that.
It's also much easier to observe because it's a 2D resource. It's not a 3D resource where you have to tunnel and you go deep down. So it's easier to estimate the resource and to monitor it. I mean, we'll provide video of everything we create. We'll put it in a battery passport, so you'll know for every ton of material where it was harvested, and you actually see the videos. And you'll see itself that our technology avoids megafauna, actual life, and leaves it behind, and you'll see that.
Is it a solution? Is it a threat? Or is it still a question mark? And I'd like to start with you, Oliver, because we're low on time. Michael, if I could give the last word to you.
We still have some technology development to do. We haven't yet picked up a nodule in the deep ocean. We hope to achieve that in the next few months, and then it will be scaling up. And so obviously we need the regulations, the mining regs to be concluded. But when those two come together, I think this will be absolutely real. And I believe the seabed can remove the need for nickel and copper and potentially cobalt mining new mines in the future. We can avoid having to go to land and destroy the environment there. We can get it all from the ocean with a technology that preserves the habitat.
Michael?
Well, I'm a glass half full sort of person, so I like to think that, first of all, we know more about the ocean now than at any time in human history. Of course, we'll know more tomorrow, and we'll know more the next day, but the fact is that we know more now than we have ever known before. I also think that in the past 25 years, say, there's been a revolution in ocean technology that is proceeding at an exponential pace, and Oliver is a very good example of that. I'm not advertising his product, but there's many other very innovative products that are addressing problems of ocean technology. And as I said, I think we have a unique opportunity to fully regulate an industry for the first time in human history before that industry begins. And I think that's a very positive way to end.
I think there certainly is quite an interesting case to be made at looking at how the compromise and the agreement over the regulations means for international diplomacy on issues which are fundamentally problematic on sustainability, number one, but on broader global cooperation and even getting along. That'll be interesting to see how you navigate that. So we will be watching very, very closely. And you know, Michael, I'm going to be calling if the deadline has to be moved again because nobody agrees. I'll be saying, I told you. Thank you so very much. Michael, Oliver, to both of you, much appreciated. Thank you for joining us. If I can ask you to say your thank yous. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Oliver.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Please, if I can ask you this way. Next up is my colleague, Sarah. Are you on standby? Yeah, Sarah's on standby, so I'm going to call her up.
Sorry about that. I just needed to get some noise here. My esteemed guests joining me now, we have Dr. Osama Fakia, Deputy Minister for the Environment, of course, based in the Kingdom, and Right Honourable Sir Alok Sharma. Thank you so much for joining us, the MP and, of course, COP26 President in the UK. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. We've been talking on many of the panels today about the interconnected nature of all the initiatives that have been discussed. And thank you. Yeah, we've been talking about a lot of the interconnected initiatives so far in the many panels today. COP, of course, is one of those. And maybe I'll start with you, Alok, first, if I may. You're President Designate of COP26. You understand how all of this goes. From what you've seen since then, do you think they're on the right track, or perhaps a new approach would also help as well?
Well, so I think, the discussion we're having today is that we have a number of COPs. We have the climate COP, the biodiversity COP, the desertification COP, and how do you interconnect and how do you work together? I mean, the first thing I'd say is that actually climate change and biodiversity loss are two sides of the same coin. And if you have a look at what is going on in terms of climate change, it clearly impacts what's happening in terms of our oceans and in terms of biodiversity loss. And for me, the big issue here is that unless countries are willing to do more in terms of delivering the commitments that they have made, we are going to blow through this target of 1.5 degrees. And that will have, obviously, a negative impact on lives, livelihoods, infrastructure, but then also in terms of biodiversity loss, where we've lost a lot. So I've thought a lot about this. My sort of personal view on this is that I'm not certainly proposing that we have some kind of amalgamation of all the COPs, but certainly if we can find a way where the messages and the discussions that take place move from one to the other. I mean, if I just think back to COP26, we had a big agreement. Over 140 world leaders signed up a forest declaration to stop and reverse deforestation by 2030. when we had the biodiversity COP in Montreal, in Kunming. I wasn't there physically, but I was getting calls from ministers who'd also negotiated in Glasgow, asking for my views and thoughts. So there is a lot of discussion and interaction. How do we try and make that even deeper?
Yeah, and I would like to come on to you, Osama, Dr. Osama, about this as well, this convergence of climate and biodiversity. As you said, maybe not just it has to be in a single COP, but this conversation, the baton is handed over a little bit more. They are side by side because at the end of the day, they are interconnected.
Sure. I mean, as exactly Mr. Sharma mentioned, it is interconnected. Now, Saudi Arabia will be hosting UNCCD COP 16. Which really the third COP that was approved in the Rio summit back in 1992, in addition to the climate COP, the biodiversity COP, and the desertification. And it's very basic. It's about land. Now we have 2 billion hectares of land already degraded, and expected by 2050 between 5 to 6 billion hectares. What does that mean? About 50% of the global GDP today depends on land. 99% of our food depends on land. 3.2 billion people today are really dependent on land one way or another. And we will have about 10 billion people by 2050 that will depend on land for food and well-being. Biodiversity. More than 90% of terrestrial biodiversity is in forests and rangelands, which is highly related to land now. So how can we address the three? Definitely. And I think really, first of all, we need more conversation between the Secretariat of the three COPs. We need more alignments in policy, and we need also those initiatives that has multiple values. The declaration that His Excellency Mr. Alouk mentioned about the forest initiative is similar to the Saudi initiative or the Middle East initiative. It talks about land restoration. Land restoration means we restore land for forests, for rangelands, for agricultural lands. So we win on climate because 24% of greenhouse gases are related to land use. Second to the energy, ahead of transportation. And those are all important, but it's interrelated. So I think we win in biodiversity. So an investment in land is an investment in biodiversity, investment in climate, investment in food security, and investment in social being. What do we need to do? I think more awareness. If you ask anybody about the climate, I think they hear the news article today or something. If you hear anybody about, do you know about land degradation? Do you know that there is a COP for that? I think they will know much less. And also the same goes for biodiversity. Biodiversity, the ecosystem services that we get for free from nature is about double the global GDP. Nature provides us a lot of what we need in life support, whether it's ocean, whether it's land, biodiversity, climate. And we have to realize that if we don't recognize that, if we don't really reflect that in the way we do things, there will be diminishing these services.
And I wanted to come back to the point that you were making there, Alok, about things coming together, that unified approach to help with synergies. You kind of dipped into some of those, but what would you like to see? What kind of synergies could you see come out of this more unified approach?
Well, I think, firstly, I think lots of people will focus on COP28. It's the climate COP is always a kind of the big COP. But actually, the other two COPs also do incredibly vital work. And I think we probably need to find a way of kind of raising their profile. But secondly, I think, as His Excellency said, how can you get the secretariats to talk together? Because these are all common themes that we are exploring. But one issue that I think is particularly important in delivery on all of these objectives is finance. And you've seen some declarations here. There are declarations at sort of previous COPs. There's a lot of work going on finance. But the reality is that it is not flowing fast enough. I've recently joined the Rockefeller Foundation as a Climate and Finance Fellow, and we've just produced a report together with BCG, which shows that, yes, we are seeing more public and private finance flowing to climate and development, private money as well, but actually only 15% of this getting to developing countries, and less than 2% getting to the 10 most vulnerable nations on Earth. And they will be affected by climate issues around biodiversity loss. And so how is it that you scale up the finance and get that flowing? And I think that's one of the things that we need to see. There's a lot of work going on this. I just think we need to speed it up. The work with the multilateral development banks, the work that the philanthropies put forward to sort of catalyze action, and then the private sector money. I mean, one of the things that we do know coming out of Glasgow is that, and Mark Carney sort of led on this work, was that we've got $130 trillion of assets through the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is committed to net zero. What we need is for that money to start to flow, and that will flow if the private sector feels that it can invest, it can get a return, the regulations are right in countries, and ultimately there is concessional money also available to support that finance to flow.
And I was talking about in my last panel about the value of natural, valuing nature basically as well, a bit like we value it on the balance sheet. So start to see that and de-risk those investments indeed. Osama, when it comes to COP16, obviously that's the next big thing on your agenda. What are you hoping that will shine the light on? What's going to happen at this COP16? We've seen a lot happen here already.
I think number one is a global recognition of the importance of land degradation and drought as a global phenomenon that require attention. I think that we come with ambitious targets, global targets. I think we recognize the importance of an interconnectivity. I'll just mention one thing. Back in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was mentioned that 33% of greenhouse gases come from the food supply chain, from the production, transportation, the refrigeration and distribution. 33% of greenhouse gases. Now, in Saudi Arabia, the food security strategy targets cutting food waste and loss by 50%. Globally, there is about 30% of food waste and loss. So that's 30% you don't need to add, just more efficiency. Mr. Amin al-Nasir in the session before were talking about that renewable energy have displaced about 15 million barrels of oil per day, and we were able to achieve even an equal or more amount through efficiency. So we need also multiple things. I think we need the financing, we need efficiency, we need interconnection between food security, biodiversity, climate, and land degradation. And definitely we need to embed that into our daily behavior, our efficiency of using resources. Another honorable guest here, he was talking about how the rise of price of energy cut demand in certain countries. I don't think we need to raise the price. We need to raise awareness. I think people, when they are more aware of their environmental footprint and they can do things with more efficient way, and I think we can gain globally.
So, Alak, I wanted to bring you in on that. You talked about capital. What sort of specific areas or initiatives within the two COPs do you think that capital could be deployed more effectively?
Well, I mean, the two areas are on mitigation and adaptation, and we've seen the promise that was made by developed countries back in 2009 that by 2020 there'd be $100 billion of public finance flowing. That, I think, on the latest sort of reports that have come out of the OECD, suggests that that has been met. But there is an issue of scale here, and what we've been seeing is that the finance going to adaptation has been going backwards. In Glasgow, we had countries agreeing to overall commit to doubling the amount of money going to adaptation finance, and that is really vitally important. That's why actually the announcements on money for the loss and damage fund is a really important component of the first few days of this COP. But you put those sort of billions against the fact that to decarbonize the global economy, you're going to have to deploy $125 trillion by the middle of the century. And we keep coming back to the point that you're going to have to find a way of having that wall of money deployed, particularly in developing nations. And one of the areas, there's a big discussion at this COP on, as there was in previous COPs, on energy transition. If you want to deploy 3 times as much renewables some countries want to do by 2030, that is going to require finance. So again, this is about pace and ensuring that money can be deployed, and if it's the private sector investing, that yes, they feel comfortable they will get a return as well.
I want to give the last word to Dr. Osama here. If we have the audience here, and of course we have many, many people online as well. You shared with me before you want to see the sort of marriage between climate, biodiversity, and this desertification as well, coming more into people's understanding that when there's an issue with desertification, it's not just to do with deserts. It's to do. It's a global issue with.
I think
the quality of the soil.
Desertification is the end stage of land degradation. If we allow land to degrade until it becomes a desert, it's already too late. You have to start very, very early. I think there is a lot of really gain if we avoid land degradation. We will gain in food security, as I mentioned. There is also ecosystem-based approaches in the climate. I think it's highly beneficial to land restoration and to biodiversity conservation. We also water systems. Water systems consume a lot of energy. I think focusing on water conservation really and it's all impacting also food security and droughts as well, drought resilience. So there are areas of really interconnectedness between the three COPs. We need to focus on those. Definitely, I couldn't agree more about deployment of financing, the importance of the private sector participation, the importance of creating a sustainable, financial models that really incentivize private sector involvement in the three COPs.
Well, I think on that point we can thank you both very much for sharing your path on COPs and what the future of that looks like, and indeed what we have to look forward to in Riyadh in COP16. And I think the message very much out there in terms of all three things need to be looked at and they're interconnected. So great pleasure. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Big round of applause for my panel here today. Dr. Osama Fakia, the Deputy Minister of Environment in Saudi Arabia, and of course the Right Honourable Sir Alak Sharma, all the way from the UK Parliament, and of course formerly COP26 President. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have our next panel taking place now, and they will be along shortly.
Good evening, everyone. To continue on our conversation with regard to the Red Sea and ecosystems, we have with us Dr. Khalid Asfahani, CEO of Shams, and Dr. Ovi Goldberg from Queensland University, Australia. So it's a quick fireside chat, but we had a conversation earlier backstage about corals. Namely, we spoke of coral bleaching, supercorals, corals that are resistant very much to climate change. And of course, we have to look into ways of how we can restore and conserve these very precious marine ecosystems. I'd love to ask, what species are the most vulnerable right now? Which species that are endangered, let's say?
Thanks for having me here. I am really a pleasure to be here with you. Red Sea coral reefs are their species and habitats. I would say Red Sea coral reef, sea turtles, seabirds, mangroves, seagrass meadows, also some endemic species. Also, we have noticed a decline in population of sharks, rays, and dugongs as well. The threats that they face, it's because climate change, ocean acidifications, pollution, all these impacted their habitat destruction as well.
How recent have we started seeing these effects?
Could you please ask again?
How recent have we started seeing these effects?
It's been for a while now. We noticed because of the seawater temperature, we noticed a lot of events of coral bleaching, but it's not a phenomenon at the moment in the Red Sea. Red Sea, relatively in a good condition compared to other places around the world. The coral reefs in the Red Sea, they are highly adaptive to heat stress, and we are looking for that at the moment.
Dr. Alvi, if we look at the Australian example, the Great Barrier Reef has been in the news for quite a long time, and the first appearance of coral bleaching was actually documented in the Great Barrier Reef. How is the situation now, and is there hope?
Yes, you're right in saying that the first time we started to see stress was in the early 1980s, and over the subsequent couple of decades, it started to move into other areas and expand and so on. So it's sort of different because at the same time, reefs in the northern Red Sea were not as sensitive to temperature, and there's a very interesting story there about adaptation during the last ice age and so on that I won't go into. But overall, it was this gradual change, and over that period of time, we went from having maybe 10-20% of the reef being affected to, as in 2016 and 2017, where we had back-to-back bleaching events that sort of killed 30-40% of the coral in that area. So it was really a wake-up call that this can go really seriously wrong if we don't mobilize a response. And that's, I think, where we've been discussing it, as you pointed out.
What are the challenges in order to, preserve, conserve, revive, maybe, these ecosystems? Whether it's the coral reef ecosystem, whether it's marine habitats. What's the biggest challenge, namely in the Red Sea? Dr. Khalid, your thoughts?
Oh, for me? Okay, I'm sorry. The biggest challenge at the moment to regulate the activities in the right way, because Red Sea is a pristine areas, and we are coming into, we need better plan development, and we are getting there. For example, now we have a coastal development, and all these coastal development projects, they have unrivaled investment into marine conservation and restoration as well. This is part of their project. So some projects as well, they are looking for not just to preserve what's at the ground at the moment, they are going for net positive impact by 30%.
Since you mentioned 30%, the percentage, there are efforts to preserve the biodiversity and ensure that we reach 30% protection of these preservation, of these biodiversity. What are the best practices that are being implemented right now?
Okay, speaking of 30%, Saudi Arabia last year at SGI, the first edition, has committed to protect 30% marine protected areas in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf.
Yes.
And we are taking positive impacts toward that. Getting back to your question, the best practices, I would say it's a combination between scientific research, habitat restoration on a large scale, sustainable fisheries, policy advocacy, this part of the best practices.
Dr. Alvi, would you say that was the same sort of, were these the same practices that were also adopted?
Absolutely, and I think it's how they're then being applied to sort of get the outcomes and so on. Coral bleaching coming from marine heat waves is a particularly troublesome problem because it doesn't respond to short-term fixes, and it really does, if you're going to deal with it, mean that we have to get emissions to zero very, very quickly. But if we can do that, then all of these ways of approaching the problem and getting good outcomes on the ground will occur. But it's really that dealing with that climate issue and then getting to work with the resilience of corals to make sure that they can survive the last bits. And I don't doubt that if we get those two things done, that towards the mid to late part of the century, we'll start to see coral reefs regenerate. At the moment we know that you can have a big storm coming through an area and it can break the coral up. 20 years later, it's hard to see where the storm was, if they've been able to recover. So it's an interesting, there's optimism, but there's a lot of hard work out there as well. And that's where I think collaboration and cooperation is a good point of departure.
since you mentioned collaboration and research and development also play a major role here, and there are a number of research projects that are actually currently happening in the Red Sea, and to study the coral, to study the resilience of corals. There were recent discoveries, Dr. Khalid, also that mentioned that they discovered super corals. Could we speak a little bit about that?
The recent discovery, if you are referring to the blue holes that they discovered, and then it's proposed to be marine protected areas, that's I think, or maybe you are talking about the high resilience of the Northern Red Sea coral reef. Yeah. As I mentioned before, there is several threats to the coral reef. There is human-induced threats, and there is natural threats because climate change. When it comes to sea level rise and seawater rising temperature, the Red Sea, it's a semi-enclosed seas, and we have a competitive advantage in the Red Sea by having the coldest temperature at depth of 1,000 meters. You are talking about 21.5 degrees centigrades. That's swimming water temperature in some European countries. So on historical, in its genetics, the coral reef, it's adapted to high thermal stress. Now we need to understand why it has those adaptations by looking at their genetic composition and understanding the symbiotic relationship between the coral reef and algae and also other marine species as well. And then we can share it to the other world. Maybe there is a hope by using some technologies to reach to that level.
Dr. Afi, from your research, do you believe that such discoveries could actually take that example and the results from these research papers can be also applicable to other marine ecosystems and coral ecosystems around the world?
No, I mean, you're right. I think they can be. And the real, not trouble, but the sort of challenge is to sort of fully integrate the sort of value. I mean, it's like all things with climate change. You can find something at a very local scale, and it might be a coral that survives a particular temperature stress. It's another question then to put that out onto the reefs at scale and have reefs adopt that sort of change. That said, there are people that do something called assisted evolution, which is where they reintroduce genotypes at a small rate over time, and then they build up and so as things start to stabilize again, you start to get the corals and all those sorts of things. So there's a lot of nuances. You know, is it going to be cost effective to do that versus have a marine reserve and look after corals, you know, at that scale? Those sort of issues, I think, still have to be thought through. But I, as I said before, am quite optimistic that we can get to a point where we can at least trial these things. And I think, like any good business, you take the innovation, you test it, and if it's not performing, you put it aside and keep on with another one. And that's where I think places like the Great Barrier Reef Foundation have put into practice this sort of rapid screening of which idea works. And ultimately, it's got a few now that are really really interesting. And I think those things will show ways of reducing the impact of warming on corals while we, work to get the emissions under control.
Programs and initiatives work. We've known this throughout history, throughout the recent decades, actually. But how do, in your opinion, how do initiatives focusing on marine diversity in the Red Sea align with the broader environmental objectives outlined, namely with SGI and, of course, Vision 2030? And I'm sure there are similar objectives and similar initiatives in Australia and that region as well. In your opinion, Dr. Khalid?
Actually, the marine biodiversity initiatives are well aligning with the national strategies and SGIs. For example, the coastal development projects, they've already has net positive impacts, 30%, and they have already investing in marine diversity ecosystem. Speaking of, let's talk about the tourism as a sector and fisheries as a sector as well, one of the blue economy sectors. A healthy marine ecosystem will develop sustainable economical development, and that's aligning with Vision 2030. By having a marine healthy ecosystem, we will boost more tourism, sustainable tourism, and also we will enable more catch yield for fish, for fishermen and for the public. This is part of the food security as well.
That's amazing. I think one of the most important questions that I'd really love your opinion on is, what are the key indicators for assessing the health and resilience of the ecosystems?
Well, I think it's a work in progress. We did this some decades ago in the foundation that I represent. And the question was, what are those things? Was it the number of fish? Was it the special sea slugs that might grow somewhere? Or was it this element or that? And it ended up with people putting together these incredibly long lists. It had to have this, this, and this, and this, and this. When in fact, 5 indicators was all you needed to really tell whether a reef was healthy or not. Coral cover, number of fish, and so on, and so it's quite a simple task in one sense. Just take those 5 variables and then sort of map it on, and then have the feedback that comes from that, and you can adjust your scores and so on. But that's what I've done. But that was really, us in Australia, a long way from the Middle East, working on a similar problem.
Yeah, it's the same in the Red Sea. Usually we monitor and evaluate an ecosystem, and by the time, several visits, and we can indicate the trends and the health status of this one based on the several indicators. Some of them, as he mentioned, the coral covers, some people, they looked at diversity of species, socioeconomic impacts, management effectiveness, all these kind of factors that we are putting in our mind.
And how can these measures be applied if we're looking at measures that are there to protect these very sensitive and very unique ecosystems? How can these measures be applied?
Well, there's some great breakthroughs happening as we speak in things like artificial intelligence. I know we hear about that word all the time, but now it's very that you can give a computer and train it up essentially on photographic transects, and it will go in there and more or less get all the different corals and count them and so on. And then it's the ratio of that, how much coral there was and so on, can then be derived from that to tell you whether your reef is doing this or it's doing that, which is not what you want.
That's crazy.
Sorry, I
honestly,
interrupted
it's very
Dr.
unique.
Khalid.
It's very unique and very interesting at the same time. Who would have thought that AI could be applicable everywhere? Dr. Khalid, do you share the same?
Yeah, actually, without hugely invest in innovations and AI, we will be doing the old school with all this. To scale it up, we need to hugely invest in innovations.
Well, we have a lot of people here to help out, of course. I mean, we have a very young community, very young society, and I'm sure everyone would be very much interested in getting involved with environmental health protection and coral reef restoration projects and all that. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Up next, we have our brilliant Etna Trenner with her fireside chat, charting the path to a just transition. Thank you, everyone, for our guest.
Very good. Rawan, thank you so much. And thank you all for coming. For this session too, this is so very important, and it's a session, yes, you've seen the headline out there, we are going to talk with the Secretary General of OPEC and really look at what's going on in the market and look at its role. I mean, we have to look back to history in terms of where we've come to, and again, look for the future plans as well. So please give a very, very warm welcome and help me welcome the Secretary General of OPEC, His Excellency Haitham El-Ghais. Now, Haitham, thank you so much for joining us. When you look at OPEC and you look at the developing countries and the developed countries, and we look at the membership of OPEC, one of the key areas that you're looking at and always have been providing, affordable energy to the world. I read your mission, your statement. I know it for so long and so well. But talk to me about the just and inclusive energy transition. How can we get there?
Well, first of all, I'm really honored to be here in the Saudi Green Initiative. Maybe I'm the last speaker of the day, so I hope it will be an entertaining...
You're here for our inspiration now.
Entertaining and maybe a bit sobering chat about energy and what we're doing today in OPEC and globally. I think that's a very important question. Unfortunately, sometimes everybody uses the words just, inclusive, so casually. It's become such a casual term, but really there's a lot of depth behind it. And I think one of the core principal foundations of OPEC lies behind the use of these words and how we have managed to bring aboard 7 African member countries, to name a few, developing countries. Many of our countries, if not all, are actually developing countries. So what does just mean for us? Just means that everybody has to have affordable, accessible, reliable energy. A reliable source of energy is also a key word. Just when you look at the broader term of justice for us, today we see this discussion about energy transitions and how the energy mix must be changing in order to meet the climate goals. And a lot of that, unfortunately, fails to take into account another important aspect, which is energy poverty. When we talk about energy poverty in many parts of the world, developing nations that have an abundance of resources under the ground, under their soil, whether it's gas, whether it's oil, and they are not, unfortunately, in a position to exploit these resources like other countries have advanced and developed over so many years.
So true.
So this is a very important aspect to take into account as we do look at the importance of meeting the climate objectives, making sure that we reduce emissions, and the oil and gas industry for that part, even though I'm not representing the gas industry, is doing a great deal. I mean, we saw on the first day here in COP an amazing announcement led by actually the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 50 oil and gas companies with that historical initiative to show the world what the oil and gas industry can do by being here at the table. Unfortunately, in the past, the industry was excluded from being at the table. And I personally and OPEC believes this is not the right approach. Every voice has to be at the table in order to reflect that justice, that inclusiveness, where nobody is really left behind. All voices can come to the table and be part of the solution. We feel that the oil and gas industry can present many solutions to the climate issue.
And a few people, when I told them I was interviewing you today, said, what is OPEC doing there? And I had to remind them that this is not your first COP. And this is certainly not your first engagement with sustainability, with the United Nations. It's not that you're being reactive. You've been involved in the process for a while.
Thank you, Etna, for reminding me of this very important point. Actually, not many people know that OPEC has been involved in climate discussions and negotiations since 1990, since the very first meeting that took place with regards to climate change, and all the following meetings, whether they are coordination meetings, whether they're high-level meetings, and the following COPs. All of the OPEC member countries, the 13 members, have actually signed the Paris Agreement, and almost all of them have ratified the agreement and put in place plans, submitted their NDCs, updated NDCs, and submitted plans on how to go about reducing emissions, whether it's carbon, whether it's methane, and all the emissions from their oil and gas activities. So it's not new to us. In the Secretariat as well, we host 2 or 3 meetings a year for coordination purposes between our member countries to align on how we can demonstrate to the world that the oil and gas industry, OPEC producers, are really playing a role in trying to reduce emissions.
Now, the IEA recently released a report, as it does, the oil and gas industry in net zero transitions. And it says that the industry must choose between fueling climate crisis or embracing a shift to clean energy. They're basically saying one or the other. What do you say to that?
Who is that? No.
I've heard you talk about this. I mean, bring it down to basis here. I don't understand.
It's a very good question, and you saw also that we came out with a reply, basically saying that vilifying and demonizing the oil and gas industry is not the right approach. We really do not feel this is a constructive approach. As I said earlier on, all voices need to be included in this discussion. The oil and gas industry can do a lot and still can do much more, yes, and we will do, but we don't need the IEA to tell us or anybody else to tell us what to do. And to come with this binary approach, it's either this or that, is really not a constructive approach nor a constructive attitude. Let's face the realities on the ground. Oil still represents over 30% of today's global energy mix. If you add gas, it's over 55%.
And energy demand is growing.
Energy demand is rising, as you all know, according to OPEC's outlook, by 23% from now to 2045. Population is rising from 8.5 billion today, 8 billion today to 9.5 billion by the year 2045. We have over 500 million people moving from rural areas around the world into new cities from now to 2030. That's less than 7 years from today. To put it into context, if the population of London is 10 million, that means we need about 50 Londons, 50 new Londons being created from now to 2030. And that's just to put things into context of the size and magnitude of the challenge that the world's energy requirements are. OPEC is there to provide stable source of energy. Yes, we have to decarbonize our operations. Yes, we are doing that. We are taking steps. But to come and say that oil has to disappear and stay under the ground is really not helpful. In fact, I have said this personally on many occasions. The approach that is being driven with respect to this binary approach is actually not going to lead to energy transitions. I say it's going to lead to energy chaos. And that's where I think we have to be reasonable with that approach, more constructive, more open to have dialogue with all parties involved, including the oil and gas industry. And I'm really happy to see here in COP28 that the oil and gas industry has stepped up. Major oil companies, national oil companies, including IOCs, have all stepped up in this announcement made on the first day.
And they've been talking about decarbonizing, and we even had the CEO of Saudi Aramco here also, and again, how the industry is decarbonizing, and that is so important. But, you know, when we look at the IEA and OPEC, we have to think back in the day. The IEA was the consumer, and OPEC was the producer, and that's the way it sort of started. But in a way that came together, you know, almost along the way. It merged almost a little. Often I read reports, and they were almost close. Many analysts out there are saying that maybe the IEA have actually overstepped its mandate at this point. What would you say to that?
Well, I would definitely agree with that. I think the mandate is clear for the IEA, and it seems like they're now becoming like the climate activists of the world, or pushing for other agendas, and I don't understand how that really fits into the equation or into their mandate. But I don't want to focus on that. I think the importance is, again, going back to the importance of the approach we are advocating for in OPEC,
yes,
which is to have inclusivity and openness and transparency, and again, to bring everyone to this table. You can't just simply dismiss 30% of the world's energy from the discussions about energy and about transitions and about climate change. If oil is accused as being a source of climate change, and you have to bring the oil people to the table. Same for the gas.
And again, just to wrap this up, and we started with the just transition, and I know you talk a lot about this. You know, we look at your oil outlook, and energy demand, without a doubt, is rising. And we also look at the countries who have no access to energy, and we look at the poorer countries, and we would hope one day, you know, that life will get better there. And when it does, the first thing they're going to demand is energy, because get rid of energy poverty, and hopefully we begin a thriving economy. So, I mean, as we look towards the future, hydrocarbons, you know, are very vital today, without a doubt. But where do we fit, where we do our best to help grow economies and grow economies of the world, and at the same time, you know, make sure that we are decarbonizing?
Well, I think that's a very important point. Again, as we said, there's a growth of 23% in energy, a big growth also in oil demand. In our latest outlook, we see oil demand growing, reaching 116 million barrels a day by 2045.
And that won't
We're not
disappear
alone,
tomorrow.
by the way, in that.
Yes.
There are many others who see that same picture and same view, especially now that we see some issues with the introduction of other forms of energy, some delays, and I don't want to say U-turns, but some countries and governments around the world are now slowing down the pace of introduction of, for example, renewables. Measures have to be put in place for an orderly and smooth transition. Let me be clear about this. OPEC is not against renewable energies. In fact, many, if not most or all of our member countries are also simultaneously, as they invest in oil, are also investing in renewable energy.
Yes.
Classic point in case is the UAE. Saudi Arabia, we're in the Saudi Green Initiative Pavilion. Excellent examples of how you can do both. And this is the approach we believe in OPEC. You have to do both. You cannot do this or, and it cannot be a binary approach. It's either this or that. You have to do both because the world will need all forms of energy in the future and cannot rely on a single source of energy. And let's face it, you mentioned energy poverty. You can't unplug from today's energy system overnight. I've been to many of our member countries in Africa, and I can tell you the luxuries we take here for granted, you don't find in places like that around the world. The simple luxury like switching on a light bulb or switching it off or charging an iPhone, it's not that simple. In Africa alone, half of the population suffers from energy poverty. There's not accessible electricity even, basic accessible electricity, let alone the constant, still the rising use of inefficient cooking systems. All of this is important. Therefore, we believe that oil will continue to be there. However, as you rightly said, and as I underlined, we have to continue to develop technologies such as CCUS, direct air capture, which unfortunately the IEA calls an illusion, even though these are technologies that are mentioned in the IPCC report, and people have adapted, and we are seeing prime examples here, a Riyadh project in the Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, Jubail Industrial City, developing mega-scale size CCS and CCUS facilities that will come on stream very soon. And with all of this, we can all together put our minds and efforts and finances, and financing is an important element of this whole issue. We can't just talk about illusions or delusions and talk about keeping it under the ground and not find the finance for people to come up with alternatives. So the financing element is important, critical element of how we have to deal with the climate issue, as well as the technology, transfer of technologies, and the international cooperation, and most important of all, is the continuous dialogue that has to happen between producers, consumers, technology providers, and financial institutions.
Yes, indeed it is. It's
and governments, of course.
Yeah, everybody really coming together, because I think we all know where it is, but it's also about keeping the lights on today to make sure we get till tomorrow. We have to leave it there. I'm so honored that you're with us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
His Excellency, the Secretary General of OPEC, Haytham Al Ghais.
Thank you. Thank you, Akhlaq. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much happening there in the energy sector. We're going to hear more about it. And Tumi is back with us. That concludes most of our program, but do stay with us. You're going to want to stay with us here for the close of this wonderful
You want to hang out with
event.
me up here? You look like you don't want to actually leave.
We have a clear stage.
I know, we
could do a double act.
I've had an awesome time. I've had a wonderful day. It felt quite celebratory for me, and the reason it felt that way is because I'm encouraged by the realism of the conversation and the fact that we are at the point where we're grappling with what people want to do versus what they need to do for the future. And that's exciting, but it also poses a number of really interesting and new questions. So I'm really pleased about the day. I hope you've enjoyed it certainly as much as we have. So we'd actually like to hear what you think about the Saudi Green Initiative. So if you look on the screen behind me, we will have a QR code, which you need to hopefully download. And the reason you need to download that is because there's a very short survey that's quite easy for you to fill in, but it's really, really useful for us. We want to hear what you think. We want to hear what are the conversations we're not having that you think are relevant and important. And we want to also get a sense of where it is that we maybe need to do a little bit better, where we need to do a little bit less, a little bit more. So please do copy that QR code and help us out a little bit and let us know what your thoughts are on the Saudi Green Initiative. That certainly is something that we're pleased to do. So we've come to the end. We've come to the end. Time for us to love and leave you. I certainly have had a most awesome day. It's been my honor. It is always my pleasure to be here, have these fascinating conversations with people really who change the way the world looks and the way the world functions and operates, hopefully for the betterment of us all. To the crew who works so tirelessly on these events, guys, thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you except to say we couldn't be here and do this without all of you. To Tina and the team backstage, to each and every one of you, thank you. You guys are amazing. You are tireless. You're extraordinary. and we never thank you enough. So I'd like to take a moment. You can shout at me later, it's fine. But right now, I just want to thank you. And of course, to you for being here with us, for traveling to be with us, and hopefully wherever in the world you are going back to, may your gods always continue to be with you. The next few moments, just a snapshot of what an extraordinary day we've enjoyed together. And from me, until next time, take care.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the third Saudi Green Initiative Forum today. Saudi Green Initiative Forum, we have a rich agenda bringing together key regional and global stakeholders to advance the climate action discussion, explore climate challenges and opportunities, and showcase climate innovation and solutions.
The Saudi Green Initiative at home and the Middle East Initiative abroad can really help lift. Plus, of course, the Kingdom is very involved.
The rise of the CO2 concentration is going beyond the limit we anticipated. So we need to not only stop emitting more, but we need to remove at the same time.
There is so much carbon in the air, there's so much carbon in our oceans, there is no competition. We need all solutions to work together.
On hard to abate industries and required industries necessary for the transition.
Whole society engaged transition.
Our largest investment globally today is not by our old employer, Aramco.
Yeah.
It's not by SAVIC. It's not by Ma'aden. It's by Aquapower.
If I were to simplify it, I would say the key elements are open dialogue and trust.
We are going to put a $92 billion investment in Expo to make Riyadh one of the most sustainable cities by 2030.
First, we want NEOM Nature Reserve to govern how NEOM will be done.
My aspiration is to discover and think about the ocean. In terms of climate, it has an enormous impact on climate.
The Kingdom targets to reduce carbon emissions by 278 million tons per annum CO2 equivalent emissions by 2030.
In Saudi Arabia, we launch a space accelerator for entrepreneurship.
The thing that changes the game is to get large-scale infrastructure financing.
We should be like multi-source, multi-dimension, and also multi-speed when we work in the transition.
This is important that the countries focus in investment, science, and technology.
You need stable, growing economies in order to achieve climate action. I can't just deny this.
So that hydrogen, it can go fuel, it can go also to the crude refinery, by the way, business, it can go to fertilizer, it go to everywhere.
I think the Kingdom of Saudi has everything, basically, to be clearly a leader to export low carbon hydrogen.
For the new system that will help to run in parallel, because we need to decarbonize existing resources and at the same time build the new.
We can go everywhere at the same time, but fundamentally, my view is that electricity is much more than needed.
That financing will need to provide an incentive to change, an incentive to reform, an incentive to be more efficient.
And this is where the technology is taking us. It is definitely the technology across the value chain and not just in the mining.
Under the SGI, the Kingdom has committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 278 million tons annually by 2030. In tandem with the COP28, we show our concrete action and progress toward these ambitions.